Bridge as the players return to the middle. I hope you've spent the last 40 minutes either getting something to eat and drink or doing exactly what you want to do during a luncheon period. But here at Trent Bridge, we've thankfully escaped one or two showers that I understand have been passing across the East Midlands. Thankfully they're nowhere near us, and as the inordinate number of players and coaching staff leave the field, there, those of you watching the live stream will just see Luke Fletcher, who has been out there having a little bit of a bolt during the luncheon interval. Stephen Mullaney was out there as well, but he had the mitt on, he wasn't turning his arm over, so maybe not quite yet ready to have a bolt, but nice just to see the progress of Luke Fletcher. Had a good old bowl for the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so. Going to get underway in just a moment with Lyndon James bowling and Ian Holland and James Vince at the crease. James Vince will be on strike. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham. Kevin James alongside me from BBC Radio Solent. Isabel Duncan's here with us, and Izzy did pop down and say hello to everybody at the Muriel Low presentation, which we'll hear about in a moment. But here's Kev.
Sorry, it's an extra cover drive from Vince. Yeah, apologies everybody, it's me. And there's James Vince with a trademark cover drive through extra cover. And that is 4 runs to start the afternoon session, 48 for 2. I was also in on that talk, by the way.
You popped in?
I did, I was there. And it was actually interesting. I have to say, Muriel Low, pioneer of cricket, it was billed. Yes, definitely sort of from around these parts. But I did learn that she played a game for Hampshire women against Dorset. So there is a connection, although and she also started a travel agency in Winchester. Drives and misses. Taken by Tom Moore's diving in front of first slip, which is why I got slightly worried and excited there in equal measure, because I thought that might just have been an edge.
So she what? She had a travel agency.
She had a travel agency in Winchester, yeah, on the high street above Lloyd's Bank. Other banks available.
So yeah. what sort of? Don't think I'm quizzing you on matters you don't know anything about, because I know you popped in for 2 minutes. But this would be what, 40s, 50s, a travel agency, or more recently?
Late 50s, I got the impression. She died in 66, was pushed out on the one. Apparently her and a partner put £100 in each, because you could do that in those days and start a business. And it was above the bank in Winchester High Street. I don't know if it's still there. Might be, might not be. I don't know Winchester that well. I know it reasonably well, not that well.
I'm guessing a travel agency in the 40s and 50s would be coach tours around the UK rather than an all-inclusive to Barbados.
Well, the man presenting, I can't remember his name. But he seemed to suggest, because Muriel had missed out on one England trip to Australia and New Zealand, that she may have started that because she wanted to do more travelling.
Okay.
And she was due to travel to Australia for some test matches, as Vince plays and misses again outside the off stump to Lyndon James. But unfortunately, the outbreak of the Second World War scuppered that as well.
Oh dear.
So yes, I took it all in, most of it anyway. And I think a pioneer of women's cricket is a strong headline from what we were listening to.
Well attended?
There was a good 30 odd people there in the room.
Then it was exactly the right title.
Well, yes and no. When you listen to her career figures, they don't necessarily suggest she was one of the better players outside the off stump and left alone, but just somebody that enjoyed playing around that time and played up this way. I think he said she played for Hertfordshire as well, Stevenage, around the sort of home counties.
Crikey.
Which is where I'm originally from, so they were all names that I could relate to. When it came to Derby and what have you, I couldn't quite relate the same way. But anyway, that was the connection locally up here. But yeah, as I say, I've taken most of it in. 48 for 2, very educational. Lyndon James to Vince. Vince gets a straighter ball, works that to mid-wicket, end of the over. 48 for 2 then. So 4 runs off that over, and Hampshire lead by 114.
Well, now you know where to go. Tomorrow lunchtime, it's A.O. Jones, the former Nottinghamshire captain, skippered them to the title, and he has the highest score by a Nottinghamshire batter here at Trent Bridge, 294. So A.O. Jones is the Heritage Talk tomorrow, if anybody's coming to the ground. assuming the game is still on tomorrow lunchtime, and there's a number of people I've spoken to who are suggesting it might not be. But it's going to be a tall order to, I think, to have the game done by tomorrow lunchtime. But you never know if the wickets continue to fall. We'll have to see. Still 73 overs remaining today as Dane Patterson comes in to Ian Holland, who lets this go through to the wicket-keeper. 48 for 2.
Need a bit of cloud cover, don't they? The clouds are there, but they're very high. Just need to keep that bit of moisture in the wicket.
Not out at lunch when you played? Would you have gone and filled your face, or no?
Not with the big pie that we've just had, or I've just had. No, I would never do that. But of course, sitting down all day doesn't really matter. Good food here, always has been.
Patterson into Holland, who defends this one. No run, 48 for 2. There's a number of former players I've spoken to. When they used to go to Scarborough, obviously, it's a regular venue that Yorkshire use, but as a visitor you don't go all that many times in your career, because predominantly you'd go to Headingley. But whenever anybody went to Scarborough back in the day, there'd be jugs of ale on the table for the players to enjoy. Yeah. You didn't experience that?
No.
Patterson, all to Ian Holland, and crisp looking push up to the not skipper Asiba Mead at mid-off, and there's no run.
I don't think I've ever played a game, whatever level there's been that, to be honest.
At whatever level?
Oh, well, I'd have to really... Well, let's put it away. If the game itself was billed as a
professional game?
Well, certainly not a professional game. But I think if you play in these odd sort of charity-type games, that's a little different. But.
There's Patterson. Bowling to Ian Holland. 22 on his back, 22 on the scoreboard as he again shoulders arms, and it goes through to Tom Moores.
Got a tweet a little earlier actually during the lunch break.
Yeah, I was going to say the old Twittery thing. It's not as reliable as it used to be. I must admit, I've had a number of messages that have just suddenly made their way through that certainly weren't there before lunch. So apologies if you've not had a mention, and you sent one earlier. Seems like they've just all come through in a glut all of a sudden as Patterson bowls to Holland, and again it leaves it alone.
Laurie Jones tweeted at Solent Sports, dodgy track, is it? Question mark. 22 wickets so far in less than 100 overs. I wouldn't say it's dodgy, I just think it's an untypical Trent Bridge wicket. Really? I've seen dodgy wickets. I don't think this is dodgy.
There's Patterson. One ball left in the 21st over of the innings, and steered with an open face on an angle of 45. It's failed to get beyond backward point, and there's no run. 48 for 2 at the end of that over. Dane Patterson with both wickets to fall. Yeah, amongst the people that had clearly got in touch before lunch, just a 51-year-old. This is depressing. Keith Havers, what the heck? Mark says, goodness me, batting points total doesn't lie. You'll be home in time for Sunday roast, Mark. Well, I would hope so, because this is scheduled to finish on Saturday anyway. The Yellow Belly, is it good bowling or poor batting? I've not been able to see the live stream today. Dr. John, is umpire Pollard's paying attention to the pitch? As Lyndon James with a false start, indicative of a problem with the pitch rather than the follow through. I don't think so. And Ian East, is he a Hampshire supporter, Ian East?
Yeah.
What do you reckon chase wise do Hampshire need to get to?
Well, it depends how this wicket plays from here on in, doesn't it, really? I said last night that Ian Holland wasn't really sure how this wicket would play today. It's James Bowles. Raps on the pad, half stopped by a diving Tom Moores. That'll be just the one leg by, could have been a few more. 49 for 2. I mean, if the wicket stays pretty much as it has been, then you would say 160 is going to be hard work, wouldn't you? But
yeah,
if it starts to flatten out, then it's going to need a lot more than that.
Jim Metcalf, obviously tough batting conditions, but the Clark and Moores wickets showcase what's wrong with our lineup at the minute. Leaden-footed T20 shots. Thank you, Jim.
is Lyndon James. And Holland gets a fuller delivery, drives that up to mid-on, but not timed. I just think, when you think about the preparation of this pitch, and knowing the Hampshire bowlers, as most people would now, because they've been established for a little while, that it's almost as if it's a wicket that's played into Hampshire's hands in lots of ways. You know, if you had a full strength Nottinghamshire attack, and I include Stuart Broad in that, then Hampshire would be in a worse position than they are now, that's for sure. Holland gets wrapped on the pad, that's going down the leg side though. So, you know, man for man, the Hampshire bowling attack is more experienced, has more wickets between them, and it's almost like the sort of wicket that Hampshire would have produced at the Ageas Bowl, rather than go away from home and have a wicket where you think, oh well, this is ideal for us. It just feels a bit like that.
Yeah.
49 for 2, 115 the lead as Lyndon James comes in once more from that pavilion end and bowls. Holland gets a length ball in behind that, plays that back to the bowler. So yeah, I'm surprised on that. I mean, there has been rain, wasn't there? There was rain overnight before the start of the game, rain in the morning. Covers have clearly been on for a while, so there's a little bit of that. But that would have got, all that moisture would have gone by now. So quite what else is going on, I'm not sure.
Just waiting to speak to the local radio listeners, then we'll bring Isabel in. 49 for 2, Holland's on strike. Lyndon James bowls to him, and Ian Holland just plays it defensively on the leg side. Matthew Montgomery has been in the slip cordon for most of the day, does the fielding at mid-wicket. Just 2 slips there, Clark and Harrison. Not a lot of runs in that slip cordon. Joe Clark out for naught yesterday. Calvin Harrison made a duck today. Lyndon James leaves behind a pile of sawdust as he comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls now, and Holland defends. There's no run. Yes, we only recently started after lunch here. We've been going about 10 minutes. Hampshire now 49 for 2 in their second innings. If you didn't hear, Notts were bundled out very quickly this morning, losing their last 5 wickets for 5 runs, 100 all out. So that was a first innings lead of 66 for Hampshire, who then lost 2 wickets, both to Dane Patterson early on. A little bit of recovery being led by James Vince and Ian Holland. Hampshire 49 for 2, lead by 115. So an update for Radio Nottingham, more from Kevin James, then he'll be joined by Isabel Duncan.
Oh, Patterson clearly the one bowler which Hampshire I think will have to make sure that they keep him under wraps, out the way, outside the off stump, left alone, just slides the ball away from the right hander, and then the wicket inducker as well. Clearly a class act, as indeed his record speaks for itself. Over 520 career first-class wickets at 23 apiece, and already for me, he's Lyndon James, as well as he's bowled, and he bowled very well in the first innings, but this is the guy really that could cause Hampshire some real damage in this second innings. So if they can keep him quiet, I think Hampshire will be fairly confident they'll get a decent lead, as that's played back to Patterson by Vince. Welcome back, Isabel Duncan.
Yes, and an eventful lunch it was, wasn't it? Muriel Lowe. I know you've covered Muriel Lowe now.
Sorry, I've
just after
stolen
lunch,
your
which is
thunder.
no, that's not at all, not at all. But it was educational, wasn't it? And Muriel got her day in the sun today with the Heritage Trust. Are they called the Heritage Trust of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club? Good attendance as well.
Yeah, well, you were asked to go along, weren't you? Really, I just sort of came along as an also ran.
Yeah, tagged along, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Outside the off stump, left alone. But they particularly wanted you in there. Asked for you by name.
Oh yeah, it's nice to be in demand, you know, at least once in my life anyway. No, a lovely bunch, and I've made friends with Steve, who's in charge of the heritage here. We're going to probably meet tomorrow.
Ooh.
If we get any spare time tomorrow. We'll see when this game ends.
Are they booking you for
Steve can take me out for lunch.
Whoa.
Yeah, pushing it a bit, isn't it? This one, he's got an expense account at Nottingham. Oh, movement behind the bowler's arm here. Bit of a distraction.
In comes Patterson. once more. 3 slips for him. There was only 2 for Lyndon James, and just comes back at Vince, who just clips that away square on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 8, and that's the 50 up for Hampshire. Lead of 116. Still an awful lot of time left in this game, although Saturday's weather doesn't seem to be that good.
Oh, it looks atrocious. 70% chance of rain all day solidly, it says. I mean, that could change, of course. It's still 2 days ahead, but we're not necessarily expecting to be here on Saturday. But who knows? Perhaps this pitch will flatten out. It's the great unknown, isn't it?
It certainly is. We're still waiting to really see it. Haven't had half a day yet here, as that's pushed up towards mid-on by Ian Holland. So what was your favourite moment of that talk about Muriel Lowe? What actually raised your eyebrows when all the various stats and the various lines about her life were out in the open? Out in the open,
yeah. Well, she represented Boots, and other pharmacies are available, of course, here in Nottingham, and she played a lot of sport. She played hockey. Was there ice hockey in there as well at some point?
Well, the story goes, as I understand it, outside the off stump, just swinging away a little bit, left alone by Ian Holland, ended the over 50 for 2. The story goes that she was travelling down south to London, well, not London, she might have been further south, but she stopped off at what was then being built as the Haringey Stadium or something in North London.
With an ice rink.
And she called in for a job and got the job as quite a high up job, didn't she?
She was secretary to the chap in charge of ice skating.
That's right.
At the time.
And that's
so
where
perhaps
she
didn't
involved.
skate herself, but she's certainly involved. And gymnastics, so she was a member of an awful lot of teams, and she also played a fair amount of sport during the war, which is kind of unheard of, isn't it? But fundraising matches, cricket matches, she kept. So Lyndon James just pumping his arms. He's in and bowls, and that's defended well by Vince, who does have attacking instincts, of course, Vince, but he's just reining himself back a bit here. I noticed a couple of overs before he did play a very flamboyant shot outside of the off stump, but I think he rather berated himself after that and has simmered down a little bit. But at the other end, Holland, I think, is doing a fine fist, really, of sticking around and dropping anchor here for Hampshire. Certainly better than first time round, and he's out for a duck, 22 off 75. But Vince at the moment needs to stick around as well. Occupy that crease in the sunshine as James pounds in and bowls, and he's pulled that. It should go for 4. Yes, it will. He's beautifully bisected 2 fielders just backward of square. There was no square leg. It's a deep mid wicket and a long leg down here. Just rolls his wrists and perfectly controlled that shot. And with the sun coming out, it does make you think perhaps that things will get a bit easier for the batters, but you know, I say that in a reserved fashion from what has gone before, but the weather is much better today, and you do expect that pitch to slightly change colour and the green tinge to disappear a little bit. So there's a boundary for Hampshire, 54 for 2, and that lead now 120. As Lyndon comes in, Lyndon James, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Vince, who's on 12 now off 22.
Yeah, I think I'd dispense with the short stuff. I think it's still just a line and length pitch. Oh, what's that going over?
Ooh.
Something
East Midlands Airport flight path.
A helicopter. But yeah, you know, there's still a bit there. Just keep it line and length.
Yeah, but every faith in the seam bowlers still. We've only seen a tiny bit of spin, haven't we, from Calvin Harrison? Much yesterday, but didn't really do much. And that is defended there once again by Vince off James, Lyndon James. And Lyndon James should be full of confidence with the ball anyway. He took a 6-foot in the last game and then 3 for 38 in the first innings here. So he'll be feeling that he can do things with the ball, try and make the ball talk a bit. The Duke's ball. Hamid is busy inspecting the ball. He's been holding up to the sun and having a good look at it. Perhaps just inspecting the seam. Very pronounced Duke's ball. Right arm over, he sweeps, comes in, James, bowls and defended again by Vince, watchful, and no run. So 4 off the second ball of this over, and the rest of them dots. Vince just biding his time, really, and time is exactly what we have. We're only into day 2 here, and already into the second innings of Hampshire.
Yeah, it's just all about getting as far away from the opposition as possible in terms of runs.
Well, it's a chunky lead, isn't it, Kevin? Certainly 120 in a low-scoring game. James again, bowls, and that's just clipped off the hip there. Or Vince, they'll think about the second. Yes, they are coming back for the second. There's a misfield down there at backward square leg as the ball is eventually winged back in. That was Will Young, I think, the Kiwi down there. So they do steal a second, and 56 for 2 now at Hampshire at the end of that over, and a lead of 122. Holland on 22 and Vince on 14.
Well, if I was Notts, I'd get Brett Hutton on pretty soon. I mean, it might be that Brett Hutton presumably prefers the Radcliffe Road end. He's only bowled the Radcliffe Road end in this game. Dave Bracegirdle was nodding in the affirmative, but so maybe it's Patterson and Hutton from this end, and Lyndon James and Petman from the far end, but I wouldn't leave Brett Hutton for too long. Here's Patterson again, worked on the onside by Holland for a single. Moves on to 23 because he's only a lead of 123, and with this sunshine out, and I just get the feeling that today the sunshine will be out for prolonged periods, much more than we saw yesterday. It was out for a little while, then disappeared for quite a while, and then out again. Today I think we're going to see more sun, and that actually might just bake this pitch a little bit and make it a little flatter. So Brett Hutton, a proven wicket taker. As I say, I wouldn't leave him too long. As Patterson bowls forward, thick outside edge from Vince into the ground, fielded at backward a point. That's Will Young again.
Yeah, well, Brett Hutton, another bowler oozing confidence as well, leading wicket taker. He's taken five wicket hauls already this season, so he bustles in and bowls a nagging line and length. He's metronomic in his approach.
And well, for me, I'll be honest with you, I'm not even sure I'd have a few more overs of Lyndon James. I mean, he's bowled all right. Does he look particularly threatening at the moment? No. Do I need bowlers that look threatening? Yes, for sure. If I was Hamid, that's played into the ground by Vince, because, you know, you leave things, you know, if Hampshire have a good sort of hour and a half here, all of a sudden the game's starting to look very, very difficult to win. So I would almost have Hutton on at the other end, even if it's an end he doesn't particularly want to bowl from, because he bowls wicket-taking balls. He angles the ball past the outside edge. That's the sort of bowler that every side loves having. Bowls a heavy ball. Just, you know, for me, Patterson and Hutton are the key here for Notts, if they're to not having to chase too many in the second innings. There's Patterson bowls. Vince just gets turned around a little bit. He was trying to play that square on the leg side. Had to readjust. Plays that up towards mid-on.
Yeah, and this partnership now worth 26, and Holland looks pretty set out there. They're seeing it well, has been watchful. 23 off 76, and somebody had to drop anchor, somebody had to do it, just to extend this lead for Hampshire, and perhaps these two can keep it at this.
Yeah, just take overs out of the legs of the bowlers and get the ball softer. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. See, the ball's still doing a bit. There's still wicket-taking balls out there. Just got to keep it there or thereabouts and just don't deviate from that. For me, Petman is all right, but he's, you know, even in that spell this morning, there was a couple of balls down the leg side, which we saw in the first innings. You know, he could be a good bowler maybe in the future, but it's Patterson, and for me, Patterson and Hutton. If I was a batter out there at the moment, the two bowlers that I think are more likely to get me out than the others would be those two. Here comes Patterson, bowls. Forward is Vince. And it's played out on the offside. End of the over, 57 for 2 then, Hampshire in their second innings. Holland is 23, Vince 14. And that lead for Hampshire is 123.
Yeah, you never know. We might see some spin at some point, perhaps just before tea. I mean, tea's at 4 o'clock, I think, today. It's a little bit later, and if the sun continues to beat down on that pitch and dry it out a little bit, there has been a fair amount of moisture around, especially yesterday after all that rain. But things have really dried out now, and it's really quite a warm day, and we're going to get plenty of sunshine. Might be worth another crack, perhaps later on this afternoon. Just for experimental purposes, really. So Holland facing. Sorry, James facing. No, Holland facing. James pounding in. Here he is. And that is driven well for no run. Not quite timed. That's cut off at mid-on. And there is no run. Yeah, Calvin Harrison being the spinner, bowling leggies. We saw a little bit of him. I think he only bowled 3 overs yesterday, maybe 4 overs, something
Yeah,
like that.
many.
But he was mainly filling in from one end. I think one of the pace bowlers wanted to change ends.
He bowled 2 overs actually.
2 overs.
2 for 11.
2 slips in place here as James zips in again from that pavilion end. Ooh, something on that. Keeps the ball down. Wanted to have a flash. Just looking to uppercut Holland. And in the end, not a lot happened. And it's well stopped by the keeper, Tom Moores. Yeah, still bounce, certainly bounce if you bend your back and hit the seam. And that's an awkward bounce as well. Holland on 23 facing. He's the man who's bedding in out there. James bowls, and that's short, and that should be put away. Will it be cut off? No, it won't. That has gone all the way down to a very fine leg. Won't be cut off. Must be Patterson down there by long leg, and that will be for as a gift there. Let's see a replay in a moment. 61 for 2 Hampshire, and 4 gifted runs to Holland. He rolled his wrist nicely over that. He goes on to 27.
It's 2 leg sideish, that. There's 2 short balls and 2 balls, which... Well, he's the man with the ball in his hand, has to make the decisions, but...
Lyndon James again, pavilion end bowls. It's a better ball. He's found a better channel to bowl down there, on-off stump, and Holland just defends that.
He's probably thinking that for him yesterday the ball did nip around a little bit and he did bowl well. And he's probably come on today and he's thinking, well, actually it's not nipping around for me anyway. It's still a little bit for Patterson. But we haven't seen much from Lyndon James, and maybe he's thinking, well, I'll just sort of mix it up a bit with a couple of short balls, but I would still be patient if I was him.
Some of the shine gone off this ball now as James is in and bowls, and again that's the right line. Kept it out well, Holland. He's seeing it well, and solid in defence out there. So 61 for 2, Hampshire leading by 127, which is quite a significant lead in the context of the game.
Yeah. And also, it's quite easy to get carried away when you've seen all these wickets fall, not just this morning but yesterday as well, and then you're coming on to bowl and the ball's not doing much for you. Then it's quite easy to get very frustrated quite quickly because you think, well, it should be carrying on the way it's been going.
Lyndon James, that's a miscued drive into the offside, but it doesn't get a run for it, and the score remains on 61 for 2. It just means that the seam bowlers have got to use more skill with the ball. It's a bit like the kookaburra, isn't it? That was the argument, that bowlers have to apply more skill to get more out of the ball, rather than allowing the ball to sort of, I don't know, have a mind of its own almost, the Duke's ball early on in the first sort of 0 to 25 overs, something like that. But certainly here, skill is what is needed. Skill and deception.
Just notice Hamid with his hand over Lyndon James's shoulder. I just wondered what he was saying to him, whether it's have a blow or try something else or what. We'll find out shortly. Here's Patterson. Bowls. Vince works that straight delivery to deepish square leg, where the boundary is covered in that area anyway. Difficult to really patrol that boundary properly with it being so short. But Vince picks the fielder out there, moves on to 15, 62 for 2. The lead now is 128. The lead at the start of this innings was 66. And he's having a chat with Patterson there as he passes him the ball. Patterson is into his 10th over, 2 for 20. Right arm over, runs away from us and bowls to Holland. Holland gets one that comes back into him. That wasn't out the middle of the bat. Just comes back into him late. Holland managing to work that away square on the leg side, but another good delivery there from Patterson. Have to try and show as much of the face of the bat as possible when he's bowling like this. That was a good ball.
Yeah, he picks up bundles of wickets, doesn't he, Dane Patterson? I'm looking at his figures again in first-class cricket. 142 first-class matches, 521 wickets at 23. So not to be meddled with. Dane Patterson has taken 31 wickets.
Edged. Oh, it's caught a second slip, is it? Are they claiming it? I think they are. That's a great catch, Calvin Harrison. It was on its way down. Vince pushing forward. There's the ball that just slides away and catches the outside edge. That is a really, really good catch, low to the ground, diving to his right. And as we've been talking about Patterson being the most likely to take the wickets, he's picked up all 3. Vince goes for 15. 32 balls and 2 fours in that innings.
Oh, Patterson is the man. Sorry to talk over you slightly there. He was very quick on that ball, Patterson. But James Vince, what a great scalp as well for Notts. Often a danger man. Here's there it is, the outside edge. Kind of glued reset. What a catch as well at second slip. Catch of the season almost there, taken very low. And James Vince out for 15.
Partnership of 32 between Vince and Ian Holland. Ben Brown walking to the crease. Well, the slip catching from Notts has been exemplary in this game. There's been some tough chances. Those are not easy, not only on its way down, but to either side of a slip catcher. You have to be a proper slipper to be taking those.
Yeah, taken down by the ankles, wasn't it? By Harrison. Little boost to Harrison there at second slip in the floppy hat.
Yeah, that's
that was a
more
corker.
Needed today than yesterday. But you know, it's those sort of catches which, you know, not necessarily win you matches. That's too easy to say. But you know, if that goes down, all right, everybody's saying, well, a difficult chance, blah blah blah. But you know, when you're picking up like that, then you know, if that brings another wicket, all of a sudden, Notts are right back in the game. And they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but those catches do make a difference. As Patterson comes in, Brown gets a length ball. He's off the mark straight away. Hamid will throw the stumps him out by miles. Holland was out by miles. What was Ben Brown doing there? In a desperate bid to get off the mark. That was suicidal.
Yeah, he's looking twitchy. Well, he was out for a duck, wasn't he, in that first innings, and he's thinking, I want to get off the mark here. But that really wasn't good judgment from Brown. You're right, a direct hit from Hamid, and he would have been in all sorts of trouble, Holland, and he's the man. He's got to stay there, Holland. He's the man. He's dropped the anchor, holding this innings together.
It goes back to what I said, a good catch against James Vince, and that very nearly brought another wicket. Good grief. He was out by absolute miles. That was a horrible run. 64 for 3. As Patterson comes in, bowls to Holland. Holland forward. Back to the bowler. I suppose it's not worth watching a replay because it's at the far end of the screen, so you wouldn't necessarily. But to be honest, I don't think you need to see it being tight because it isn't. It's actually not even tight. It was out by 2 yards.
Yeah, it's a completely unnecessary suicidal run.
Sure, the batters will be having a chat at the end of this over. Hopefully, the first word will be sorry. They're still out there, and that's all that matters from a Hampshire point of view. As Patterson comes in again and bowls, there's the little one that drifts away, left alone. Another good over from Patterson, 3 for 22 from 10. Hampshire 64 for 3, 130 run lead, and indeed the batters are having a word, a little fist punch there together. Which at the end of the day, nobody's trying to run anybody else out. We've all made mistakes and we'll continue to make mistakes, but the important thing from a Hampshire point of view is that it didn't actually result in another wicket.
Yeah, just the shift of power tilting now towards Notts with that wicket of Vince. And they just need to turn the screws now. Let's see an attacking field. They will have 3 slips, and it will be the new man, Ben Brown, who will face. And we do have a change of bowling. Let's have a look and see. Do we have a change of bowling? I think we might do. Yes, we do. It's Petman, not Hutton. So Petman is back on from the pavilion end. We'll see what he can do. The new man there, Brown. 3 slips. As Petman pumps his arms and bowls, and there's a genuine play and a miss there, beating the outside edge of Brown, who really reaches for that. And Petman causing problems with the new batsman out there. And looking pretty nervy for Hampshire at 64 for 3. They've still got a lead of 130 though, not to be sniffed at.
No, definitely not. Of course, no. Any lead in a low-scoring game, especially one as this, it's huge by 4-day standards in conditions like this.
And mid-wicket in a catching position there, stationary. Petman again, thunders in and bowls. Wow, that's a flamboyant drive into the offside. Carefree from Brown, but he just makes contact with plenty of fresh air.
I'll tell you what, this is a hell of an innings already. Nearly ran out his mate, first ball, and he's played a miss twice, and he's faced 3 deliveries.
Just wondering what he's had for his lunch.
Well, it could have been a wicket every ball he's faced so far, whether it was him or Ian Holland.
Has he had some Red Bull for lunch, do you think? Other drinks are available.
Something going on.
Right, here he comes again, Petman. Glides in and bowls, and that's on the money, on the stumps, and forces a defensive shot from Brown. Rare to see a defensive shot out of Brown so far in the 4 deliveries that he's faced. He's riding his luck out there. 64 for 3, Hampshire. That leads still 130. Petman will continue. He's into his 4th over. His first spell was only 3 overs. 0 for 5. So far 3 dots in this over. 3 slips in place, backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg. Petman hurtles in, bowls. Oh, and that's gone airborne. It's safe though. That's gone out towards, not a controlled shot. It was in the air a long time. It's gone over point and out towards the short boundary in the residential home. And he will get 4 runs. And that will take Brown's score to 5. 5 off 5. Strike rate of 100 at the moment. 68 for 3. He's showing plenty of intent. But there's an awful lot of high risk taking there from Brown. I don't think Petman will mind that. Petman continues. Pavilion end, he's in and bowls, and that's left alone outside. The off stump in that corridor of uncertainty there. Hampshire leading by 1-3-4 now. The sun continues to beat down. It's more of a yellow colour to the pitch. But it's still a difficult pitch to play on. Well, certainly that has been dictated to by the bowlers. They're getting a lot out of it.
What have we had today? 8 wickets so far?
Yeah. 5 knots wickets this morning as Petman comes in and bowls, and that's on leg stump. And just pushed gently along the carpet there to mid-on for no run from Brown. So 68 for 3. And 4 off that Petman over, having been introduced back into the attack. Be a bit surprised to see Petman being introduced at this point with a new batsman coming out, Ben Brown?
No, not necessarily. No, I mean, Petman's quite a tall guy, isn't he, really? I think, for me, Lyndon James just wasn't quite working for him, and you can't really... Just watching the replay there of that Calvin Harrison catch. What a catch that was. Gets better every time I see it. I just think it's... You just want somebody... Hamid needs somebody to come on and give him a spell. You know, Patterson's done it, 3 for 22. He wants somebody now to do the same, or something similar at the other end. And I didn't feel that spell from Lyndon James was going to do that. He's going to try Petman. As Patterson comes in, gets wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side, surely. Not out, says umpire Russell Warren. But that's what he needs. And Petman might give him that, so he's trying him. It looks as though Hutton's still not going to bowl the pavilion end, although there may come a time. But you know, all the time Hampshire occupy the crease, slowly but surely that lead builds, and you do feel that Hampshire don't need a massive lead here to be in the game. They're certainly in the game, but maybe to push the odds of a win even more in their favour. There's Patterson again, bowls. Holland gets wrapped on the pad. That bounces. Still tricky. When you got the right bowlers on, it's very tricky indeed. Petman got a couple of balls, didn't he, just to bounce to Brown in the last over, so that's good. But Hamid wants, you know, bowlers that look as though they're going to take a wicket at both ends in this situation right now. Dave Bracegirdle's have to come in, hasn't he?
Ooh.
Not right now, but I mean in a minute or so. You're not on yet, Dave. I just said you might.
Well, we're getting in the ballpark for the 2:30 update.
There's Patterson again. Bowls, driven, not timed, straight to Hamid, who shapes to throw at the bowler's end, but just as well he didn't let that ball go because nobody was backing up.
Nice afternoon now, isn't it? Bit of blue sky.
Beautiful. Oh, it's Dave's cue.
There's Patterson bowling to Ian Holland. Really good delivery. It's through to the keeper. That's one way of putting it, Aaron. Yes, Notts losing their last 5 wickets with just 5 runs. It was a fairly meek and mild display by the Notts lower order this morning. Terrific bowling from Hampshire's 2 overseas quicks, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. And Notts all out for 100. That was a 66-run deficit. But Dane Patterson's keeping Notts very much in the game. He's taken all 3 wickets to fall, including just a couple of overs ago, the important one of James Vince. Really good catch at second slip by Calvin Harrison. Low down. James Vince, such a fine player. So it's 68 for 3 Hampshire. That's an overall lead of 134. Notts really need to get wickets this afternoon and try and keep that lead round about 200, but even that's going to be a tough ask on a challenging pitch. Hampshire 68 for 3. Some indifferent batting against some very good bowling. The ball was nibbling around off the seam. There were 1 or 2 that were bowled by good deliveries that nipped back through the gate, and sometimes you just have these sudden collapses, and despondency and despair spreads through the dressing room, and it was almost like a revolving door as one went out, another one quickly followed, and 5 for 5 pretty much tells its own story. Notts blown away inside the first 40 minutes this morning.
Apologies for those on the picture feed and the website. They wouldn't have heard that question. But maybe you would have known the question the way that Dave was answering. 68 for 3 as Petman continues from that pavilion end. The sunshine is still out. As it's on the line of leg stump. Brown tucks that away behind square on the leg side. Patterson comes in off the fine leg boundary. 69 for 3. Brown wants a 6. Interesting first few balls of his innings. Hopefully he's settled down a little bit more.
I think they'd rather bowl at Brown, wouldn't they, here? Notts. And he's taken that single now off the first ball of the over.
Lead is 135. We've got some movement behind the bowler's arm. No, we're okay. Petman right arm over, running towards us, bowling to Ian Holland, and Holland gets a length ball. It's pushed up towards mid-on. So Middleton for 6, Gubbins for 10. That was before lunch. Vince for 15 after lunch.
Yeah, particularly Gubbins and Vince, I think, are huge scalps, aren't they? Gubbins got some runs in that first innings. In fact, I think he's top scored in this match, isn't he, with his 49 in that previous innings. So they were big wickets there for Nottinghamshire.
Just shows how tricky the pitch has been. Not even a half century yet. And we're into the 3rd innings as Petman bowls forward. There's the line. There's the length that he's got to keep to. Holland pushing forward. That's not out of the middle of the bat. He's just got to keep it there every ball. Do not stray from there. Moeen Ali's out in the test match.
Ooh, I haven't checked the test score for a while. I'm very focused on this match here in Trent Bridge, you see.
We'll have a look.
We're going to have a check.
Here's Petman again. And Holland straight. Holland pushes that again up to mid-on. Another good line. This is the thing now where you mustn't get bored as a bowler and think, oh, I'll just try something different now. This isn't the situation to be trying anything too silly. So England, in that test match at Old Trafford, are now 130, I think that's right, I'm going to check, 130 for 2? Yeah.
134 for 2.
Yeah. Driven into the ground, it's gone out into the covers, fielded by Matthew Montgomery. Trail Australia by 183. With Moeen Ali gone. Moeen Ali caught by Khawaja. Mitchell Stark has picked up his 2nd wicket for 54. Moeen Ali.
Well, you had to feel a bit for Moeen Ali, don't you? He's been chucked in. He's now coming in at number 3 as well, and you know, he's batted all over the place for England. He lost his sense of identity.
Here's Patterson. Sorry, Petman again. Cuts in the air, safe. Back with a point. There is a fielder in that area. Brett Huttonby was a little fine, but that was initially dangerously close to Hutton. But actually, in the end, Holland gets it away. Moves on to 32 with that boundary. 73 for 3. But there's an example, you see, just got to keep the ball in the right areas. That's a little too short and wide. Holland's quickly pounced onto that. In this situation, you've just got to bowl metronomic, line and length.
And targeting that short boundary again as well. So lead now 139. That's what it's worth here for Hampshire. As here is Patterson trundling in. They're thinking about tip and run here as the ball is just pushed into the offside by Brown. He's on 6. He's had quite a streaky inning so far for his 6. The ball's gone aerial, he's played and missed, and has been riding his luck. Perhaps he's feeling a little bit more settled and reining himself in a bit now. We'll wait and see. There's 3 slips in place for Brown. And Patterson very focused as he runs away from us at this Radcliffe Road end. He's in and bowls, and it's defended quite high up the bat. Getting a bit of bounce off a length, but Brown gets everything behind that. There's always a bit of gardening, isn't there? It's just unsure of this pitch all the time. It's had its gremlins. We've seen that from the score pattern. Notts all out for 100 earlier on. The medium pace of Holland taking 4 for 19. And Holland now, with the bat, is helping to glue this innings together for Hampshire. Second time round. As Patterson's in and bowls, it's pretty full. Defended by Brown. A little bit quicker this time from Patterson. Vocal out there, Notts. That's geeing up their bowler, giving him lots of encouragement. And Hamid busily polishing the ball. He does do that pretty vigorously. That's his job. He's also skipper, of course, as well. Wants to keep some shine on that ball, on that Duke's ball. See if it can rock and roll. Patterson, number 2 on his shirt. He's in and bowls, and there's a big shout here for LBW. It was a stride forward, big stride forward. We might well have a look at a replay a little bit later on that one. Not sure the bowler really followed through with that shout.
If I'm honest, my first thought wasn't out. They just have done a little too much, that one. Have to shout. You expect to shout in this situation. It's quite a big session, this, for both sides. Hampshire could get away from Notts a bit, and Notts can keep themselves in the game. So definitely an important period up to the tee, and I'd expect them to shout big for that, but it just didn't quite feel right.
Well, keep applying the pressure here as Patterson is in and bowls. Very tight line from Patterson. That's 5 dots in a row now. Just feel the screws turning a little bit here on Hampshire. Perhaps Hampshire feeling that pressure. Right, here we are. We're going to have a replay on that shout. Oh, perhaps not yet. Yes, here we are. Here we are. Yeah, it's a big stride forward, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's just done a little bit too much, I think. It's difficult for the umpire to really call that.
Okay, Patterson. Here he is. Rhythmical run-up. No great speed, the run-up. He turns his arm over quickly. That's tucked into the leg side, and mid-wicket, who's in a stationary position there, picks up the ball and polishes it. It's the end of another over. I think that was a maiden, wasn't it? 73 for 3. Holland on 32 and Brown on 6, and the lead worth 139. Patterson's bowled 12 overs, 3 for 22. Very tasty figures there for Patterson, but he does keep it on that nagging length, around off stump, and he picks up wickets.
Well, he bowled 6 overs up to the lunch break, and he's bowled 6 overs straight after it. Hamid's had a chat with him. Probably just wants him to keep going. But that's a lot of overs in a reasonably short space of time. I know there's a break of 40 minutes, but that's all. Here's Petman, bowls right arm over, down the leg side, and that's easily turned away by Holland, down to Patterson. Holland moves on to 33, 74 for 3. The lead is 140 now for Hampshire. I mean, Patterson's 34 years of age. You know, that's no massive age, but even so, he's putting in a lot of work. But Hamid knows that he's really the bowler most likely to make the breakthrough, and he needs him on. And if it's not Patterson, then it's Hutton from this Radcliffe Road end. But it's Petman from the pavilion end. Bowls. Brown tries a humongous drive on the up and misses. You just get the feeling with Brown that he's not going to die wondering in this innings. That was an extravagant attempt at standing there and trying to lift the ball over the covers on the up. Wow, that would have looked out of place in T20, let alone here.
It is surprising, isn't it? I thought he'd had a word with himself earlier, because he's done that a couple of times before.
He just looks like a man who's been watching James Fuller and Tom Moores on the back foot. That's a quieter shot out on the up stump, and he's looked at both of those and said, do you know what? I want to play like them in this game. And maybe by the fact that he's taken 6 catches behind the stumps has given him the confidence that he's thrown away the gloves and got the bat in the hand, and he can do something equally as meaningful.
The other school of thought is that the pitch perhaps in this sunshine will flatten out a bit and remain patient. This ball's getting a bit older. I know that's conservative for these days.
There's Petman again. Brown drives, he's reaching at that one. It's along the ground, fielded at backward a point by Brett Hutton, diving low to his left. Well, there's still 61 overs left in the day, just over, and you know, still plenty of time to see whether this pitch flattens out or not. And there is umpire Paul Pollard again looking. It's almost like it's his area. He's bought that bit of land just in front of the stumps, and he's put a sign up saying "Keep off. Trespassers will be prosecuted."
He is territorial. He's going to get a shotgun out soon.
Yeah. Beware the dog. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, beware the dog. Here comes Petman. Oh my word, that's way down the leg side. Oh, and Tom Moores misses that. Well, that's a bad bit of cricket all round. Petman, because the line was horrible, and Tom Moores, even though he did well getting right across, he was there to take it, and somehow the ball's gone all along the ground, between the ground and his gloves, and that's gone for, was that 4 byes? Because that's quite harsh on Moores.
Yeah, it's cruel on the keeper. I mean, that was pretty wild from Pep. I'm not sure what he was trying to do. Was he trying to go short, but completely lost his line there?
I'm not quite sure with him, because I haven't seen enough of him to bowl, but I think either sometimes his wrist comes down the wrong side of the ball, or he's trying to bowl the inducker and he starts it too straight. But he's bowled a lot of balls down the leg side relatively. Now Brown drives that hard, but there is a fielder out at deep cover. Just as well it went straight at him. Otherwise that was 4 more. And a few runs off that over for Hampshire. 79 for 3. Brown moves on to 7. And Hampshire's lead is 145. So I actually think there was only 5 runs off that over, but even so, a bit of a messy over there from Petman.
So let's project a bit here, Kevin. I mean, your wealth of experience as a cricketer, with the lead of 145, what do you think is a lead they'd be happy with, or feel a little bit more reassured that they're in the sort of safe zone, Hampshire?
500.
500.
I'd feel safe with that.
Based on the pitch that we have.
This is it.
And the weather coming up.
Well, it's still an unknown factor, isn't it, really? Because as we go through day 2, and still 60 odd overs to bowl, you know, this pitch could be completely different by middle of the evening session than it is now. And, you know, so it's difficult to know exactly what is a good total.
Patterson, here he is, trundling in, bowling, and that was just played into the offside for no run by Brown. He certainly conserves his energy, Patterson. We talked about his age, a veteran. He's 34 years old. As he runs in, and it's not an electric, energetic way of running in, but it suits him and it's rhythmical. And once he gets to the crease and turns his arm over, it's effective. He doesn't waste any energy, that's for sure, with his run up. He's efficient. Here he is, compact as he comes in and bowls, and that was on middle and leg, and that's just pushed harmlessly into the onside by Brown for no run. And I think they'd rather be bowling at Brown as well. He's the man taking the risks out there.
Yeah. Could have been out a couple of times already, couldn't he? Well, his partner could have been out as well. But no, I mean, I'll just emphasise it that depending on how this pitch plays, I think Hampshire will be happy with a total close to 200 for knots to chase. If this pitch starts to flatten out, then of course they'd want, you know, relatively, you know, more than that.
Again, he's in Patterson, and that's well defended. That's played quite late under the eye line there by Brown, but solid in his defence. Still 3 slips in place, and long leg is nearer to square than fine leg, just sort of backward of square on the boundary. Really defending that short boundary out there. This is a very short boundary. And we've got a point just behind, extra cover. In fact, we've got fielders just behind point and in front of point square. Extra cover, but no real mid-off unless he's on the ropes. I don't think he is. No, he isn't. Patterson again is in and bowls, and that's foolish, and defended again by Brown, playing in a more sensible fashion at the moment. Brown looking a little bit more circumspect. I don't know how long it'll last, but he's got that positive mindset, tends to go after the ball, and we have seen that before. We talked about that with Fuller, and that came off to good effect with Fuller and Gubbins to some extent, but Gubbins earlier was more of an anchor man in that first innings. Patterson again of South Africa is in and bowls and is left alone outside of the off stump. A flamboyant leave there by Brown. 79 for 3, a lead of 145 here.
This might be Patterson's last over. This is to be 7th after a luncheon break. Bowled 6 straight up to luncheon.
Yeah, he takes his time.
Yeah, Hutton's limbering up at mid.
Aha.
Ah.
So we think that Hutton prefers this end, don't we, at the Radcliffe Road end? He's owning this end as Patterson bowls. You can see there's still movement out there. It's a good stride forward there from Brown as he defends it and keeps it out. 79 for 3, and that was a maiden for Patterson. Very tidy from him. 13 overs, 3 for 22 with 6 maidens. We've got a feeling that he may take a blow, as we saw Hutton limbering up there. He's doing a warm-up act. And the sun continues to beat down. We're going to be joined by Dave Bracegirdle in a moment. It's very different weather today. It's much drier. And that pitch, it's a different colour really. It was very dark yesterday. We had all that rain in the morning, and there's a certain green tinge about it, but it's looking more yellowish today. So Petman will continue. The man born in Wisconsin, the USA, pumping his arms up to the crease and bowls, and that's defended neatly there by Holland. Holland on 33 off 98, dropped anchor. Hello, Dave Bracegirdle.
Hello, Isabel Duncan. Who's born in Wisconsin?
That's Holland. Oh, well, did they get them muddled up?
I've no idea.
Oh.
I didn't know
Well,
it was...
Holland, he's the USA man, yes, isn't he? From the TV reality show. And born in the USA, one of my favourite songs, but I'm sure it was Wisconsin. So, Petman trundles in, bowls, and that is very well fielded. They'll take a single. It's a slight misfield, but it's well stopped at extra cover. And they just go through for 1. So Holland goes on to 34. That was stopped by Montgomery there at extra cover. And actually, I think he's going out to the ropes now. It's because Brown is facing. And he has been peppering that boundary, well, eyeing it up anyway. And it is the short boundary. Petman again leaps into action, right arm over, bowls. Just an attempt to drive off the back foot there, but mistimes it. It's going to be fielded by Hamid, so no run for Brown. He's got 7 off 26. And we do wonder how this pitch will play out in the sunshine.
Yes, interesting little passage of play this is really, if Hampshire can put together a sizable partnership here for the 4th, 5th or 6th wickets, then they're going to take the game very definitely away from Notts.
Petman again, working hard as he comes in, and that is angled down towards third man. You can see on the camera whether it goes or not. Yes, it does. The ball has won the race there with 2 fielders in pursuit. It was played with soft hands. It was kept along the ground, and that'll be 4 more runs added to the total. 84 for 3 now, and those runs awarded to Brown. He goes on to 11 off 27.
Yes, just played with soft hands. It was a really good chase for Joe Clark and Calvin Harrison, but the ball winning that race. Don't think it would have gone this morning. The outfield was still quite damp after overnight rain, and the outfield was fairly slow.
2 slips in place, Brown facing, Petman bowling. Bowles, it's on the stumps. Had to play that. Brown just defends it into the offside, no run.
Truth, we didn't really get to find out too much about how quick the outfield was going because there weren't many runs scored in that morning session. Certainly Nottinghamshire's first innings ended rather abruptly.
Yes, they crumbled, didn't they? Not those 5 wickets. 5 runs, 5 overs.
Yeah, 95 for 5 to 100 all out.
Petman, here he is. Floats in from that pavilion end and bowls. Oh, nearly played on. Wow, that's come off a thick bottom edge. He will scamper through for 1 there, Brown. Again, continuing to take these risks and riding his luck. He gets away with it this time, but only just. He also steals the strike as well, last ball of the over. He goes on to 12, and the score now 85 for 3 and a lead of 151 by Hampshire.
Yeah, Dane Patterson's come to the end of his spell. He's making his way off the field. Brett Hutton will continue. Ben Brown's approach is an interesting one here. I'm not entirely sure he needs to be being quite as cavalier and adventurous as he is at the moment. He's a very decent, very capable player, yet he's been a little bit reckless. Up and at him approach. Trying to smash the cover off the ball on occasions when perhaps a little bit of due diligence. Just stick around, keep Ian Holland company for the remainder of the afternoon and see this lead build. Here's Hutton. 7 overs, none for 15. Bowles, it strikes him on the pad. It's got to be close, but Russell Warren hasn't raised his finger yet and certainly isn't going to do it now. Too long has elapsed. Brett Hutton sinks or bows his head, puts his hands on his knees, and I think he's bitterly disappointed there, Brett Hutton, that wasn't given. 85 for 3. It was a good shout. It was a good delivery first up.
Yeah, that shout was in earnest, wasn't it? Everybody went up there.
And now what's happening here? Joe Clark coming from slip. I wonder if he's been called forward to the umpire. I wonder if he's said something which getting him a ticking off, and umpire Russell Warren is now speaking to the Notts skipper Asiba Mead, and he sort of made a gesture as if to calm down everybody, let's calm down. So maybe Joe Clark just said something out of turn. Here's Hutton in again to Ben Brown, who comes down the track and slams it back over the bowler, over the umpire, and down below is for 4, and a real shot of defiance from Ben Brown. And I was just saying he doesn't need to be quite as cavalier as he perhaps has been, but there was nothing wrong with that. That was a lovely shot.
Well, he's probably playing his natural game as players do these days, don't they? It's always aligning with Bazball, but he's carefree in the way that he's playing, and it's positive. However, he does seem to appear to have 9 lives today.
Yes, I've seen him a few times for Sussex in the past against Notts. That's Ben Martindale on the field as the sub mid-on, who just fetched that ball back. And he slammed this one and he's out. And Ben Brown has tossed his wicket away there. Could see it coming. Hutton's got him. Just drilled by Brown straight to Asiba Mead. So that LBW will be quickly forgotten. Only cost 4 runs, but Ben Brown didn't really help his side there, I don't think. He was just a little too cavalier for his own good and has gone for 16, just slamming Brett Hutton straight into the waiting hands of Asiba Mead at mid-off. And Hampshire are 89 for 4, and if ever there was a wicket that was coming, it was that one, a really soft one. Half an hour at the crease for Ben Brown, 32 balls, 3 fours, gone. And he's a better player than that.
Yeah, I think that was very much on the cards, wasn't it? And of course, with Brett Hutton bowling as well, he's a canny bowler. You've got to give him more respect than that. Hit him for 4 the ball before. We're just having a look at the replay here, and straight to Hamid in the basket there. Didn't really have to move to take that. And Brett Hutton, welcome back into the bowling attack, into his second spell. Takes that wicket. It's going to be Liam Dawson who comes out to the middle. Another great player, but a lot of work to do just to extend this lead. Wickets falling regularly, 4 down now. Hampshire in their second innings. Lead of 155, 89 for 4. Holland's still at the other end, of course. He's the man who's dropped anchor. He's bedded in with his 34 for 99. Somebody had to play that role today.
Yeah, seemed a little out of sorts in the first innings yesterday, Liam Dawson. He's another one who I would say is a very, very good player, and his career record and stats would back that up. Often scores good runs against Nottinghamshire, but just seemed a little out of sorts yesterday, and hung around for what, 22, 23 balls for his 2. Was then dismissed. Caught behind off Lyndon James. He resolutely watched and defended, and then had a bit of a slap at Lyndon James. His first ball received from Hutton is defended, this time out into the offside and Ben Slater fields. So 89 for 4. The lead is 155. Nottinghamshire are going to have a really good hour now up to tea, and they're going to have to do a lot of the damage in this innings. And also got to be a little careful of the over rate, which has slipped to -3. Need to arrest that slide. Here's Hutton in again to Dawson, down the leg side. 4 runs now. Then was there something on it? No, it's byes. It's been given as byes. It was speared down the leg side by Brett Hutton and just went further and further away from the diving moors. Nothing on it from Liam Dawson. So 4 to the total. 93 for 4, and the lead 159.
Interesting over this, isn't it? 4 off the second ball, wicket off the third, then a dot.
There was the
4
LBW
byes.
shout first ball, wasn't there? There was
That's
a big
right.
LBW shout first ball, yeah.
That's
something.
a huge shout.
Everyone has been an event, as they say. There's Hutton in again to Liam Dawson, and defends this one up to Martindale at mid-on. End of the over. 93 for 4. Brett Hutton back into the attack. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19, and Kevin James has pretty much been saying since lunch he'd have had Brett Hutton bowling, and you can see why. He came back into the attack and things started to happen.
Which they have throughout this match for the bowlers, for the seam bowlers. Seam friendly out there, and it's just a matter of time before wickets fall, and usually quite a short period of time between wickets. Brown the last man to fall, but he certainly rode his luck, Brown, and using up his 9 lives. So Petman stays on. He'll be into his 8th over now, 0 for 22. He's going to be bowling at Holland. 2 slips in place. Petman bowls. That's a lovely shot there. That was over pitched, and that has crashed through the covers just in front of point, out towards that short boundary, and clatters into the advertising boards. 97 for 4. Holland goes on to 38 off exactly 100 balls.
Gave that some umpty, didn't he? My word.
Here's the replay. So that really gives it everything, doesn't he? And it's hit sweetly, perfectly timed, comes out the middle of the bat, and boy, are they chunky bats these days as well. If you find the trampoline middle. Petman to Holland once again. Let's see how he replies. It's almost Yorker length, but keeps it out. Holland, he's seeing it well. He's been the steady man out there, the steady bat for Hampshire. Just been losing partners around him. Opened up with Middleton. Middleton fell for 6, bowled by Patterson. And then Gubbins soon to follow for 10, and that was before lunch. Petman again. He bowls. That's clipped off toes this time of Holland, and it's an easy single into the leg side. There are holes in the leg side. There's a mid-wicket who's close-ish in, and that's an easy run in the end. So Holland goes on to 39 and 98 for 4.
Yeah, it's a split field, isn't it? 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg, and I think that's been needed because Toby Petman has sprayed it around a little bit. There's been, throughout his bowling performance in this match, there's been too many leg side deliveries that have been helped away for runs, so that extra man on the leg side. Got Ben Slater in catching mid-wicket.
Right, the new batsman Dawson is facing, and here's Petman sprinting in, bowling, and that's skewed away into the offside. There's a slight misfield there at points. They will come back for the second. It's gone just backward of point. It wasn't a controlled shot, but it was along the ground, and Dawson is off the mark with that, so he goes on to 2, and the 100 has come up as you hear the ripple of applause around the ground. 100 for 4, and a lead for Hampshire of 166. So we were talking about a comfortable lead of around 200 plus, but of course they'd want more than that. But the way that this game has been panning out, you'd feel that sort of 200 plus ahead would be competitive, would be interesting. But Hampshire, if they get any sort of partnership going now, could of course take the game away from Notts. It's just one partnership away, really. But Holland keeps running out of partners. Okay, standing up. Wicket keeper Moores, 2 slips. Petman in and bowls, and that's defended into the offside. And Montgomery there sweeps in and picks that up. No run. Yeah, and the weather, of course, has been fair all day, so we've had plenty of cricket today. We're trying to squeeze in 104 overs as well, so if we get that far, it's going to be a long old day. Tea at 4 o'clock. What's the time now? 3 o'clock, so an hour till tea.
Yeah.
Mid-wicket in a stationary position there, in a catching position. And here is Petman. Hurtling in, it's on the leg stump again. He's just a little bit loose there, Petman, giving runs away. Easy runs off the hip, just tucked down towards fine leg for 1. So Holland goes on to 39 and steals the strike. Score 101 for 4 Hampshire and a lead of 167 here in the second innings.
Yeah, we've had 9 wickets go down today already, and still more than half the day's allocation left. 57 overs remain in the day, assuming we get them all in. Assuming there'll be an update for local radio listeners in the moment. In the Test match, England are 176 for 2, and Zach Crawley is 98 not out. See if he can get over the line. Of course, Ben Duckett falling just short of his century at Lord's. The second match, here's Hutton, and down the track comes Liam Dawson. He's got 4 through the offside, but another one adapting the "I'm going to get you before you get me" approach. He was dancing down the track there, Liam Dawson. It's a nice shot in the end. The Division 1 whipping boys, Northants. And here at Trent Bridge, Hampshire 105 for 4 in their second innings. That's an overall lead over Notts of 171. Brett Hutton's just returned to the attack, picked up a really important wicket, that of Ben Brown. Notts early today were bowled out for 100. Hampshire 105 for 4. Next one is drilled into the offside, and decent stop, partially stopped by Lyndon James, and they take a single. 106 for 4. How about that for a cue, Isabel? What do you reckon?
It took me by surprise. I think it was sort of half a syllable that came through, wasn't it? But you are a true professional, Dave Bracegirdle, and you just went straight into it. It's flowing here in the commentary box.
Hutton comes in. There are 2 slips to Holland, who's on 39, plays it on the leg side. There's no run. Essex building a decent lead at Chelmsford over Kent, 248 for 5, so they're 41 in front. Middlesex 41 for 1, replying to Surrey's 433 at Lord's. Just mentioned Northants, they're 169 for 9, replying to Somerset's 351. And there's been a fair amount of rain about at Edgbaston. They're currently off there. Warwickshire 43 for 2, replying to Lancashire's 327. Hutton bowls again, slammed through the offside once more by Holland, with emphasis. An exclamation mark at the end, underlined. Super shot. 110 for 4. Division 2, Durham 95 for 2, replying to that Derbyshire score of 443. Brooke Guest eventually out for 197. Game really moving forward at Oakham School, where Worcestershire in their second innings 158 for 9. That's a lead of 226 over Leicestershire. Yorkshire 92 without loss, replying to Sussex's 216. That's Hutton. Bright sunshine, comes in, bowls, and Holland deep into his crease, just defends. The ball's blocked all the way along the carpet back to mid-on where Ben Martindale fields, and it's the first day of the match at Cheltenham between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan batting 120 for 1, but they're currently off for rain as well. 110 for 4 here. Here comes Houghton. Final ball of decent over for Hampshire. There's been a couple of boundaries and a single as well to Holland to finish it. Again, forcing it into the offside. Will Young field. So Nelson on the board for Hampshire. 1-1-1. Add 66 to that and you've got the lead. 177 with 6 wickets left, and those 6 wickets are James Fuller, who biffed his way to a quick-fire 46 yesterday, Felix Organ, Keith Barker, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah, just a slight change in tempo out there with the bat. It was 10 off that last Hutton over, and you just feel there's a bit of intent, particularly when Dawson came out. He's playing his shots. He's 8 off 8 so far, and we know he's got very much an attacking instinct. So 1-1-1 for 4 as Petman again is in 2 slips, and that is on the leg stump. Perhaps that's come off a bit of pad. We'll wait and see what the umpire signals here. Nope, it's a run, it's a single, and that goes to Holland. He's on 45 now off 107. He just needs to tighten up that line, Petman. There was a couple of balls just drifting down the leg side every over for him, and that'll come with experience. And he's still a young man. How old is he, 24?
He's 25, I think.
25. He's only played, this is his 11th first-class game. So gaining experience all the time. Here he is trundling in. Petman bowls, and it's on middle stump and defended well there by Dawson.
Yes, he's played a little bit of first-class cricket for Oxford University and also the Oxford MCCU, which I think is a combined Oxford University and the Oxford Brooks. Not entirely sure about all the necessary intricacies of what goes up to make up the Oxford MCCU, but he had a couple of loan spells last year and played for Derbyshire and Kent as well.
There is Petman again and bowls, and that's pitched up, an attempted drive but not timed there by Dawson, and picks out the fielder Hamid at extra cover. Yes, the university are run by the ECB now, not the MCC. They've handed it over. And that's where he comes from. Certainly Toby Petman, an academic, captained Oxford University. Petman again, sprinting in and bowling. That's well bowled. Defended there by Dawson. Just trying to keep him calm, Dawson. Not giving him anything at the moment. So he's standing up again. He's doing that periodically. It hasn't been every ball. He's coming up now. There's a plan. There's a game plan in there for Tom Moores.
Well, unless it's whichever batter's standing outside their crease.
Still 2 slips. Petman hurtles in and bowls, and that was on leg stump again. Again, it's just a giveaway single. And Dawson just plays that off his hip down to fine leg and goes through for 1. He goes on to 9. The score now 113 for 4. And 179 lead Hampshire.
Sure, we'll see a little bit of Calvin Harrison. You'd like to think so, because Notts have done nothing with that over 8, which is still showing as -3.
Yes, what's the penalty?
A point for every over.
Is it? Okay. Well, that can mean an awful lot, certainly towards the end of the campaign. As Petman is in and bowls, and that's defended there just backward of point, and there is no run, so 113 for 4. 2 singles off that Petman over, just straying down the leg side a little bit. 113 for 4 and a lead of 179, and I think we'll have a change in the commentary box in just a moment.
1-3 for 4. Well, I'll slide in where you are. It makes it a little easier all around.
Musical chairs here in the commentary box.
More from Isabel Duncan a little later on, and in a moment I'll be joined by Kevin James. It's going to be Brett Hutton to continue. It's bowling to Liam Dawson, and Dawson hits it back past the bowler, past the stumps, and took a decent diving stop here by Dane Patterson, who's back on the field for a couple of overs now at mid-on, but they come back for a second run. It's good work from Dane Patterson. Another fast bowler happy to throw himself around. 115 for 4. So that's 13 runs from the last 7 balls that Brett Hutton's bowled after he picked up an important wicket of Ben Brown. This one's nudged back to Hutton. Brown's certainly culpable in his own downfall. Was reckless to the point of even me noticing. 115 for 4. The lead is 181. There's a bit of a kamikaze approach, and it cost him his wicket. There's Hutton. Keeper standing up again. This one's worked on the leg side and fielded. And there's no addition to the total. So 3 wickets to Patterson and 1 to Brett Hutton in this innings. And Kevin has eventually, like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin all those years ago, 20th of July 1969, the Eagle has landed.
Sorry, I've had to plug a few things in there, haven't I?
Here's Hutton, passed on by Warren. Bowls now down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 more. Is it going to be 4 more byes? It is, it is, it is, it is. Tom Moore standing up, and he's not standing up for the ball that is speared quickly down the leg side, and he was unable to stop it. And 4 more onto extras, 4 more onto the total. Extras go to 16. Hampshire 119 for 4, and the lead is 185.
Yeah, I was standing with the locals when that shout against Ben Brown, the LBW, was given not out. They weren't happy.
Next ball on its way, and this is steered to point, and there's no run. And then it looked like maybe Joe Clark said something, because they got a very obvious ticking off. He was on the naughty step as umpire Russell Warren come to me, boy, and Joe Clark, like a naughty 11-year-old, had to walk towards the headmaster. He got a ticking off, and then Hasib Hamid got it in his ear hole. Dawson's on 11. Hutton bowls to him, and this is driven crisply to Hamid, and there's no run. And then Ben Brown showed what he thought of it by advancing down the track to Hutton, slammed him back over his head, and then tried it again and drilled it straight to Hasib Hamid and had to go. So it was an eventful over. 119 for 4, but I don't know, he's a better player than that, Ben Brown. He played some really rash shots. He got away with a few. It's nice when it comes off and looks pretty ugly when it doesn't, but I don't know if there was the need for it, really, to go all out kamikaze, all guns blazing at that particular stage. It
was very bizarre. It's almost the 32 balls that he lasted for is almost worth a show reel on its own, because there was hardly a dull moment in any of those deliveries, ranging from the very first ball where he nearly ran out Ian Holland and probably should have been run out, to the last ball dismissal. It was an incredible 32 balls for 16.
Well, Notts are going to try and work on their negative over rate here, I think. Of course, that's won't be the main reason for bringing Calvin Harrison on. They'll be hoping the leg spinner can winkle out a wicket or two, but they do need to work on that over rate.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, with that very much in mind, and also maybe just because the attacking intent from that pavilion end isn't quite what it may be, or certainly not what Hasib Hamid would like. Short ball. Holland's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. Well, there was no real turn for Harrison in the first innings. Can't believe there's going to be any here. Very much just maybe a containing job one end, and hopefully that Hutton can winkle out 1 or 2 from this Radcliffe Road end. Playing on the back foot there, Holland. Keeps a little low.
Toss it up, won't he? Just try and get it above the eye line, and just hope there might be something adventurous coming from Holland and or Dawson.
Lead is 185 now as Harrison comes in and bowls, driven out into the covers. So we've still got 53.5 overs to do today. Is tea immovable? Was it
I
4
think it's
o'clock?
4 o'clock, yeah.
So we've got a 45-minute duration till then, as Harrison bowls. Forward is Holland. Good accurate stuff to start off with from the leg spinner.
And we're going to have something along the lines of a 40-over final session again, aren't we?
Yeah, we love them, Dave, don't we? Well, Isabel Duncan was off to a dinner date in the evening. Listening to us, we were still here till very late. That's a little bit of air. Was driven out on the onside by Holland for a single. It was a deep mid-wicket. 120 for 4 now, Hampshire in their second innings. Holland moves on to 46.
Ben Martindale is on the field again as a sub at mid-on, son of Duncan Martindale, who played for Notts in the 80s.
Ooh. Sporty family. I got an email just a little earlier when I was off commentary, actually. Cut away by Liam Dawson. There's no backward at point, so that'll be 4. Dawson's been itching to get on with the game as well as he's been out there. 15 off 19, 124 for 4. Raymond Taylor, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, I'm trying to watch the live picture feed, but my computer keeps going back to the start of play, and my iPad is showing 27 for 1. Is it me, or are there problems your end? There's nothing our end, as I understand it. So it's definitely you, Raymond.
No, well, we did say reboot at lunchtime.
Oh, you did. Yeah, there you are.
Kirsty did things.
Yeah.
I don't know what sort of things Kirsty did, but she did things at lunch, and we did give everybody who was with her this morning a little bit of warning, but
Raymond must have missed that.
yeah.
So just reboot. Is it me or you? Can't remember.
It's you, I think.
Is it me?
Oh no, it's not. I beg your pardon. You've just done Calvin Harrison. So Hutton's bowled, and this one's dragged away on the leg side by Holland. Gets his single. Do you need to reply to that correspondent, because he won't be hearing us for another 2 hours or so if he's if he's still at 27 for 1?
I rarely reply on the email, but for you and for Raymond,
Well,
I
for
will do
Raymond,
that. I'll just put reboot, and I'll leave it at that. It won't be hello Raymond, how are you? Nice to see you. Lovely that you're listening and watching. It's just reboot. There we are. Send.
There's Hutton, past umpire Warren. Nice and full, bit of bat and pad together as Dawson wandered across in front of his sticks. Can't get it away properly, and Slater will field. No run.
No pleasantries on that email. Short, sharp, and to the point.
Punchy stuff from Mr. James. Didn't know you were manning the emails as well. Is that the first one we've had of the match? 125 for 4. The old Twittery thing is next door to useless now, isn't it? He's broken it. As Hutton bowls again, a little push and run. Square of the wicket on the offside by Liam Dawson. And there's no, or rather there's 1 run to the total. The lead is 192. Not still requires 6 wickets, and they've got quite a lot of work to do ahead of them. Hutton turns. His 11th over now, bowls and slammed again out into the offside, but Lyndon James is a busy boy on the boundary on the Fox Road side of the ground, not quite anywhere near the Fox Road stand actually. There must be a good 30 yards in from the rope. On 27 for 4. So Dane Patterson, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 22, has done the bulk of the bowling in this innings. Brett Hutton in his 11th over right now, he's 1 for 34. Toby Petman's had 9 overs, Lyndon James 7, and just 1 that we've just seen from Calvin Harrison. That's Hutton. Bowls, lovely shot for 4. Glorious stroke from Liam Dawson, moves on to 20 with a very elegant straight drive. Over pitch by Hutton, trying to get it up there. He's got a couple of slips in and just looking for that little bit of late movement, just trying to find the outside edge, but nothing happening for him, and Dawson drove it straight back with interest.
Beautiful shot. We saw a blocking Liam Dawson last week at Taunton to save the game with Nick Gubbins. We're seeing a more attacking version this afternoon.
Right-hander. Taps his bat a couple of times and then slams this one into the offside, and again out to Lyndon James. The lead up to 198 at the end of that, the 41st over of this innings. 52 overs remain in the day. Hampshire 132 for 4. lead, as I say, 198. Holland within 2 of a half century. Nobody's got there yet in this particular match. James Fuller's 46 in the first innings. Nick Gubbins, wasn't he, made 49. And for Notts, the top scorer, Ben Slater, made 31. Tom Moore's 30. Notts limping to 100 all out this morning from 37.5 overs. Well, Calvin Harrison's had 1 over. Lyndon James back into the attack, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. So whether that was just a little experiment or whether Harrison's going to be switched to this end when Houghton's finished remains to be seen. But just 1 over for the time being for Calvin Harrison. That's only 3 overs he's had in the match.
I think they're just trying to find out if it turns or not, and if it isn't, he's whisked off. Here's Lyndon James then, bowls, forward is Dawson, drives that up to mid-off. Patterson is now fielding at wide mid-off, has been fielding at fine leg. Change of ends, change of scenery for him in the field. 132 for 4 then, 198 the victory. It does feel as though things are getting slightly easier with the sunshine on the pitch a little more today. Maybe it's the match situation as well, which just feels as though when one side starts to pull away that things seem to get easier, but still need to hang in there, Nottingham. As Lyndon James bowls, Dawson on the back foot, pushes that out square on the offside, wants a single, but there isn't one there as Ben Slater comes round from point.
You wouldn't say it's a match that's necessarily been oozing in quality, but I just wonder if we're going to get quite a classical last day, or the third day might become the last day, but a classical third day run chase where until the last run is scored or the last wicket is taken, we're not entirely sure how it's going to pan out.
Lyndon James right arm over, bowls to Dawson. Dawson flicks that away on the leg side. There is a fielder deep, single to him. Takes him on to 22, 133 for 4.
Certainly if Notts don't bat better than they did in the first innings, that won't enter the thinking at all. Bundled out for just 100. Most sarcastic applause you could ever wish to hear greeted Notts bringing up the 3 figures, and then the innings ended I think a ball or 2 later.
Here's Lyndon James driving on the up is Holland, and that's going for 4 backward a point. Bit of width, and for Ian Holland that is his half century. Very, very good innings in the context of the game. 52 of 116 balls with 8 fours.
Yes, well battered. Had 1 or 2 coaching tips from Kevin James last night on how to approach the game today, and he's certainly taken all that on board, Kev. Well done. You can have the assist.
Some would say he's discarded it all, and that's why he's got 50. That is a 13th career first-class half-century for Ian Holland, who blocks that one back to the bowler.
And what's his best? Has he had a ton?
Oh yes.
Oh, right.
Oh yes. He has 300s. All opening the batting. In the days when he opened the batting, up until the start of this season for Hampshire. But I would say pretty much that's his top score of the season. He's been batting in the lower middle order when he's played in the early games. Didn't play the last 3. And 46 not out was his previous best. That's turned away on the onside. Good fielding at mid-wicket. The 46 not out came in the second game against Surrey at the Oval, second innings. 137 for 4 at the end of that over.
Yeah, could look to nail down this spot for the remaining county championship games this season. Of course, his good fortune and good form in this innings. Bad news for Joe Weatherly, I guess, who was omitted. Yeah, Calvin Harrison, a switch of ends, Kevin. A switch of ends for the leg spinner. So Brett Hutton just had a brief spell there, got a wicket in his first over, then the next 2 overs went for a few runs, 11 overs, 1 for 39 for Hutton. He's out of the attack, so Calvin Harrison going to bowl from our end of the ground, which will be a treat for us, I'm sure. Going to be bowling to Dawson. This partnership as well is starting to hurt Notts. They put 48 on from 45 balls. .137 for 4. Here's Harrison down the leg side, and I think Liam Dawson will feel he's missed out on that. It's almost a bit of a free hit down the leg side. Had he got anything on it, it's bound to get runs. But it went through and was stopped by the pads of Moores. Harrison again tosses this one up. Dawson plays it nicely, in control of the shot, out as far as Slater in the covers. 137 for 4. As Harrison again tosses it up, this time on the pads, and Asiba Mead makes the stop, but he has to dive, and in so doing there's enough time for the 5th wicket pairing to go through for a single. Men out. Fletcher Middleton was first to go. Unfortunate dismissal for Fletcher Middleton as Harrison bowls to the half-centurion Holland, who defends. He's on 52. Ball, I think, struck bat and pad and then rolled back. He just trickled back to the stumps. Middleton just not quite able to locate where the ball was going, as this one is again driven out on the onside, fielded by Hamid, and the ball just ran back and just had enough strength to disturb a bail as it just rolled gently into the stumps. Harrison again down the leg side, and not taken cleanly by Moores, but doesn't go through for byes. 138 for 4. Second out was Nick Gubbins. If the first one only just touched the stumps, this one demolished them, as Gubbins had a stump uprooted. I thought it was leg stump. One of our correspondents put me right and said it was off stump, but I need to have a look at that when we see it again. But either way, a couple of clean bowls for Dane Patterson. Gubbins out for 10. James Finch went for 15 also to Patterson. It's a good catch at second slip by Harrison, and Ben Brown, he drilled Brett Hutton to Asiba Mead at mid-off there, the 4 to 4. Brown out for 16.
Lyndon James ready to start his 9th over, none for 23. As he's reinforced the covers, got an extra cover in now. Is that Joe Clark gone out there?
Yeah.
Here's James then, right arm over. Forward is Dawson. Good start to the over. I'm just looking at the hover cover to our left, the Park Hospital, it says. Other hospitals available, of course. Is that a private hospital?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
I think that's the one where I had my buck operation in. That seems to ring a bell.
Yeah, probably would have been.
I don't know why. All those years ago, it's reminded me of that, just looking at that. I don't know why I didn't notice it before.
Why? Why did you have to come to Nottingham for an operation?
Because the surgeon up here was the one that thought he knew what was wrong.
Oh.
That's driven out square on the offside by Dawson. It's not going to the boundary, and Dawson's going to turn for 2. That's good running, aggressive running there from Dawson. It's not the biggest boundary out there, so normally a throw from deep would give you more time. And there's a 50 partnership for this 5th wicket, and that has come off just 53 balls between Liam Dawson and Ian Holland.
Yeah, not been too many of those in the game. Gubbins and Vince put 60 odd on in the first innings for Hampshire, and there was another one, wasn't there, later on involving James Fuller. 140 for 4. So did a Nottingham surgeon sort you back out?
He did.
Good man.
Back in 1990, as Lyndon James bowls, driven on the up Dawson, but there is a man out in the covers, does well. Is that Hutton out there?
Yeah.
Diving to his right, right on the boundary's edge.
That's the Hutton tumble, unmistakable Hutton tumble.
Not quite in front of the few Hampshire fans that are here, just round to their left, but it's certainly in front of a few homegrown fans who gave him a good round of applause. Bit of an unforgiving lot just to our right here as well. They would have. They're on Brett and Hutton's side, you know, when I was there for that incredible over of Ben Brown's. We thought we had him LBW and then had him later on in the over, caught at extra cover. Single out in the covers this time for Ian Holland.
Were you just eavesdropping, or were you part of the conversation?
Oh, well, I wanted to be, but I actually, do you know what? I'm not joking. My first, because I was almost behind the bowler's arm there, and my first thought when it wrapped him on the pad was, I thought, oh my God, that's out.
Yeah.
But maybe height might have just been an issue, but my initial thought was it was out. And then Joe Clark obviously had to feel he had his input. The crowd certainly at this end had an input. But they were right behind Hutton. And we're very pleased when he got Brown near the end of the over.
Yeah.
Forward is Dawson, up to mid-on.
I'm just about to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, and be aware there may well be follow-up questions with Aaron doing the afternoon show today. There sometimes are. 142 for 4.
Shall I convey to the listeners and watchers the question at the same time? Because they won't hear it, will they?
Yes, lovely afternoon here now, Aaron. Just missing an ice cream, really. 142 for 4, Hampshire. 3 wickets for Dane Patterson. Brett Hutton with the most recent one, that of Ben Brown. A fairly comfortable catch for a Seba Mead, the skipper, at mid-off. So the match situation, Hampshire have stretched their lead beyond 200. It's 208 at the moment. Notts a disappointing morning where they were blown away quickly, losing their last 5 wickets for 5 runs. But they fought back a little bit with the ball. Hampshire 142 for 4, leading by 208.
No, he'd had enough of you. Calvin Harrison then, with his 3rd over, number 6 so far for the leg spinner, who doesn't seem to be getting too much out of this pitch, which is not too much of a surprise either. That's turned away square on the leg side by Holland. Moves on to 54, 143 for 4. The lead now is 209 and climbing. I think Notts will be starting to feel a little uneasy at the situation, especially the way the wicket's play now, although they'll be saying, well, do you know what? Now the wicket's playing a bit easier. Bigger totals that's driven out towards mid-wicket isn't going to cause so much of a problem, but with Hampshire with 6 wickets still remaining.
Could never land a leg. He couldn't.
Could you not?
Just not. I don't know. Not subtle enough. Supple enough wrist or whatever it is. Just couldn't land it properly, consistently.
Dawson steers that to backward a point.
Not an easy.
Were you a
art
seam
to,
bowler?
Yeah. Not an easy art to master, is it? Really?
It's not easy at all. Anybody that could bowl anywhere near straight and a good length, doing what that is doing is a good effort. That's Fullish driven up to mid-off.
Certainly Shane Warne who got youngsters interested in the art of bowling leg spin, wasn't it?
Yep. Made it look easy, didn't he?
Weren't too many around back in the day.
You meant to hear that was here for a while.
Well, yeah.
At our place, made it look easy. Harrison just flighted a little bit, driven by Dawson up to mid-off once more.
Likes a celebration, that boy.
He does, doesn't he? I should imagine him one end and Samit Patil the other. That the miles covered in celebration would be something else. Well forward, Dawson, smothering the ball there. That's a good over. 143 for 4. Just a single off it. Lead is 209. In fact, your over rate wouldn't be particularly good with those two on if they take regular wickets. Running away to square leg and beyond every time there's a wicket that falls.
Notts over 8 is now -2, so the Harrison effect just starting to have an influence on that over 8. So he bowled a couple of overs. There's Lyndon James from the pavilion end. In now to Ian Holland, gets off strike with another single. They're playing fairly close to the Bridgeford Road side of the square. In fact, far end of the ground, a makeshift screen, tarpaulin, call it what you will, has been constructed between the pavilion and the Batman board to block out any movement in the car park or people going in and out of the reception at that end of the ground. Obviously it does its job. There's Lyndon James in again to Dawson. Defensive block back to Lyndon James. And there's no run. The lead 210, and Notts require 6 wickets still before they can begin any sort of run chase. So could be bowling, you'd imagine, for the bulk of the day. Hampshire will certainly be hoping. There's still 2 full days left to bat until stumps tonight at least. Tomorrow's supposed to be fine weather-wise. 144 for 4 as James bowls again, and this is dropped on the leg side. Yesterday we lost 16 overs, didn't we, in the allocation, so I'm presuming we'll be down for 104 over day again tomorrow, because we've only been able to make up 8 overs today if we get them all in.
Yeah, I think you're right. Another long day for us,
Yeah.
Dave, tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we don't mind.
Oh,
We love it. We'd be here till 10 o'clock at night if we could.
as a lot of people have said to me, rain forecast on day 4. Let's get it done and dusted in 3. As this one is pushed into the offside. Depends where your allegiances lie as to which way you're looking at that. But there's still plenty of overs and not that many wickets to fall in the match, actually, compared with the 24 that have gone down. At the most, we're only going to have another 16 wickets to fall, and of course Notts will be hoping that there's less than 16 go down. Here comes Lyndon James. Lovely afternoon right now. Bowls to Dawson. Again, happy just to block this one. He's faced 43 deliveries now for his 26. The partnership is 55.
Yeah, it's been a good one. I don't know, for me, I don't know about you, Dave, but this prolonged period of sunshine this afternoon just seems to have just taken a few of the demons out of the pitch.
Yep.
I mean, it hasn't been big, I say it's just been nibbling around, but it just feels now as though the pitch is quietening down a bit.
And that coupled with the ball going a little softer. Zach Crawley's 123 not out for England, by the way, as Dawson again blocks. I think last time I did an update he was 98 not out. Well, he's on 123 not out at the end of the over here. 144 for 4. Just quickly, the batting sides in Division 1. Essex 270 for 5 against Kent. Middlesex 45 for 3 against Surrey. Northampton following on at Wantage Road against Somerset, and second time round they're 15 for 1. And we've had rain pretty much since mid-morning at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 43 for 2 replied to Lancashire's 327. In Division 2, Durham batting 136 for 2. Leicestershire, they're 12 for 1 in the 4th innings of the match there. They require a further 226 to beat Worcestershire. Yorkshire 106 for 1, Glamorgan 120 for 1, and they've taken an early tea there at Chelmsford, to Cheltenham.
What are they going to say about that Oakham wicket then? Bad shots, that's what they'll say. Forward is Ian Holland, start of a new over from the leg spinner Calvin Harrison. That's what they always say, isn't it, really? I mean, there's no way a game should be that far in front on day 2, is there? No matter what the surface is. Well, if it's not a good surface, it will do. So it's pushed out on the onside. There'll be some excuse made.
Yes, and Leicestershire, they're up towards the top end of Division 2, aren't they? That'll be a blow if they don't get over the line against Worcestershire.
Some bowls. Holland steers that to mid-wicket where Hamid fields. And there was another question I was going to ask you about some of those scores. Can't remember what it was. I'll think of it in a minute. Here's Seth Harrison. Slightly short. Holland whips it away behind square on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 56, 145 for 4. As the sun continues to shine, which it has for most of the afternoon, which, if you're watching cricket here, is absolutely ideal. From a Hampshire point of view, it's good in terms of building a lead. They'll probably want the clouds to start coming over as the lead builds a bit further yet, as Dawson turns that away on the leg side. I'm sure Hamid wishes those clouds, whatever clouds there is, to come over and just try and retain some moisture, which is disappearing out of this pitch and just making things a lot deader now for the bowlers, as that's turned to Hamid once more at mid-wicket. Still looking lively, the Nottinghamshire captain out there, 146 for 4.
It's alright, I'm just sorting out the
Thought it was time out for Isabel Duncan. Apparently it was for tea.
she's doing a tea run.
Oh, there's going to be some more scones downstairs.
Wow.
There's no more scones.
I suspect that's the method in a madness. Would you like me to go and fetch you a cup of tea, Dave?
It's nice of her.
146 for 4. As Lyndon James comes in to bowl to Dawson, gets a single off his hips. Do you know, I reckon it might be quietly just getting a little warmer out there outside, Kevin, because on the gantry in front of us I can see that Aaron has resorted to some makeshift headwear, and
very fetching.
Very fetching indeed. Didn't I hear you say you wanted to be a little mischievous with our camera crew today?
Shall we have a bit of fun?
Well, I think we've got Jono on top of the pavilion at the moment at the far end as Lyndon James comes in from that end and bowls, and Holland drills it up to mid-off. Is that you up there, Jono? Give us a wave if you're listening to us. He's perhaps got the test match on. High on top of the pavilion. There he is. Well, look, did you see him wave?
Well, for spotting him out there in this distance,
yeah,
and not only to spot him, there's somebody there, but to actually know exactly who that is.
He's up by the clock there.
Fantastic effort from you.
Spence was up there yesterday. Well, Spence has found a nice little sun trap. He's just backing into the corner. Look, a nice little sun trap at the base of the Fox Road stand as Lyndon James comes in and bowls and just pushed into the offside. Give us a wave, Spence. There he's waving. Look, can you see him? Look, he's blended in with the crowd. Look, white seats over there, and he's dressed in white today just in case he's required to go on and do a bit of subfielding. That's terrific. Thank you, boys and girls. Include Kirsty in that, who's beavering around here, there and everywhere. Lyndon James just showing a bit of leg here. He's rolled up his do we still call them flannels, his cricket trousers, and looks as if there's a little bit of a support or bandage on that left knee that's maybe been a bit constricted. Oh, he's taking it off, look now. Taking it all off. The physio will be, what on earth are you doing? I put that on for a reason, the small crikey. There's more bandage than heaven knows what to do with it, and Seba Mead says, I'll have that, mate, and take it off the field.
Got far to run on that short boundary side.
No. Could have gone to sign it and popped it on a well-known auction site. Lyndon James bandage. 149 for 4. He's ready, and he comes bandage free and bowls to Holland, who punches it into the offside. And there's no run, and that's Joe Clark doing the fielding. So what naughtiness were you planning then with the camera crew? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. 149 for 4. We're in the 48th over of the innings. The Notts first innings, by the way, only lasted 37.5 overs. Bowled out for 100. Hampshire second time around, 149 for 4 as James bowls. This is turned away by Ian Holland for a single. So that's the 150 up. 150 for 4. The lead is 2-1-6. The last wicket went down 13 overs ago. 150 for 4. You were there and then you weren't there.
Yeah, I'm back. I can't leave you for too long, Dave.
Thank you, Arnie. 150 for 4. Last man out was Ben Brown for 16. Before that, Fletcher Middleton for 6. Nick Gubbins 10. And James Vince, the big fish, out for 15. Lyndon James wicketless so far in this innings. Bowls, and Dawson will maybe get 2 here. Will he get 2? No, Will Young got round to it quickly. They do come back for 2. In comes the return from the Kiwi. Instantly reaches up and clutches his left shoulder as if to say, well, I can't throw it any harder than that. And they do come back for 2. 152 for 4.
Right, okay. So we have a bit of fun with the camera?
Well, you can have a bit of fun with the camera crew. I have to work with these wonderful, wonderful ladies and gentlemen and production crew every day of the year, and I think they're absolutely wonderful.
They're going to hate me, I know they are.
Well, what are you going to do?
What about
one ball and then it's the end of the over. Here's Lyndon James in and bowls, and Liam Dawson defends. This has nothing to do with me, Kirsty. I have no idea what's going on.
Right. I know I'm going to be hated, I know.
Go on then.
So let's focus on the Hampshire dressing room and on the balcony. There's 3 people there. Let's have a look who they are. This is not helping. Oh, there we are, straight away. Now, I would say on the left is Keith Barker. In the middle, that might be James Vince. I think there was 3. The one just went inside.
Well, Aaron's obviously got those pictures.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I was going to say, how nosy are these cameras? I mean, how much can you zoom in? Is that it, Aaron? You know, how nosy could one be? We'll see after.
Well, you're in a public spot.
Here is Calvin Harrison. In and bowls, tossed up and drilled back past him for runs. Will it be stopped? It won't be stopped by Dane Patterson. It's beyond him and gone away for 4. Nice shot, 156 for 4, and Holland will go into the 60s. He's on to 61. I don't know if you can zoom in like with binoculars. I mean, you can only zoom in so far, can't you? But these are high-powered bits and pieces, aren't they?
There's the Notts dressing room. So who's there, Dave?
We've got Ant Boter on the right-hand side, Peter Moores, Kevin Shine, and then it had disappeared before I saw the other one. They're all being a little mischievous now, aren't they? It's Harrison Bowles. This is a fine partnership worth 67.
Is it Aaron on the camera this end?
It's the other one. I've just let a look through my binoculars. Is one certain Luke Jack Fletcher up there resting after his lunchtime workout. Next one is driven back past Harrison, and they'll get a single. I wonder if Luke's in for a tea time session out there bowling as well. Another single taken, 157 for 4. The lead is 223. Hampshire and Clover here, Kev.
Yeah, they're in a good position, no doubt about that.
Harrison once more on the leg side, swept away. It was in the air for a little part of its journey out to Lyndon James. There couldn't have been much of a clean contact on that from Liam Dawson, because it is a short boundary, but it landed well in front of Lyndon James. 158 for 4. There's Harrison again. There's none for 15. There's Slater doing the fielding. Top score for Notts yesterday, made 31. Harrison to conclude this over, 158 for 4. Next one's punched away wide of Slater, fielded by Petman, and it's 159 for 4 as an aeroplane goes in the distance over the top of the Batman board. That'll just swing round and drop into East Midlands Airport. We've got the protective pads and helmet and heaven knows what else. There we are, look at that. We've got an aeroplane on the live stream. Shouldn't get too excited about an aeroplane, but that's good camera work, Aaron.
He's doing a great job, isn't
he?
Really? I think we need to test him just that little bit more, because he's been up to everything that we've tried out so far. We might just have to up the ante as we go along. He's absolutely going to hate me. I worry that at tea time he's going to come looking for me. He's going to come round the back of the box and he's going to wait for me to come out. And he says, "Is that you really doing that?" Chris Tregonning at Solent Sport on the tweet says, "Good afternoon. What say fight back from Hampshire?" And I think it was actually James Fuller on the balcony along with King Keith. Yes, they call him King Keith down our way. Keith Barker. So thank you very much, Chris. Your eyesight is probably better than mine. The camera work was certainly up to it. My eyesight maybe not so much, as we have a bowling change. Now, we have Brett Hutton on at the pavilion end, and I don't think you say that too often, Mr. Brace Girdle. But I think needs must.
Oh, thank you very much.
For me, really, since Dane Patterson has come off at this Radcliffe Road end, things just appear a fraction easier for Hampshire. It might be a combination of a lot of things, though.
Sorry, Kev. Russell Warren's decided he can't see from square leg, so he's moving over to point.
There he is, on the short boundary side. Here's Hutton, right arm over from the pavilion then. Bowles short. Holland ducks underneath that. Ollie Arnold at Sun and Sports says, he did message me yesterday actually, and he said, "As mentioned last night, I'm so delighted for Dutchy," that's Ian Holland. Tricky season for him so far, but great to see him making a great contribution to the game with both bat and ball. Yes, there's a lot of Ian Holland supporters down our way that will be delighted that he's having such a good game, especially after the game didn't start too well for him when he got a duck in the first innings on the first morning, first afternoon by the time we started. Pulled away and fielded at square leg. Oh, lovely bit of fielding there from Dane Patterson. Just pushed his hand down towards the ground and the ball landed straight in it.
Bit nonchalant, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Richard Dawson on Twitter at Brace Cricket. Back in 1975, the county championship required at least 19.5 overs an hour to be bowled. Clubs failing to reach this will be fined £1,000, 500 for the club and 500 for the players. The prize money for the county championship was winners 3,000 down to 5.
Pulled away, missed, but still an appeal as the ball went through to Tom Moores.
Down to 500 for fourth, so a huge amount. Makes you wonder why they struggle to bowl that many today. The last game, Kev, and I forget which correspondent it was, thank you so much, but one of our regulars came up with one that I'd not heard put forward before. I'll mention in a second. Sutton doesn't take long to turn around.
He's in again to Holland. Holland on the back foot, steers that out through the covers. That'll go for 4. Hasn't got far to travel. Away to our right. Lovely shot right in behind that, right on top of the bounce. He moves on to 67, 163 for 4.
Talking about over rates and sides failing to keep up with the necessary over rates and all the rest of it. I've not heard this put before. It might be something that is sort of commonly out there, but I've not heard this. If your over rate is behind, I'll mention in a second.
Hutton in again to Holland. Short down the leg side, lets it go by.
Or to put it the other way around, if you're behind on your over rate, you can't have a second new ball when it becomes due.
Well, yeah, that's one of a few theories, yeah.
And they could do that in the tests as well. They've tried all sorts, fines, and obviously in the county championship we realised last night till heaven knows when, and all the rest of it. But to maintain a healthy over rate, if you want a second new ball, you've got to keep your over rate up to where it should be.
That's very short. Holland hardly has to duck underneath that, and I've seen those called a wide in the past. 163 for 4. The lead is 229. No, that's a perfectly valid theory, and I mean one that I've heard quite a bit. I mean, for those who've watched of an older generation who've watched county cricket of sort of 30 or 40 or even 50 years ago, is that, as I understand it, county cricket, it probably was 50 years ago because it wasn't long after I was playing, but in those days, literally. And you probably might, I wouldn't say you would remember, Dave, but apparently a lot of games they used to have seam bowlers on, and then really the rest of the day was spin.
It's Harrison bowling to Dawson. He defends this one. Of course, there was a period where, you know, everybody talks about Rice and Hadley, Rice and Hadley, Rice and Hadley, but then there'd be other days where it was Mike Bourne, Eddie Hemmings that bowl all day.
Yeah.
Get him all the wickets.
But even days before Rice and Hadley, there was a lot of spin being bowled.
Next delivery sent down by Harrison, just squirted away on the leg side. Nobody at square leg. Single taken. A Mead from mid wicket has to run round and fetch the ball.
And another sort of reasons that I've heard put forward was that, especially in days of uncovered wickets, the seamers couldn't really stand up, even though they were playing. The seamers couldn't run in loads, so the spinners were bowling.
Harrison again off 2 or 3 steps and then a leap, and then whips the shoulder over, bowls a ball of fullish length, which Holland on 67 defends, and Harrison fetches it back himself. There he comes once more. Again defended by Holland. Might be a little bit of playing for the tea interval now for Hampshire. They were 44 for 2 at lunch from 19 overs. 164 for 4 in the 51st here as we move towards the second interval of the day. Will Young doing the fielding in the covers.
I mean, bowling definitely becoming harder now.
It's Harrison again. Goals, and once more just a defensive block by Holland. Of course, Notts would qualify. There's enough overs left in the day. Would qualify for a second new ball, but you'd imagine another 29 overs on, Hampshire would be over the hill and out of sight. Notts have got to be planning and thinking and desperate to get them out well before the 80th over. But after 51, they're 164 for 4. The lead is 230.
There's Tom Moores and Brett Hutton having a chat. If you're watching the live picture feed there, just trying to work out how they're going to pick up this wicket, certainly just before the break, and even if they don't, Notts would certainly want to pick one up or 2 up not soon after the break. So a bit of work to do here for the home side. 230 is the lead, and Hutton comes in now. This will be over number 52. That's just another short one from Hutton. Seems to favour the short ball bowling from this pavilion end. Maybe that's another indication of how there's not quite so much happening now for the seam bowlers. Should we give Ollie one more test before tea? There is a Hampshire contingent. What's that new stand called? I forget what it's called. Away to our right, that cuts off.
Well,
the
name at the back, the Smith Cooper stand.
Smith Cooper stand. There's a little Hampshire contingent there, with the flag on the front row. We'll have a look at them. We'll pick them up. Oh, it's smashed away by Liam Dawson, flat back through mid-on. It's a bit like watching the Ashes Test, where they're expecting a short ball, they stand away to square leg and smash it. And that one's all along the ground, 4 runs. It's like he was expecting it before it even was released from the hand.
A bit like Wimbledon, wasn't it? A forehand smash.
15 love.
Yeah, that's Aaron out on the gantry in front of us.
Aaron out.
So the flag, the Hampshire flag towards the Batman board, Aaron, on the front row. There we are.
There they are.
So do you know any of those?
Yeah, that's Colin on the left. They were at Taunton. On the right, I'm not quite sure. I think there's another one of the guys just to the right by the gate.
Do protein shakes come in cans? Somebody there.
There they are on camera. He doesn't even. He's looking over. He's not even realising he's on camera right now. Yes, they were at Taunton. They went home, had a quick change, went up to Birmingham for the finals day, and then came back, and then they've moved on up here as well. Thank you, Aaron. That's very kind of you. I think he's my friend still. As in comes Hutton. And bowls, and Dawson gets a leg ball, tucks it away behind square on the leg side, and that's Joe Clark fielding at fine leg.
Did you do the duration at finals day, or as soon as you're out, you were off?
Well, I wasn't off out the door as soon as the game was over. Just had to do a little bit of work, and I went over to one of the boxes that Hampshire had and just had a quick drink there, and just we all drowned our sorrows, and then I was home by 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
Right.
Which is considerably earlier than the final, as you know.
What's the final?
No. Did I? Oh, there's a good delivery. Leg ball, pushing forward there, Ian Holland. Probably the first ball that we've seen just nip away and straighten up for a little while now, and we haven't really been saying that this game. The balls that are just moving are just getting a little few and further between the deliveries, but that is a beauty. And immediately there was a response. With 2 slips in. That was a beauty of a delivery from Hunt.
Indeed, yeah. Yes, Dickens didn't say finals day can be the best of times, can be the worst of times.
Yeah. Well, Dave, you've been there many times, so have I. Holland's on the back foot, steers that up to mid-off, and they are great days, there's absolutely no doubt about it, but I've been there 10 times now. Which, listen, first and foremost, I'm very lucky. But when you've been there that many, they don't quite hold the same excitement as the first few, and of course they certainly don't, because Hampshire now, and included in this stat is Notts. Hampshire have now lost 7 semi-finals up at Edgbaston, and I remember the one that one of those was Notts, was down the leg side. Holland pushes that towards fine leg. In fact, Dave, I'll recall the year. It was 2017.
Yeah, I can recall the first ball of the Hampshire innings.
Oh, go on.
Can you remember the first ball of the Hampshire innings?
It was either a 4 or a wicket.
There's us.
Oh, hello everybody. There we are.
So that is zoom work. That's great zoom work from Jono at the far end of the ground. But there we are. And the one where Kev is out, that's the one that Alex Hales blasted the ball through all those years ago.
Really?
You heard about that? It landed.
No.
It landed there on the desk.
Wow.
As Harrison bowls. That's not good radio or television, I know that, saying it landed there on the desk, but there is a mark on the desk, single taken, and it landed.
Oh, yeah.
And it landed about 6 inches away from Martin Emerson's tablet, his pride and joy, and it would have smashed it to bits. And the ball bounced off the wooden bench where we commentate from, where all our things are, as Harrison comes in and bowls, and this is a mistimed cut, and the ball bounced and hit the board behind us, this wooden board behind us, and I caught it on the rebound, so I'm holding
congratulations.
So I'm holding it like this, and it looked to all the world, looking through the window, as if I'd caught it, but I didn't. And as I went to throw it back, Marty said, hang on, I'll take your photo, And as he's saying this, Ian Ward on the Sky commentary is saying, all right, you've got your selfie, please can we have our ball back? And that was on the Sky commentary.
Lovely.
171 for 4 as Harrison is in and bowls, and it's defended, and I've got very few cricket souvenirs or autographs or mementos or anything like that, but I've got that ball. Alex Hale signed the ball for me. I got it off Tim Robinson was one of the umpires, and they got the ball, and Hale signed it, and I've still got that.
Fantastic. That's a big hit, that, isn't it? to get it this high, this distance.
Next ball is defended back to Harrison, 171 for 4. Completely lost it because it went up in the air, and as Kevin can see, but obviously the listeners and viewers can't, there's like an overhang above us, and sort of lost it there, and then it just dropped suddenly and came in through our window, and as I say, at the bench between
the mark.
Between us. Yeah,
wow.
I think it's been filled in.
Yeah,
this is pushed back to Harrison, 171 for 4. Is it tea time? Is it tea time, Mr. Umpire? It's just clicked over the digital board to 1600 hours. The players, I think, are making their minds up for the umpires, which isn't the way we should go about it, and they are going to troop off at 171 for 4 as we hit 4 o'clock. So we've still got 40 overs remaining, exactly 40 overs remain. Hampshire 171 for 4, leading by 237. Ian Holland is 69 not out. He's been terrific. Liam Dawson equally so. He's 37 not out. Middleton bowled Patterson 6, Gubbins bowled Patterson 10, Vince caught Harrison bowled Patterson 15, and Brown caught a Mead bowled on 16 of the 4 to be dismissed. Work for Nottinghamshire to do, work for Isabel Duncan, Kevin James and myself, Dave Bracegirdle, to do in 20 minutes, and to get ourselves ready for that, we'll all have a quick comfort break. We'll speak to you when the players come back.
And welcome back to Trent Bridge. We've just had tea and scones and cream and jam and all sorts of things. It's 171 for 4 here for Hampshire, very much in the ascendancy with a lead of 237 in the 53rd over, and things are just easing up out there in the sunshine. The ball's a bit softer and things are certainly looking a lot easier batting. And just taking the game away from Notts and extending this lead with only 4 down. We have Ian Holland, that man from the USA, on 69. Liam Dawson ably supporting him on 37 at the other end. And I think this partnership's worth 85 if my mental arithmetic is up to scratch. But certainly hitting quite a few milestones here, Hampshire. With that lead over 200 now, they'll be feeling a bit safer. And there are more runs to be had out there as far as I can see. We've seen a little bit of spin from Calvin Harrison, but he hasn't looked like he was going to take a wicket. 0 for 18 off 7, but it does add variety. And Not certainly searching around for this wicket, doing everything they can. And Hamid, of course, the stand-in captain, looking to his seam bowlers. And Kevin James is sitting next to me in the commentary box here, the voice of Hampshire County Cricket Club.
Well, I think that was the first session in the game that we've seen where the bat has actually dominated the ball. 127 runs added for the loss of just 2 wickets between lunch and tea.
So, here we have Hutton. It is Hutton, and there's a play and a miss. There's a jab outside the off stump. And that is well fielded there. In the end by, I think, first slip. We might see a replay of that.
Oh, it was second slip, actually.
Was it second slip?
I think there might have been an edge, just fell short. Well, interesting enough, the afternoon session was virtually wall-to-wall sunshine, and yet over the tea break, the clouds have started to roll in. So might this mean that the ball behaviour might change again?
Hutton once more, thundering in pavilion end, bowls, and this time it's left alone by Holland. Holland on 69 off 154 has been the anchor man. But yes, it does seem all about the batting now. And you're right, Kevin, it is the first time that batters have been enjoying themselves out there and felt that they could actually score some runs and feel more comfortable. I mean, nobody up until really now has felt more settled than these two. And this partnership, easily the biggest partnership of this match. In fact, it's worth 82 as Hutton is in and bowls, and that's just punched into the leg side by Holland for no run.
Well, it's got to be, for me, Hutton this far end and then Patterson this end, and maybe, just maybe, the conditions where the clouds are a little lower might just swing back in the bowler's favour for a little while. Maybe not from what we've seen so far in the game, but certainly from the afternoon session where the ball just seemed to do very little after those 2 wickets fell after lunch.
Hutton again trundling in. Bowling as a play and a miss, just takes his bottom hand off the bat there. That bounce reared up to Holland, very tricky, but doesn't make any contact with it as the ball thuds into the gloves of the wicketkeeper there, Tom Moores. 171 for 4, Hampshire, with Notts all out for 100 earlier on today. They just tumbled. It was 5 wickets taken in 5 runs and 5 overs within 40 minutes. So yeah, that was a crumble for Notts. So they started with that lead of 66, which makes all the difference, of course, for Hampshire. Hutton bowls, and there's another play and a miss there.
That's a beauty of the ball, that's pitched around middle and off and gone past the outside edge. That's an absolute beauty. Now, again, for me now, these conditions have just altered things a little bit. Batting already looking trickier than it did for an hour and a half or so before tea.
That's right. It's almost a different game, isn't it, after tea now? And you're right about the sun. Things have darkened up a little bit. The sun has gone into hiding as Hutton again sprints in and bowls, and that's defended. This time gets plenty of contact on the bat. Holland. So a great start for Hutton there, troubling the batters with a maiden. 1 for 49 are his figures, and it's all about really Patterson and Hutton with the ball, getting it to wobble around, getting it to nibble. They're the ones that have done the damage so far. So I don't think we'll see spin after lunch. We're going to have a change of bowling from this Radcliffe Road end.
Looks like the breeze is getting up a bit as well if you're watching the live picture feed. tops of those trees. Although the flag actually is fairly static, but definitely feels a little cooler than it was.
It does.
A little while ago. Hasn't stopped the workers though on the Dave Bracegirdle Care Home new building that's going up away to our right.
The buzzy drilling. It's like a sort of pesky fly, isn't it, that sound?
So it is Dane Patterson. Now, Notts really do need a good sort of 4 or 5 overs from each of these bowlers to put real pressure under Hampshire. Here's bowls to Dawson, and that's out cracked away to deep point, where there was a big gap in the cover field. Sweeper out there on the boundary. Dawson moves on to 38, 172 for 4. This partnership moves on to 83. We were having a bit of fun with the camera work before tea, focusing on 1 or 2 sections of the crowd. And Paul Williams, who's a big Hampshire fan, who's in Portugal, tweeted at Sonnet Sport. He says, "It's great to see our friends with the flag today. He misses their company." I think Paul just about spends most of his time in Portugal now, if not all. Don't see him around the ground at the Aegeus so much now. Driving is Holland, a little bit of width, not time, but it's again found the gap in the covers. And Ian Holland moves on to 70, 173 for 4. The lead is 239. And Ian East, who was questioning Hampshire's selection when Hampshire was struggling at the top of their innings early yesterday afternoon, says at Sonnet Sport, "Still don't like the team selection overall, but credit where it's due. Holland has played superbly to go along with an excellent spell of bowling last night." Yes, he certainly is having a good all-round game. As it's Dawson to face the next delivery. Patterson in. Dawson whips it away through mid-wicket. Now, that's not going to quite go all the way, because again, there's a fielder patrolling the boundary, but 2 more to Liam Dawson. Takes him on to 40, 175 for 4.
This might get a little bit more swing out there in this sort of different weather. As you said, a drop in temperature, and the sun has disappeared, and the seamer's really just grabbing at anything here to try and manipulate this ball. It has softened up, of course. We're in the 55th over, so we're quite a long way off that new ball. Certainly not on the horizon.
Here comes Patterson again. Bowls. Dawson forward. No single there, even though he was alert to the possibility. He's typical sort of Dawson, really, just plays it out and tries to keep the fielders on their toes. Vince and Brown, the 2 wickets that fell. Vince, after around 40 minutes of the afternoon session. Oh no, we had 10 past 1, didn't we? So that was 10-2 that we came out. So it was about half an hour into the afternoon session when he was out for 15, and Ben Brown, well, that was an innings of contrast. Now it's pushed to mid-on, have to hurry here, throw at the, oh, there, the throw hits the stumps, but home is Ian Holland, and that is a super bit of fielding. Is that Clark? Pittman. He was on it like a flash. It was always a tight single, threw the stumps down at the keeper's end, but Holland was home.
Yeah, really smart pick up there, on the move as well, and hitting those stumps flush. But yeah, Holland running to the danger end there. Bit of tip and run.
176 for 4. Hampshire keen to keep that scoreboard ticking along. Keep building that lead, which is 242 now. Holland forward. Goes out into the covers. Ben Slater. That is end of Patterson's first over after the tea break. 14 overs, 3 for 27. Picked up those wickets of Vince and Brown. Sorry, Vince. Ben Hutton picked up Ben Brown, but picked up Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gummins before the luncheon break.
Well, Patterson has been economical, miserly, going at 1.8, so he's been applying a bit of pressure and has picked up 3 wickets. He's certainly been pick of the bowlers in this second innings, the second Hampshire innings. Brett Hutton, bit of tap for him this time round at 3.5 economy rates, picked up 1 wicket for 49, but just feel that these seamers have got to work that bit harder now to pick up wickets. And the pitch has changed colour as well. It's not as green as it was. So here's Hutton, pavilion end, bowling. There's a shout here. Quite far forward. We'll have a look at the replay in a moment. 176 for 4. That was Dawson at the danger end there. Flush on the pads. We're not right behind the bowler's arm here. As the pitch is to our right. We'll probably get a replay at the end of the over.
I was just asking the umpire what was wrong with that. Close-ish. I don't know, maybe height, maybe again just a little too straight, maybe just going down.
Hutton again, bowls. That's a lovely shot. Will it go for 4 or will it be cut off? And it's gone backward of point, just rocks onto the back foot there, Dawson, and hits it crisply, sweetly. And has gone out towards that short boundary, and that is 4 more. Just a tad too short there from Hutton. Probably feeling a bit of anger from that previous delivery, it being turned down for the LBW. And Dawson has put him away neatly there. He's on 45. And the score now 180 for 4, and the lead 246 for Hampshire. Hutton again pounding in and bowling, and he struck on the pads but looked high this time, above the knee roll. And not much of an ask there to the umpire. 180 for 4.
He's still getting movement, Hutton. That's just nipped back a fraction. We saw in the previous over he just got a couple to just straighten away from the right-hander, so there's still something there for him.
Yeah, he's able to manipulate this ball. He is a master of swing and seam bowling. Here he is, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and that's gone in the air. That rather surprised Dawson, rather leapt up on him and has ballooned into the covers, but not a chance, not near a fielder. It's variation here.
Well, that's a leading edge again. That ball's just straightened on Dawson a little bit. I think he's expecting that just to keep going and sort of more leg sidey. So that's why he's trying to work it on the leg side. It actually straightened on him. I'm definitely getting the most out of this since tee.
Here's Hutton again. Up to the crease and bowls. And that's just hit back to the bowler along the floor by Dawson, and no run. He's certainly giving it everything here, Brett Hutton, using all of his skills, all of his variations. Leading wicket taker in the Division 1 of the County Championship. I think he's overtaken Chris Rushworth now. Certainly was overnight anyway. 180 for 4. Dawson facing, Brett Hutton has the ball in hand. He's steaming in from that pavilion end. 2 slips in place. Hutton bowls. Has to take his bottom hand off the bat. Just coming back in, jagging back in. A bit of movement, nip off the seam into the right-hander Dawson. But he keeps it down, only just though. Interesting over there. 4 off it. There was 1 bad ball. Only 1 bad ball in that over.
Bracegirdle just coming in for a couple of minutes. The lead then 246, but Hutton just showing that with the cloud cover, which actually has started to get a little higher again, there is still a little bit there for the bowlers. Patterson needs to back that up, and I'm sure he will. From this Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Holland. Holland drives up to mid-off. Hamid there.
Just gone a little gloomy here. I wouldn't be surprised if we get the floodlights on sometime soon. It's going to be a late finish, still 37 overs remaining in the day, and Hampshire building a sizable lead. They're 180 for 4 at the moment, 3 of those wickets to Dane Patterson. That means the visitors have got an overall advantage of 246 runs, and that's after Notts were just bundled out for exactly 100 in their first innings this morning. Hampshire 180 for 4.
Good bowling Patterson there, just looking to angle the ball into Holland there. Just lovely use of the wrist and the way he cuts his fingers across the ball, really. It's a great skill. That's why he's got so many wickets. Just makes it look easy. It's not easy. To actually do that and bowl accurately at the same time is not an easy thing to do as well. It's easier just to bowl the one ball, but to have both in your army, the one that slides away from the right-hander and in, is not easy at all. Comes in and bowls. Driving is Holland, goes out towards deep point. Holland moves on to 71, 181 for 4.
Well, it's a semi-defensive field, isn't it? There's a couple of sweepers out there, both sides, almost symmetrically, and just trying to protect that short boundary as well. As both batters eyeing it up. And the outfield has dried out. It's much quicker today than it was, perhaps even this morning when there was a bit of moisture around.
Yeah, that short boundary hasn't really been a problem, has it, really? I mean, mind you, with a wicket, the way it's played, it's never really been in play, is it? It's Patterson bowling, full, driven up to Hamid at wide mid-off. I think on a flatter wicket with the sun out, short boundary would be very difficult, and the batters would be looking to aim a few shots that way as well. But for the large part of this game, for the batters, it's been about survival. Patterson into his 15th over. Still the 2 slips as he bowls to Dawson. Dawson just guides that wideish full delivery away to deep point. Lovely shot, lovely control of the shot as well. Moves on to 46, 182 for 4. That lead 248 now. We've still got a lot of cricket to play this evening. Over 36 overs. That's, well, normally you'd be waiting for the 4 overs to be bowled and then tea and then go for the last session 32. So we've got more than that. So as long as the light holds, still a lot of cricket left in day 2. Patterson in again. To Holland this time. Holland gets wrapped on the pad, playing across the line, not out, says umpire Russell Warren. He's replaying that shot at the non-striker's end. Realised that he played too much across that. Russell Warren again saying not out. 183 for 4.
Yeah, they're having a little friendly chat there, Patterson and Warren. I think Warren just explaining. Some umpires do, some umpires don't. I mean, you're an ex-professional bowler, Kevin James, so you must have got used to some of the... Oh, we're going to have a look at the replay here. Here it is.
Oh, it's going
down there.
He's angling that in.
That was quite an easy one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For the umpire there. Good decision. So, 2 slips. We will continue with Brett Hutton from that pavilion end. He'll be bowling to Holland. And Holland defends that. Crab-like, really squares up to it. This partnership now into the 90s. 94 off 137 deliveries. And Hamid thinking, what am I going to do here to break them up? He's going to try and rely on Hutton and Patterson, who have been the dependable, reliable seam bowlers. But, you know, sometimes you start to think, could he do something a little bit left field? Are there any other bowlers in this Nottinghamshire side they haven't used? I'm thinking Montgomery bowls some off spin, but searching around here. He's in and bowls Hutton, and this is turned backward of square where it will be fielded, and he'll saunter through for a single there. Holland will take his score to 72. The total 184 for 4. The lead exactly 250. There was a slight acknowledgement from the crowd. Some people are awake out there. A ripple of applause and appreciation for the lead of 250 for the Hampshire fans. And we know there are a few out there because we've seen the flags, and some of them are mates of Kevin James. Hutton trundling in, bowling, and that's gone airborne. It's safe. It's going to land in no man's land. It wasn't quite controlled. It was out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for the second, so Dawson will add 2 more to his score. He goes on to 48, and the score now 186 for 4. That lead just easing forward, extending, stretching, game drifting away from knots here at Trent Bridge. Dawson composed, and Hutton is in and bowls, but he bends his back, follows through with a yelp. That's going to be a single, as that is pushed into the onside. So Dawson on 49, on the brink of his half-century. Holland facing on 72, 187 for 4. If you're Australian and superstitious, anything with 87 in it is not a good number, 13 short. But we're not Australian here. In fact, I don't think there are any Australians playing in either side. We've got a Kiwi, a couple of South Africans. So again, Hutton thunders in, gives it everything, and forces a shot from Holland. Just comes forward and defends, no run.
Well, Ian Holland spends his winters in Australia. His family's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the closest we could get, isn't it?
Okay. Do we have any reports from Old Trafford? I haven't checked for a while.
Crawley's on a runnable 154.
Lovely. Lovely, lovely. It's a flattest pitch, isn't it? I mean, that's what they've asked for. That's what Stokes has asked for. That's what he's got. And Crawley, magnificent from him. Holland facing. Hutton in and bowls, and that is defended respectfully into the offside for no run. 187 for 4. Hampshire very much in the ascendancy here. Extending. 2-5-3 is the lead.
That's a good one. Yeah, England closing in on Australia's first innings total of 317 all out. 278 for 2. So they're behind by just 39, and Joe Root is 58 not out. Poor Ben Duckett, the only batter so far that's failed.
Runs to be had there at Old Trafford. You just feel that Australia didn't take full advantage of it. We're not ruthless enough. There are plenty of batters who got starts, batters in the 40s, 50s, 30s, never quite got going.
Patterson trying to find a breakthrough here. Bowling to Dawson. Dawson clips that away on the leg side for a single. And there's his half century. And there's the Hampshire contingent in that Smith Cooper stand away to our right, standing and applauding behind the Hampshire flag. Dawson raises his bat over to them as well as the dressing room. And that has been a very, very good innings. A little bit more positive than Ian Holland, but no less and no more important. 74 balls for that 50, and this partnership now 99 as Holland faces. Patterson bowls, plays it back to him, does Ian Holland, and Dawson continuing a good run of form for him with the bat, and that is the 5th time that he's passed half-century mark this season. Started a bit slowly at the start of this season, was struggling for runs. He did say to me after the first few games, is I do not know where my next run is coming from, but certainly making that up for in the last few games. As Patterson comes in again, Holland drives up to mid-on, fielded by Petman.
Yeah, and that's his 49th 50, just looking up his figures here. He's hit 1200s, Liam Dawson. He's got 8,859 runs as he came into this match. So he looks like he's a man in form at the moment. And it hasn't been easy. We know it hasn't been easy batting out there. He's been patient.
68 not out in the second innings last week at Taunton. 141 the game before that against Middlesex. That's pushed away in the gap on the offside by Holland. There's the 100 partnership for the 5th wicket, and that's come off 146 deliveries. And both batters meet in the middle and congratulate each other with a handshake. And hopefully they've both said, let's start again.
Yeah, that's a cracking partnership, isn't it? And you think in this game so far in that Hampshire first innings, the highest partnership has been the previous highest, 68 between Vince and Gubbins.
Just appears though that batting is getting a little easier now as Dawson this time pushes forward at Patterson, who's not quite getting the same movement in the air, though there's still a little bit there for him. But it's starting to disappear a little bit. Bowlers having to work just that little bit harder to get it off the straight now.
Well, we did wonder if this would happen with the sun out for the majority of the day and baking the pitch, drying everything out. It looks like it's flattened things out somewhat.
And this ball, of course, is getting older. It's 59th over. It's way outside the off stump, and Dawson takes a big stride but doesn't play a shot. End of the over. Patterson 16 overs, 3 for 31. Dawson has 50. Holland has 73. That lead 255 now for Hampshire. Which friend are you seeing tonight in high places? Because you were out.
Well, I think we're going for a drink, aren't we? That was the plan yesterday. So I hope you freed up your diary, Kevin James.
Yeah, you're slumming it tonight with me and Dave.
No. We're going to have a proper knees up. I think Dave said he's going to buy the drinks because he's the host. He's got a huge expense account, I hear. Hutton thundering in. He bowls. It's going to be a run here. It'll be just one as Holland just drives that into the leg side where it's fielded by Patterson. Gives it a jolly old rub of the ball, trying to get some shine. I mean, it's an old ball, isn't it? We're in the 60th over now, 190 for 4. That lead 256. Yeah, so you come in, we're all going for a drink, aren't we?
Yeah.
Where should we go for a drink then?
Are we Trent Bridge Tavernian? Oh no, we're not. We're going to the Larwood and Vos, is it? Pub on the ground.
That's where we're going. Okay,
left, yeah.
Good to know. Because you two will disappear after this and do your interviews.
Yeah, we'll be. I'll be a little while.
As Hutton bowls, and that is cracked into the covers. The sweeper's out there on that short boundary in front of the Smith Cooper stand, the new stand, and they'll take a single. Well protected, that boundary. Dawson goes on to 51. Holland facing now, 191 for 4, a lead of 257 Hampshire in their second innings here.
Looked quite nice in there actually. I walked past that last night because there was only about one gate open to get out the ground by the time I left, and had to walk past it. It looks all right inside there. No.
Is it in the ground or outside the ground? It's outside the ground.
Bit of both, I think.
It's a bit of both. Hutton bowls, and that's clattered away again into the covers. Just a single as the ball is thrown in by the sweeper, and they go through for 1. So Holland on to 75. Dawson now facing. Partnership worth 103. 192 for 4. And those seam bowlers shoulders down a little bit here. Body language for Notts. And perhaps a little bit of fatigue around as well. His right arm over the wicket comes Hutton, and that is backward of point, and it looks like it's going to reach the boundary. Yes, it will. Again, it's the short boundary, and that'll be 4 more to Dawson. That was well directed, well guided with an open blade. Probably just a little bit too short, a bit too wide, and has been punished. Dawson 55 now.
Yeah, I think up until this sort of recent period, those deliveries on the at various times have just bounced a little bit more, making that shot a little tricky. But now, that's a lot easier shot. The bowlers have got to tighten up a bit more now.
Hutton again. Let's see how he replies. Really bends his back. It's on the stumps, and there's no run. That's just pushed along the carpet. 196 for 4. Dawson will continue to face. Partnership worth 107.
So is the Trent Bridge Tavern out of favour these days, Dave, or just because I've been in there with you in the past? No, it's all right. Yeah, Dave says it's all right.
Well, it's Dave's manor, so we're going to do what he says.
We have to, don't we?
Yeah. Hutton pumps his arms and bowls, and is driven half-heartedly out towards mid-off for no run by Dawson, and that's the end of another over. So we've had 60 overs, 20 overs off that new ball. The score 196 for 4, and we're still behind with the over rate. We're 1 behind with the over rate. We had an introduction of spin earlier on, didn't we, with Calvin Harrison, just to try and play catch up. And the punishment is points, isn't it? Points deducted or points added to the other side.
Points
we
deducted.
talked about punishments, didn't we?
Yeah. What did Dave? Dave said that the new ball should be delayed, which I've heard before.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. I think that's an interesting theory, because at the moment they are absolutely gagging for the new ball, and they certainly wouldn't want that delayed if they don't get any more wickets in the next 20 overs or so.
Yeah. Patterson and Hutton would have to be rested, but of course by then Hampshire would have pushed that lead further up. Side of a new over, pushed out square on the offside where there's a gap. Dawson calls Ian Holland through. Holland moves on to 76, 197 for 4. That lead up to 263.
I suppose we also look at the forecast as well. I don't think there's any rain forecast tonight overnight, is there? Because that, had there been, that might make a difference to the pitch and the way it plays tomorrow. But I think it's going to be dry and dry tomorrow. Bit of rain around on Saturday. Saturday looks pretty horrendous.
Yeah, that's why it'd be nice to get the game over and done with one way or another by tomorrow. Patterson in. Forward is Dawson. Apart from that first over or so from Brett Hutton, and a couple of sort of come back at the batters from Patterson, there is not a lot going on for the bowlers here at the moment.
No, it's hard work, isn't it? You can see them toiling out there. A tricky patch, but then they've had it pretty good up until 2 hours ago, I would say, the seam bowlers. They've been in amongst the wickets regularly.
Patterson again, just one slip in as well. Bowls Dawson forward. I think he's inside edge there as it goes out squarish on the leg side. Dawson moves on to 56. 198 for 4. Quiet scenes here at Trent Bridge as the crowd ponder the situation. take it all in. Has this pitch flattened out? Are the conditions? Oh, now and Haseeb Hamid wants the ball changed. He's asking the umpire, Russell Warren. He's realised that wickets are hard to come by now. He's trying to find some reason, some way to just change things in his favour a little bit. Can the umpires, or can he persuade the umpires to change the ball? Russell Warren is now showing it to Paul Pollard.
Well, there was a lot of this last season, wasn't there? And they have a gauge, of course. He hasn't taken his gauge out, I don't think. See if the ball is misshapen enough. Does it fit through the gauge? But no, they're quite happy with it, the umpires. Nice try.
Yeah, I have to think of something else. It was a big chat between the two umpires, so obviously there's not a lot of problem with the ball. As Ian Holland just takes his time to get ready for the next delivery. Patterson in. Bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pads, nip back. Was there an inside edge onto that? May just have been, looking at Ian Holland's reaction. May just have been an inside edge, but that ball did come back as well. Why do you want to change it? That's just gone off the straight.
Just not going their way at the moment. Notts.
There's been some close-ish LBW shouts, hasn't there?
I'm sure we'll get the replay later on. Here we go.
That'd be difficult if there was a slight inside edge on that one. I tell you what, unless there was an inside edge, that's out. I think there was. Must have been. Had to be. Patterson in. Oh, was driving his Holland up towards extra cover.
Yes, if we had the DRS system, that might have been referred.
Yeah,
We don't have hot spot.
No. I think there must have been an inside edge on that. Had to be. Ian Holland's still there, 76 off 176. Lasted 5 balls in the first innings. Considerably more this time round. Patterson in again, Holland forward. Plays that quietly out to extra cover this time. Ben Slater in once more. And that's the end of the over. Hamid's now got to think about the second new ball, which is 19 overs away. He's got Patterson and Hutton operating at the moment, have done for a few overs. Just looks like he's having a chat and just asking Joe Clark what he thinks. But also, he's got to think about the here and now. Needs a breakthrough. Can't wait 19 overs. It might have to, with Lyndon James taking over at the pavilion end. Looks like there's going to be a change at this end as well with Toby Petman, so it looks like we're going to have a double change.
I just get the feeling that the likes of Lyndon James, with the ball softened up like this, and these two playing so well out there, that they may well want to target him, because the real threat, we all know, has been Brett Hutton and Patterson with the seam, getting it to nibble around. But we'll see what James can do. He's going to have to work hard here. He's going to have to bowl a tight line and not allow Dawson to free up his arms. One slip in place. Lyndon James running in and bowling, and that's defended. It's in the right area from Lyndon James there. 198 for 4, a lead of 264, Hampshire.
Hutton spell after tea, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15.
As Lyndon James will continue. I mean, he's certainly been in amongst the wickets, 6 for 74 versus Surrey in the last game. Career best. He also got a highest score of 50. That's this season, his highest score, not his career highest score. Here he is running in, he's lean, and that's defended. Shown a bit of respect here by Dawson, keeping that line. Can't let anything stray down the leg side here. You will be punished as conditions ease up for the batters. Only one slip, backward point. We've got the sweeper out there in the covers, patrolling. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg out on the ropes, and a long leg down there as well. I think that's Petman down there at long leg. James bowls and defended again. Yeah, he's keeping it tight. And Dawson remains on 56. 198 for 4. We haven't seen anything of the sun for the last 45 minutes or so, which will please the seam bowlers out there, because any help, any aid they can grab, they will take. This ball now into its 62nd over, will be softening up a bit into its twilight years. James pounding in from the pavilion end and bowls, and again on off stump and just defending Dawson. He's watchful out there. Follows up with a bit of gardening as well. Holland at the other end on 76. Partnership of 109 here, Hampshire. Having bowled knots out for 100 with a lead of 66 when they started this innings, Hampshire. And that is quite a lead considering it's been a very low scoring game. That lead extended to 264 now. James floats in, bowls, and again, consistency here from James. Can he join the dots? That's 5 dots in a row. Hampshire, of course, have plenty of time as well. We're only into day 2. And conditions favouring the batters. They're in no particular hurry. This partnership very well established. And we know how versatile Dawson is as well. He's got a good array of shots as he's in a bowls. There won't be a single here, so it is a maiden from James. He really tightened up for that over, and he has to as well. He's got to work hard to find wickets and keep these two quiet. So 198 for 4, Hampshire after 62 overs. A lead of 264. Holland on 76. Dawson on 56. Partnership 109. And it's been about runs for the last couple of hours. And easily the highest partnership in this match so far. As this pitch has changed in complexion, colour, and more consistent for the batters.
There was a time I thought this game would finish tomorrow, but I'm not so sure now.
I know. Oh, nice day off on Saturday.
Patterson continuing. Forward is Holland, turns that away square on the leg side. 199 for 4 now. And the lead moves up to 265. In fact, there was a time where I thought the game might finish tonight, let alone tomorrow.
Well, yes, I mean, this morning with those 5 wickets tumbling.
Ooh.
And tumbling and crumbling, and we've had 9 wickets today as opposed to 15 yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's just this session after the wickets of Vince and Brown between lunch and tea. Things have softened up out there.
They have. There's Patterson again. Dawson drives, edge courts. Oh, he's put down. Oh, and it's Calvin Harrison. Well, that is a surprise, because Calvin Harrison has taken some good catches in this game, and that certainly wasn't the hardest. And that was a chance.
Yeah, when he took Vince earlier, didn't he? That was a really tricky one to his right, down by his ankles. This time, that was easier, certainly. It was an easier height. And perhaps just a loss of concentration. There it is. Ooh.
Just came out of those hands. Dawson does what Brown did actually earlier in his innings, comes down the wicket the next ball and smashes it over mid-off's head. And Patterson stands there with a double teapot. Well, we saw that in Brown's brief innings when it looked like he could have been LBW and then came down the wicket to Hutton, drilled it back past the bowler, and then later in the over tried to do it the same and got caught, extra cover. I hope the same thing doesn't happen to Dawson, but an amazing response to having been dropped the previous ball.
It is, isn't it? It's salt in the wound. Difficult to swallow for Patterson. Probably even harder for Harrison.
Patterson again. Bowls to Dawson. Dawson clips that away towards mid-wicket. Well, there was the chance that lots have worked hard for. Patterson has worked hard for. And Harrison, of all people, has put it down. Lead 269. Sure, that's why Hamid has left Patterson on, just for that ball. And again, bowls short. That's hammered away by Dawson through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 runs. I'm sure Dawson's been waiting for something like that. That was frustration there from Patterson. And that sat up nicely for the Hampshire all-rounder to smash that away on the leg side.
Yeah, it's just sticking in the pitch a little bit, isn't it? It's got plenty of time to see that. And poor old Patterson is having a bit of a woeful time. Should have taken the wicket. Should have been caught at slip by Harrison.
207 for 4. Dawson 64 faces the next delivery. Short. Pulled away again by Dawson. It's just over the fielder's head. It's only landed 2 rows back. That is a very short boundary. Certainly not the biggest hook 6 I've seen. I don't think the biggest hook 6 that many have seen, but just enough over that short boundary. And Dane Patterson, who could have picked up a wicket in that over, finds his last 2 balls going for 10. And his figures now 3 for 48 from 18. And Dawson moves on to 70. That's off 93 deliveries. Ian Holland 77 off 178. Hampshire 213 for 4, lead by 279.
Yeah, with the weather in mind and with this lead of 279, I'm wondering what Hampshire are thinking in terms of possibly a declaration at some point. But they'll want to be at least 300 ahead, and plenty of bad weather around on Saturday as James is in and bowls, and that is defended by Holland. Has to take his bottom hand off the bat as the ball spits up a bit, rears up a bit. 2-1-3 for 4, and Holland and Dawson looking to get on with it. Really just taking advantage of the conditions out there. It's flatter, the ball's softer, and anything that's just a little bit wide or a little bit short is going to be punished. There isn't the movement that we had before off the seam in this 64th over. Only 1 slip, that's Harrison in the floppy hat. And James running towards us now and bowling. Ooh, probably played inside the line there. Did Holland, but nice shape to it from James, and isn't tempted there, Holland. 2-1-3 for 4. Yeah, with a lot of rain around on Saturday, I want to give themselves enough time to bowl out Nottinghamshire. I'm just wondering what's in the mind of Hampshire here and James Vince, as Dave Bracegirdle joins me. James again. Pounds in, bowls. Whoa, that's a good take from Tom Moore, as it sort of beats everything and also slices the batter Holland in too. But certainly getting a bit of movement there. Surprise movement there from James.
Yeah, very much so. Really good delivery. I think there's plenty of time between now and Saturday morning, and the forecasted heavy downpours at the weekend for Hampshire to press for victory here. Plenty of time. Should have another 104 over day tomorrow, making up the remaining 8 overs that we lost yesterday. So 108 and 30.
James again, past the umpire, bowls. It's on the stumps and defended there valiantly by Holland. No run, 2-1-3 for 4.
Well, about 30 overs to go this evening, 104 tomorrow, so plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, they're likely to carry on batting tonight, or do you think possibly later on might want to insert them maybe half an hour before close of play?
Oh,
depends how many runs.
Yeah, they wouldn't call time on their innings,
No.
I'm sure, but
I'm just thinking about that rain.
things might happen yet.
James up to the crease, bowls, and that's hit straight to the fielder. Just gets up and plays a back foot drive with an open blade there, Holland, and just finds the fielder there at backward point. And has denied the run, lead of 279. Yeah, the weather looks okay for tomorrow. And we are making up for lost time as well,
Yeah.
because we had that first morning washed out. And we're making up for it today. 104 overs in the day, and how many remaining? 29 today. So James bowls, and that is turned backward off square. Not easy, as that ball again spat up. Had to take his bottom hand off the bat there, Holland, but he does go through and scamper for a single.
Well, Hampshire are now 214 for 4. Still a lot of cricket to be played this evening. 29 overs still to go. So we're going to be playing till around about 7 o'clock, provided the light manages to hold. Notts were bowled out in their first innings for 100 this morning. They lost their last 5 wickets for just 5 runs. And second time around, Hampshire have lost 3 wickets to Dane Patterson, 1 to Brett Hutton. They're going along very nicely indeed at 214 for 4. It's going to be Toby Petman to come on from this end. Could hear you sniggering. Petman replace the unlucky Dane Patterson, who might have had a wicket in the previous over. Yeah, 16 overs to that second new ball, 29 overs left in the day, so Notts potentially could have 13 overs with the new ball. Here's Petman in and bowls in the first delivery, I think, in the match that he sent down from this end. Keeps a little low as it goes through to Moores. I'll go back on that. I think he might have had a couple of overs from this end yesterday. Not many at all.
Oh, that's quite a well disguised slower ball there.
Yeah.
A couple of bounces before it reached the keeper.
Holland on 78. Liam Dawson, after that flurry of runs in Patterson's last over, is closing in on him. He's on 70. Petman bowls and another play and a miss. No foot movement at all from Ian Holland there. Just had a loose waft outside his off stump, and a little fortunate not to get anything on it. Again, the ball was dying before it reached Moores. He just want to come forward a pace or two. Notts with one slip, Calvin Harrison. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, and there's a sweeper out on the offside fence. And on the leg side, 2 out on the rope, 1 square, 1 behind square, a mid-wicket and a mid-on as Toby Petman comes in again, nice and full this time, and Ian Holland happy to block out on the offside, and there's no run. So a good chunk of cricket left, as I say, a couple of hours left if the light holds, and you have to say, looking away to our right, things do seem to be breaking up a little bit in terms of the overhead cloud cover. That mass blanket that's been hovering over Trent Bridge all day just looks to be breaking up a little bit. As Petman comes in and bowls, and someone just hurries on Ian Holland and he defends. We did have a little period of bright sunshine this afternoon when suddenly bowling looked tough, batting looked easier. But the bulk of the match has been played in overhead conditions. Seam bowlers have held sway so far. Notts have some good news in terms of their over rate. That has got reduced to 0 right now. 214 for 4 as Petman comes in again, bowls cut into the offside. Ben Slater will field and will shy at the stumps, knowing there are backer-uppers. Missed his target anyway, and there's one more to the total. 215 for 4. Holland 79, Dawson 70.
Yeah, this game very much being taken away from Notts here. It just took one partnership, we always said that, and this is it. There was a drop, of course, Dawson, and Patterson was bowling from this end, from the Radcliffe Road end, dropped at slip by Harrison. That was a big drop.
The Test match, Zach Crawley is now 174 not out. England 310 for 2, that's just 7 behind the Australians. As Petman sets off, it's a long run. He started the other side of the pile of sawdust, bowls on the pads of Dawson, and he will not only get a single, but he'll keep strike at the end of the over, and we're through 65 overs, 28 overs left, and Hampshire's lead is 282. Notts were set to score 297 at the Oval last week, and it was petering out into a draw. Captain shaking hands at 5 o'clock on the last day. Of course, there's rather longer to negotiate here for Nottinghamshire as and when they begin their final innings. Kevin was asking earlier in the contest, how do the wickets tend to evolve during the course of a 4-day match, and we've seen some resolute batting on the final day here. Joe Clark got his 229 not out on the last day against Warwickshire. Here's James.
Here's James. In bowls and defended there by Dawson, yet to pick up a wicket. Lyndon James, 0 for 35, 3 maidens into his 14th over here. Yeah, it's been all about the seam bowling of Brett Hutton and Patterson, who've picked up the wickets so far, those 4 that have gone. You just get the feeling that Hamid sort of slightly running out of options. He has got the leg spin. He has used the leg spin of Harrison, but it didn't look threatening. hoping that his height might get some bounce as James coming in and bowling, and that's fielded very well there at extra cover. Just hit to the fielder, who dives onto the ball and gives it a good polish. That is Will Young, the Kiwi out there, one of the overseas players. And Hamid will give it an extra polish. He is chief polisher. The standing captain, poor old Stephen Mullaney, with a side strain. How long has Stephen Mullaney been out on the bench? You can answer in a moment.
Yeah.
James. Arms pumping, bowls and defended into the offside, no run.
Felt it in the penultimate round of Blast group games. Missed out on the last match as a precaution, the last of the 14 group games. Came back for the quarter-final, and Truth said he probably wasn't ready, only bowled 1 over of his allocation down at Taunton, and then missed last week and missed this week.
So he's on the bench as James is in bowls, and that's driven. It'll just be 1 run. The sweeper is out there at deep extra cover. The ball is winged back in and they go through for a single. So Dawson on to 72, 217 for 4. As James continues to bowl tightly. His previous over was a maiden. Holland will face.
Just wonder if there'll be a finish today at Wantage Road, where Northants 73 for 4 following on. Trails Somerset by 98, only 6 wickets left. They folded this morning in their first innings.
James again whipping in and bowling, and there will be another single just through the gap there between extra cover and point, and the sweeper comes in. 1 more single, this time to Holland, he goes to 80.
The other one that could potentially finish today is at Oakham School, where Leicestershire are 53 for 4. If Leicestershire are going to win, it will certainly go over into the 3rd day, because they require 185 more, but not beyond the realms of possibility that Worcestershire would get those final 6 wickets, because they bowled Leicestershire out for 110 in their first innings, so that one could be done today as well.
James again, pumping his arms, bowls, and this has gone skewed into the air. It's not a controlled shot, but it will go for 4. It's 1 bounce for 4 out towards deep extra cover, and Hamid couldn't get anywhere near it. And that will be 4 more going aerial there. So the score now 222 for 4, and Dawson goes on to 76, and the lead 288. And this partnership 133 off 190 deliveries.
He was interested, wasn't he? Asiba Me just couldn't quite get there. England have the lead in the Test match now. They are 6 in front at 323 for 2. Galloping along, Zach Crawley 185 from 176 balls. Joe Root 69 not out from 75 balls. So they're getting their money's worth there. Those that have gone to Old Trafford to support England and see England pile on the runs here. What are we waiting for? Umpire Pollard's almost gone all the way out to the boundary to have a natter to Brett Hutton. Pollard, the square leg umpire.
So was Joe Clark the vice-captain? He's getting involved in a lot of discussions out there.
Well, I mean, you don't officially appoint a vice-captain's vice-captain, do you? As Petman comes in to bowl to Holland, this is turned off his leg for a single. In that Stephen Mullaney is the club skipper and Asiba Mead is the vice-captain. But yeah, Joe Clark would be a senior player, I guess, and would pass on advice. I mean, there's lots of possibles, I would presume, if both Mullaney and Hamid were unavailable, heaven forbid. Brett Hutton's probably the senior. Will Young, of course, although he's new to Nottinghamshire. I mean, he skippered Northants last year, didn't he? As Toby Petman comes in, and this is on the pads, worked away on the leg side, plenty of captaincy experience and County Championship captaincy experience for Will Young last year. Clark, as you say, is a senior man. Brett Hutton, I'm not entirely sure Dane Patterson would want the job, but he's been around forever, in his mid-30s now. So there's a few wise old heads. A lot of players missing, of course, that would under normal circumstances take it on. Ben Duckett's done a bit of captaincy. Next delivery on its way now down the leg side and just tickled away. Will be a couple of runs. It's interesting, the last game of the blast, the one that Stephen Mullaney missed, Alex Hales captained, and after the game I interviewed him, had a bit of a chat about how it had gone, Notts won, and asked him the last time he skippered a side, and he said it was Buckinghamshire under-17s.
He's a natural.
2:26 for 4. Petman just stands at the end of his run. I mentioned it yesterday, reminds me of Scrimshaw of Derbyshire. Bowls now on an elegant straight drive, but won't beat a Mead at mid-off. There's no run. Don't know if you've seen Big George, the Derbyshire bowler.
No, I don't think I have. I haven't covered a Derbyshire game for a long time.
Leicestershire have just lost a couple of wickets at Oakham School. 53 for 5 there now, so they're only 5 wickets away from losing that one. Next delivery on its way and driven back to Petman, and he fields. And those 2 wickets that have just gone down have both just fallen to Josh Tong, and I don't think Tong was in the match. He wasn't. So Tong has come in obviously as a replacement to day 2, having been released from the Test side. Josh Tong certainly didn't play yesterday, so Leicestershire a little unlucky there, I guess, as Petman once more bowls cut away to point, and there's no run. But Leicestershire 54 for 5, require 184, or more realistically Worcestershire 5 more wickets to win that one here at Trent Bridge. Day 2 between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Hampshire 166, Notts 100, and Hampshire's second time around 2:26 for 4. As Ben Martindale comes back on the field for a little spell of substitute fielding, with Matthew Montgomery going off for a comfort break.
Yeah, just 13 overs off that new ball now, Hampshire, and they'll be thinking they want to take full advantage of the old ball and try and clock up as many runs as they can, as life may get tricky again once that new ball is taken, although the pitch certainly looks easier. So James once more from the pavilion end into his 15th over. He's past the umpire and bowls, and tries to play across the line there, Dawson, and doesn't manage to make any contact as the ball just flies past him, but it wasn't really short enough to pull.
Trying to whack that into the city centre, wasn't he? It was a very vigorous swish from Liam Dawson, aiming it towards the Fox Road side of the ground and beyond.
Yeah, playing with a bit of intent. So still one slip, and it's Harrison with his floppy hat. James, arms pumping, bowls. It's an attempt to drive, but not quite timed as the ball spills out towards extra cover. 2:26 for 4. Dawson on 77. Partnership 137. Lots of big figures on the board for Hampshire. Big chunky figures, especially the lead of 292.
The thing with Notts, and it was the same last week, mentioned it a few times, with Mullaney not playing, that's sort of the extra bowler, the 5th seamer, somebody who can come on to soak up a few overs or potentially break a stubborn partnership.
James again, pounding in, bowling. That's a good leave. Positive step forward there from Dawson. Just inspects the pitch, sorry.
The only other one that might have had a bowl would have been Matthew Montgomery, but to say he's a bit of a novice is not exactly over-egging it. He got his maiden first-class wicket just a week ago at the Oval against Surrey, so not a frontline bowler, but there's nobody else really.
As again, James is in and bowls, and this time it's on leg stump. There will be a run here. It's just tucked into the leg side off the hip of Dawson. Goes through for an easy single. 78 he's on now. 227 for 4. Yes, I was busy looking down the list of players for Notts, thinking, are there any other options here for Hamid to break this partnership? And Montgomery did cross my mind, as you said, as the only other possible, but extremely part-time off-break bowler. James, pavilion end, takes off. He'll be bowling to Holland, who cracks that through the covers. It'll just be one, because the man patrolling out there at deep extra cover cuts it off. And they go through for one more. 228 for 4. Holland on to 82.
Not exactly being rested, is he, Brett? Brett Hutton is in that sweeper position on the offside, and invariably he's having to field 2 or 3 balls and over, and very often make sharp adjustments to run to his right or to his left, and made 1 or 2 diving stops.
As James bowls, and again that's more leg side, and that's gone backward of square for 1 run, and Dawson, yes, Dawson gets another run. He goes on to 79. He also steals the strike. 229 for 4. That's the end of another James over. He's bowled 15 overs, 0 for 44. Looking a bit barren in the wickets column for him this time round. The lead is 295 here for Hampshire as they extend.
Yes, hot and thirsty work for Ian Holland and Liam Dawson, as towels and drinks, spare gloves are brought out. Both glugging down some cool water. Nottinghamshire will be eager to get on with things and eager to at last force a breakthrough here. It's going to be Toby Petman to continue. Won't be the end of their punishment, I'm sure. That's and when they can get a wicket, because James Fuller went into overdrive when he came out to bat yesterday. Quick fire 46. I know Keith Barker has a liking for scoring runs on this ground. Saw it many times in his Warwickshire days. Felix Organ's a good player. Kyle Abbott can put bat to ball, and I think they'll be a little relieved as and when they get the chance to bowl to Mohammed Abbas. There's Petman in to Dawson. Nice looking shot out into the offside. Ben Martindale will field. Still awaiting his first class debut, Martindale. We saw him get a maiden Nottinghamshire appearance in what was the Royal London One Day Cup last year. It's got new sponsors, hasn't it? The Metro Bank One Day Cup this year, which will get underway here at Trent Bridge on the 5th of August. Nottinghamshire play in Yorkshire. Not too far away now, a couple of weeks. Petman bowls to Holland and he defends it. Dawson has been, from the moment he wandered out to the middle, has been closing in on Ian Holland. He's not been as close as 2 behind, which is where he is now. Holland 82 not out from 197 deliveries. Liam Dawson 80 not out from 106. So Dawson scoring at a far healthier lick, but Holland has done a tremendous job since he wandered out to open the batting on a pair. Petman bowls to him, and it's gone through to Moores, and they're celebrating, but the umpire appears to be unmoved, and certainly Ian Holland is not moving anywhere. They all went up. They must have all heard something collectively. It wasn't a case of somebody starts an appeal and everybody else joins in. There was a collective appeal and celebration from keeper, slip, point, extra cover, mid-off and shortish mid-wicket and the bowler. All went as one, but might just have brushed something fairly innocuous, and Ian Holland just having a word with Tom Moores. Just brushed my shirt, mate, or something along those lines, I'm sure. 230 for 4. Good delivery though from Petman. He tries again, bowls, and Holland will get his 83rd run. Now turn it away on the leg side. He was dropped, or rather it was Liam Dawson, wasn't it? Dropped on 56 by Harrison from the bowling of Dane Patterson. The Hampshire lead is just one scoring shot away now from being over 300. They're 297 in front. Already it would be, I fancy, a stern challenge for Nottinghamshire. But 6 wickets still up their sleeve. There's a possibility of adding plenty more. Little push and run here into the offside. Slater Fields. The lead up to 298. Dawson on to 81. 232 for 4.
Yeah, just running out of ideas. Hamid with his bowlers, his list of bowlers: Hutton, Petman, Patterson, James, and Harrison. Perhaps we'll see a little bit more of Harrison. just for the sake of variety.
Wicket in the Test match just happened. Zach Crawley bowled by Cameron Green for 189. I would imagine he was cheered all the way from the middle to the dressing room. 189 for Zach Crawley. This one is punched crisply up to Patterson at mid-on. Good fielding by the South African. Whips it underarm towards the stumps, but Holland is home. End of the over, 233 for 4 in the Test match. England are now 336 for 3, leading by 19.
Very healthy over there in Manchester. So, the end of another over here. Hampshire stretching ahead, almost 300, 299 ahead. And we will continue with Lyndon James. He picked up 3 wickets in that first innings. Lyndon James, 3 for 38, so great figures for him in the first innings. But it's hard work now with a soft ball and a pitch that's flattening out. I think the sun's done a bit of damage to the pitch as far as the bowlers are concerned. As James is in and bowls, and there's a genuine play and a miss there as the ball just shoots and skids through. That's a good take from Moores, who's sprawled on the floor, but he does stop the ball. 233 for 4.
Yeah, it kept very low, didn't it? I presume that's an aeroplane going overhead. I thought it was a car racing up or down the Loughborough Road at first. We can no longer see the Loughborough Road, so the occasions where we do get boy racers, we're unable to chart their progress.
As James is in and bowls, and that's a good length ball. Just trying to whip that with the wrist through the leg side Holland, but just finds mid-on. It's Patterson there at mid-on. 233 for 4. So you a great sort of bus spotter and car spotter and commentary of what's going on the dual carriageway over there to our right, if that's the road you're talking about.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Behind the care home.
As you know yourself, when you've got to rabbit your way through about
104 overs in a day.
Yeah,
Yep.
an 8-hour day or so.
That's today, as James pounds in bowls, and that will be 4 runs as that ball races away backward of point with an open blade, well controlled shot by Holland. And we'll take him on to 88 now, and the score 237 for 4, just too short and too wide, just giving Holland a little bit of width to free the arms up. And that lead now has broken the 300 mark, 303 for runs ahead, Hampshire.
Yes, that one was bidding to make a bid for freedom and disappear down the Loughborough Road. It was in that general direction.
Let's see how James replies. The bowler, he's in and bowls, and that's driven, and there's a misfielded extra cover. There'll be a shy at the stumps. He'll have to hurry, but I think he makes his ground there, as it's Holland who is running to the danger end. He called yes. It was a good piece of fielding. There was a misfielded extra cover and tidied up by Hamid with a direct hit, but to no avail in the end. That's Will Young there at extra cover. It's a slight misfield. So still one slip in place. Just feel that nothing is really going Notts his way at the moment, and you can see it in the body language as well.
When did the last wicket go down? The 35th over. We're now in the 70th.
So slight delay here as James leaps into action, pavilion end, and bowls. Wow, just trying to hook that. That was above head height for Dawson. Doesn't get a hold of it. Comes off a thickish bottom edge and just lands harmlessly on the ground, where it's fielded by Slip for no run. But really trying to get hold of that. In fact, I think it's come off the bottom end of his bat because he's inspecting it. It doesn't really manage to do anything with it. Bit of a missed opportunity there for Dawson. He's on 81. 238 for 4. Lead of 304. James again. Slinks in and bowls, and this time there will be runs. There's a lot of runs just between extra cover and backward point. Easy single there. They're finding that gap regularly. So, 5th wicket partnership is worth 150 there between Ian Holland and Liam Dawson. And this is the partnership of this match.
The Hampshire record 5th wicket partnership against Notts, 217. So don't rule that out. John Crawley and Nick Potas at what was the Rose Bowl in 2006. 217. So keep that in the back of the mind.
Right, well, we've had 70 overs, so
Yeah.
10 overs until we get that new ball.
Yeah, it's going to be Petman to continue, so it may well be that Seba Mead is thinking he's going to take it as soon as it becomes due, but he's going to get Patterson to share it with Hutton. Petman bowls to Liam Dawson on 82, blocks this into the offside. Slater doing the fielding. I don't think I mentioned Ben Slater when it came to senior players who could potentially take over in unforeseen circumstances if Seba Mead had to leave the field. Slater's another one who's into his early 30s, been around a while. 2-3-9 for 4. We'll have a really important job to do as and when the Nottinghamshire innings begins. Petman bowls, and this one's edged and caught, and Liam Dawson's gone for 82. That 5th wicket partnership record for Hampshire won't be broken, because on 150 it's ended with Toby Petman getting his 2nd wicket of the match, and Calvin Harrison will be mightily relieved. Liam Dawson caught by Harrison, bowled Petman for 82, and Hampshire 239 for 5.
Yes, a huge sigh of relief around the ground for the Notts fans and the Notts players to eventually break up that partnership. But you have a feeling the damage is done, though. The partnership worth 150. Let's hear the applause as Liam Dawson leaves the ground for his 82 off 111 balls. 239 for 5 now, and Harrison this time at slip, the only slip, the sole slip, makes sure of it. We're going to have a replay of the wicket. As Petman is in, and there's a full-blooded shot there from Dawson. Just finds a thick outside edge, and it's straight to him. It's an easier catch this time.
Yeah.
Straight to him, chest height, takes it cleanly, Harrison. So the new man coming out is James Fuller. James Fuller went off at quite a canter in that previous innings, in the first innings. He scored 46, didn't he?
Yeah.
And playing with real intent and positivity in a low-scoring affair. All out for 166 in their first innings. So, look at those figures now. Still leading by 305, but they've broken that partnership. It's really getting Notts down and running out of ideas out there. It was Petman who made the breakthrough.
Yeah, and of course if Fuller plays with the same intent as he did in the first innings, it'll take all the pressure off, or a lot of the pressure off Ian Holland. Just enable Holland just to continue to go about his business and just get these 11 runs that he requires to reach a well-deserved century. 239 for 5 then. James Fuller about to face his first ball from Toby Petman. Comes in and bowls, and Fuller down the track and has walloped it towards us, and has it gone all the way, it disappeared down below us with a Seba Mead signalling. Well, they're not sure. The umpire has raised his arms for 6 because Seba Mead says he wasn't sure, and down below us I can hear some members of the public shouting 4-4-4, but it seems to have been signalled as 6, and there is a show of intent. First ball, James Fuller has slammed it down the ground for 6, so clear what his intent is. Will be another update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. 245 for 5. Where Hampshire are now 245 for 5. There's still 22 overs to go in the day, but Notts have just picked up the wicket of Liam Dawson, ending a partnership of 150, a catch at slip by Calvin Harrison. Hampshire lead by 311 at 245 for 5. The last delivery, once we were just doing that radio update, was steered to backward point. That's how to announce yourself, isn't it? First ball slammed back over the bowler's head for 6, but Seba Mead was following the flight of it in the air, and then it dropped down below us. I couldn't see. Mead said he couldn't see. The umpire signalled 6, and there was definitely some cries down below us from the spectators saying 4, 4. But it's in the book as 6. 246 for 5.
Well, he's continuing where he left off, really, Fuller. It's one gear. Let's get after everything. Let's dominate. It's more really T20 style, but without the fielding restrictions. And yeah, they certainly do want to get on with it. They've got a healthy lead here already, Hampshire, at 312.
Yes, it's already one of seismic proportions as far as knots are concerned. It really is. There's Petman, bowls, and this one's drilled through the offside for 4. That's a mighty, mighty fine shot from Ian Holland to go into the 90s. Moves on to 93. That's the 250 brought up as well. 250 for 5. The lead 316, and that's as good as anything we've seen today. I really like that shot. But Toby Petman getting a wicket, but an over that still went for 11 runs.
Yeah, look at that. 11 runs and a wicket. What an over. Full of drama and theatre, and welcome Fuller to the middle, hitting his first delivery for 6 runs. He means business out there, and there's 9 overs left now of this old ball. Just get the impression that these two, Holland and Fuller, are going to make the most of it. Holland in the 90s now. Be wanting that 100, of course.
This could be interesting. That's just pushing the fielders back a little bit.
So Fuller, he's facing. Let's see what he's going to do. As James pounds in and bowls, and that's driven straight. It'll just be 1. Fuller trots through. He'll go on to 8. Holland will face on 93 off 205 deliveries. He is the anchor man. 251 for 5 is the score. Hampshire.
Gives it a wallop, doesn't he? Crikey.
It's entertainment. Let me entertain you.
Yeah.
So Holland facing. 1 slip in place. Gaps on the leg side. As James is in and bowls, and there it is. There is that gap. And that is flicked backward of square down towards fine leg, where it's fielded, and they go through for 1. So Holland on to 94. And the score 252 for 5. I think we're going to have a shuffle, aren't we? Because Dave, you'll take over my end in a moment. Kevin James will join me. Hampshire flying high here at 318, and Fuller and Holland looking to make hay. There's going to be a thrash about. Fuller facing, and he's going to get a single here. This is just tucked into the leg side. A good rotation of the strike in this over. 3 singles in a row. 253 for 5, a lead of 319. Haven't seen much of the sun recently, but it's not doing the batters any harm out there. Last wicket to fall, that of Dawson for 82, breaking up that 5th wicket partnership worth 150 between Dawson and Holland. Have done all the damage to Nottinghamshire. Has taken this game away from them. And a low-scoring affair in the first innings. 1 slip as James comes in and bowls, and that is just a bump ball into the ground and fielded backward of point. No run. It's all gone quiet out there in the crowd. The Nott supporters not so impressed by this. And Hampshire just stretching and extending that lead with plenty of time left in the game. It's only day 2. The weather's set fair for tomorrow. Not Saturday though. Plenty of rain around Saturday, but there's lots of time for Hampshire to go for the kill tomorrow, if they get themselves into that position. As a bouncer, gosh, that was really reared over the head, and it's been signalled by the umpire, Pollard, as a no ball. I don't think that was quite reachable. It would have been a serve at Wimbledon had he got anything on it. So that's 1 more added to the extras column, which goes to 21, the extras column. 255. In fact, I think you get 2 for no ball, is that right? 255 for 5, Holland on to 94.
I'm the last person to ask about rules, believe me.
Yeah, not a law-abiding citizen here. As he's in and bowls, and that is thrashed through the covers, and I'm wondering what you see. It will go for 4. It's raced away backward of point. A lovely-looking flamboyant shot from Holland. He will go on to 98 with that. Again, width given and too short. Rocks onto the back foot, opens the blade, and that is thrashed away. 259 for 5 now. The lead 325. Holland just teetering on that half century. 98. I don't know if you want to call Holland, as he's one of yours, James. I called you James.
Kevin,
James.
yeah.
James and James.
Kevin James here,
Kevin
by the way.
James.
That's flicked away now. That's one. Is there going to be two? I don't think so. Oh, Fuller was willing to go, but Holland wasn't going to chance it, but he will keep the strike. He moves on to 99. 260 for 5. Hampshire lead by 326. Thank you, Isabel. Dave Bracegirdle coming back in. He's had the briefest of breaks of about 2 minutes, but he's back in for more. Never wants to let the side down, Dave Bracegirdle. Always leading from the front. Reminds me of James Vince, does Dave Bracegirdle. Both international cricketers. And that's about it. 260 for 5. I'm not sure Dave Bracegirdle's batting was up to that. I'm not sure you had a lovely cover drive in your day, Dave. Maybe you did. Right, 260 for 5. Ian Holland on 99, facing Toby Petman, who picked up the wicket of Liam Dawson. Calvin Harrison catching that one. Simple one, but after dropping the one which wasn't the easiest, well, they'll be mighty glad. Here's Petman, bowls. Holland pushing out into the covers. No run there. The field is unsurprisingly crowding Ian Holland here as they try and make him work for this single to reach 3 figures. 260 for 5. Hasib Hamid is signalling to somebody somewhere. What's he asking for? Is it back towards the Notts dressing room?
He's trying to put Holland off.
Yes. Waving his arms about. Fortunately, he's stopped as the bowler runs in and bowls to Holland. Holland gets wrapped on the pad, goes out square on the leg side. No run there.
Again, it was a leggy delivery, wasn't it?
It was a bit. It was a nice bit of shape actually that got Dawson. I know Dawson tried to swing hard through the line of the ball, but there was a lovely shape away. Just every now and then, and it is every now and then, the ball just behaves in a way that we saw a lot more of it up until about the middle of the afternoon. It just reminds you that this pitch is not totally gone flat, but certainly a lot easier for batting. Petman comes in, bowls. Holland drives. It's fielded on his follow through. Holland was a couple of paces down the wicket, got excited. As Calvin Harrison at slip is doing some back exercises. And Petman walks back to his mark into his 14th over, 1 for 51. Stands there with his feet wide apart, as Dave Bracegirdle pointed out yesterday, and we take more of a notice now. Bowls. Holland gets a length ball, happy to push forward at that and not look for an angle.
It's George Scrimshaw of Derbyshire. Absolutely identical set off. Big tall man, and stands initially there with his legs apart.
Maybe it's an East Midlands thing. Maybe there's a bowling coach going around the East Midlands that's telling everybody to stand there square on with their feet wide apart before they run in. 260 for 5. Here's Petman again. Here's the 100 coming this ball as he bowls. Holland gets one that just nips back a fraction back into pad. Ball just bounces out a couple of yards in front of the batter. Petman's doing well here, making the batter work hard for this one run. It's what you should do as a bowler. It doesn't matter what your figures are, it doesn't matter how many overs you've bowled. The pressure is on the batter all of a sudden once he's within touching distance of 3 figures. Needs to keep this one straight as well. Here he is standing, feet wide apart. Looks ungainly as he comes in. Not the run-up. Bowls. Holland gets turned around there a little bit, leading edge, but it's gone to ground as it goes out to the covers. Good end to the over. 260 for 5. Holland's got to wait. The lead is 326.
Yeah, maiden for Tobias Petman. 260 for 5. Oh, will James Fuller continue? I was going to say against Lyndon James, but Calvin Harrison coming back. This could be interesting. I would imagine the scouts will be sent out to some different postcodes all around the ground. So we've got a long on, we've got a deep mid-wicket, got a man on the cover boundary. Petman is, where's he going to? He's asking, where do you want me, Skip? He's out on the fence behind square. There's still a slip in, Matthew Montgomery. Does Fuller normally play this aggressive and this attacking?
Yeah.
Will he try and get his mate on strike on 99? Let's see. Harrison bowls and it's just played gently onto the leg side, fielded by Patterson. 260 for 5. James Fuller has 9. It's his first ball for 6, but clearly there's some Notts fans down below us telling the umpire it was 4, but the umpire didn't want to know. This is pushed back to him. Don't know if you had a view of it, couldn't quite see because it was just down below us. Asiba Mead didn't know. The umpire signals 6 and then you get 4. 4. Next ball is pushed down the ground for a single. So here's your big moment, Mr. James. See if you can talk the old man through to what will be a splendid century for Hampshire. Might even be one that's gone a long way to set them up to the win that their performance today probably suggests they're going to go on and get sometime tomorrow.
Field again comes in, trying to save the single, trying to crowd Ian Holland. Man on the drive on both sides of the wicket. Calvin Harrison comes in from that pavilion end and bowls to Ian Holland. Holland gets a length ball, pushes forward. This is a game within a game for the moment. Holland has all the time in the world, doesn't need to do anything silly, but he's on 99, which can sometimes bring the worst out of a batter. Here comes Harrison, bowls on the back foot, happy to just play that one quietly away on the leg side. Good bowling this from the leg spinner.
Nothing to do with anything, but as I was driving in this morning, Naina's 99 Red Balloons was on the radio. There we are. Had a bit of a sing-along on my way here today.
Little did you know that 99 would rear its head again as Harrison bowls, comes down the wicket, drives but finds mid-wicket as Patterson, and Holland's got a little bit more of a weight on his hands. At the end of the over, 261 for 5, Hampshire lead by 327, and we've still got 19 overs to do tonight. He can wait all 19 overs, can Ian Holland, and maybe even into tomorrow if he's still there.
261 for 5. It's going to be Petman to continue. So Patterson and Hutton being saved clearly for the second near ball. You'd imagine Asiba Mead would take it the second it becomes due. Is he on the field, the skipper? It's an interesting one because Isabel said who would captain if he wasn't on the field. Would it be Joe Clark? And I went through a number of possibilities as Fuller defends this ball from Petman into the offside. Slater hurls the ball from cover to Dame Patterson at a fairly deepish mid-on. Just keep half an eye just in case the skipper doesn't come back. I didn't see him pop off, but
he's not on, you're right.
He ain't there. He ain't there. Because I was thinking of number 99, and of course Mead wears 99. The sub is Ben Martindale again. He's on at mid-wicket. 261 for 5. Petman in to bowl, and Fuller advances a pace and then pushes it back to the bowler. Joe Clark is at mid-off. Generally the position they go to, isn't it, when they take over the captaincy, just so they can have a quiet word in the bowler's ear. They're heading down under again this winter, Joe Clark to play for the Melbourne Stars, and he'll have a very familiar head coach this time around, with Peter Moores having landed that job. David Hussey has moved from Melbourne Stars to Cricket Victoria. Next delivery slammed down the ground towards us. A mighty blow again from Fuller. Lost the flight of it, but certainly one or two bounces before it crashed into the advertising boards for 4 more. Gives it a meaty and mighty wallop. Does Fuller. 265 for 5.
Wow.
331 is the lead. Poor old Toby Petman, since he since he took that wicket has gone round the park a little bit. If they lost the ball, it might be kindest for everyone. No, it has been returned. It's been returned by Dane Patterson to the umpire. Yeah. Here, Russ, have a look at this. What do you make of this, mate? Russell Warren, our umpire. Yeah, Joe Clark is certainly at the moment giving every indication that he's in charge, because he's leaning on Toby Petman, figuratively and literally, to have a word in his ear. There's Petman. Moses standing up. Fuller on 14. And happy just to block this one. Almost like playing by numbers. I was thinking 10 or 15 minutes ago that the cloud was breaking, but it's not really happened, has it? And I would suggest we'd be unlikely to get through the remainder of this session without the floodlights coming on. Getting gloomier by each passing minute as Petman comes in again to bowl to Fuller, whips it away into the offside. No, he didn't. He went to play it into the offside, and I'm looking to the offside, but just makes his way in the end into the V, and Patterson fields, and they take a single. And here again is your big opportunity, Kevin, to...
Yeah. Did you mention Crawley's out?
Yes.
Oh, right, I was going to say, I'm just looking at a video. All the Aussies, most of the Aussies in the field came running up to him to shake his hand.
Yeah, that's
Which is
good.
interesting. So here we are then. 219 balls, 99 not out. Ian Holland facing Petman, comes in, right arm over, bowls. Holland drives, but no gap as it goes straight to Clark at mid-off. And that's the only ball in that over that Holland is going to face, so we wait a little longer.
He'll be a little unlucky, won't he, if he is still on 99 when the second near ball's due, and Houghton nicks him off.
So the lead, 3-3-2. How many did Crawley make in the end, by?
Plenty.
Yeah, it was a lot, wasn't it? I was going to say it must have been a hell of an innings for the Aussies too.
That's, in fact, they're now 4 down as we click on it. England 357 for 4. Root's gone for 84. Crawley 189. It's Brook and Stokes at the crease at the moment. 266 for 5. James Fuller, see ball, hit ball. Harrison bowls, and he has hit the ball away on the leg side. He'll only get a single. Toby Petman does the fielding. Over to you, Mr. James, with Hampshire's lead 3-3-3. What was that, a gooch?
Something
Was
like
that a gooch?
Yeah. Feels like a bit of tennis going on between me and you at the moment. Flitting between the batters who are facing. Again, the field comes in, trying to squeeze Ian Holland, make him work for this last run. As Harrison comes in from that pavilion end and bowls. It's short! Oh, he's missed a chance. It was down the leg side. He went to pull it away on the leg side. Missed. Good take from Moores, but there was an opportunity.
It was a trap.
Oh, yes. Tried to help it on the leg side rather than smash it. Maybe that was the problem. But anyway, he's still there. As Harrison comes in again. Length ball played on the onside. Well, it has to be almost a rank bad ball here at the moment because...
Can I just throw in, the lead is 3-3-3 and Holland has faced 2-2-2 balls.
Something there somewhere. Harrison comes down the wicket, drives, can't get it past mid-on. He really tried there, but it didn't come out the middle of the bat. I'm nervous for him, I'm sure he's nervous. Harrison comes in and bowls to Holland, drives, and he's got the single to mid-on. Well, listen to that Hampshire contingent at the far end of the ground. And Ian Holland raises his bat to the dressing room. That will be huge relief for the 32-year-old. He then raises his bat to the Hampshire fans away to our right. Ian Holland with his 4th first-class 100. Restored to open in the batting. Wasn't considered as an opener at the start of the year after doing it last year. He averaged 22 last year. Hampshire felt that wasn't enough. They replaced him. He batted down the order, hasn't played the last 3 games. And as Hampshire's opening batting woes continue, he's been restored and he repays their faith with 100. Here's Harrison, bowls, driven on the onside by Fuller. 269 for 5. Wonderful stuff from Ian Holland. 4 wickets last night. 100. Back up the top of the order. And, well, many questioned Hampshire's selection policy. We read 1 or 2 out earlier on. Whether it was the right move to bring him back. Hasn't got a great record, as I say. He averaged 22 last year. He only averages 25 with a back career. But my word, what 100 this has been.
Very much so, yep. Congratulations to Ian Holland and all his close friends and supporters. He reached his 50 from 116 balls with 8 fours. His century from 224 balls with 13 fours. So went from 50 to 100 quite slightly quicker, only just quicker than his first 50. Here's Petman into bowl to Fuller, who's on 17, and is this a bye? It's gone down the leg side. It brushed Tom Moore's. Not sure if it brushed the bat. It didn't. So it is another bye. Extras up to 24. 270 for 5. Hampshire lead goes up to 336, and Nottinghamshire still 3 and a bit overs away from being able to take a second new ball. And Nasiba Mead's still off the field, the captain. But all sorts of issues and woes with regards to the availability and fitness of their quicker bowlers. Let's hope the injury epidemic hasn't spread to the batters as Clark moves across to field at mid-off, and there's no run. 270 for 5. Just coming up to 5 to 6, and probably about an hour's cricket left. 16.4 overs left. 16.4, we've heard that before, haven't we, somewhere? As Petman sets off from behind the pile of sawdust, and he comes now past umpire Warren, bowls, and this is cut away over Will Young at backward point for 4. Young leapt. Ironically, it was Petman bowling. Had it been Petman leaping at backward point, he might have been tall enough to reach it, because it only just cleared Will Young, but clear him it did. 4 more to Holland, who's on to 104. 274 for 5. Hampshire, here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Solent, with Isabel Duncan, Kevin James, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. We are, as I say, moving towards the 6 o'clock news. I can have no more than 30 seconds, Kevin, in the 6 o'clock news.
I know the feeling.
Some would say that's 29 seconds too long. Joe Clark, acting skipper, it seems, again goes over and has a word with Toby Petman, whose figures are getting a bit of a biffing all of a sudden. He's now 1 for 60 in his 16th over. He comes in again to bowl to Holland, who drives crisply into the offside and takes the run. And it's 275 for 5, and the lead 341. That's record chases. 460 set at New Road, Worcester in 2001. Got there to win by 6 wickets. Was it 7 wickets? It was 7 wickets, because Kevin Peterson was listed to come in at 6 and didn't get in.
It did not. Grief.
Floodlights are on here at Trent Bridge. Somebody's flicked the switch. As Petman is in again, and this is played on the leg side, fielded by Martindale. Nobody got 100, but Bicknell, Osman Afzal, Paul Johnson, Greg Blewett, John Morris all got 60s, 70s or 80s, and they chase 460 to win by 7 wickets. We've got, Kevin, in fact you can see them now going up in front of the pavilion. We've got umbrellas going up here at Trent Bridge as Petman comes in to bowl to Fuller. He'll try and slam it away for runs, but hits it straight to Martindale, and more brollies are going up. I don't think it's heavy, but certainly there's a little bit blowing across the ground. Can't see the ground staff. Are you there, Steve? I know the ground staff listen to the commentaries. The umpires are pointing to the sky just to make out, just to let everybody in the ground know that they are concerned about the weather. But may think it's going to blow over. Let's hope it does.
Yeah, I saw 1 or 2 people moving in the Smith Cooper stand away to our right, and I thought they were just getting ready to go home because it's about 6 o'clock, but clearly they were just moving higher up the stand to get under the roof.
It's just under or in front of the pavilion, isn't it? We can see those brollies.
Yeah. Oh, they're going off.
1 or 2 in the Smith Cooper stand, and they're going off. It's a little gloomy. Just maybe they've had a little bit of intelligence. Can't see the ground staff. Oh, here they come. Here they come. Here come the boys. 275 for 5. Still got potentially 16 overs to go in the day, with Hampshire in a very strong position here at 275 for 5, with 77 overs gone. Ian Holland is 105 not out, and with him James Fuller on 17. Just lost the lead momentarily. I need to do 275 and 66, which we'll now do. I think it's 3-4-1, something of that ilk. Just turn the effects microphone down because it's a little loud, the hover cover. Here it comes. Here it comes. One day in the future, Kevin, we'll all drive around in one of those, a hover cover. It'll only take me half an hour to get down to the Ageas Bowl on a hover cover. The stumps are laid flat on the ground, those blue stumps and green bales in the colours of the sponsor. They're now being moved by one of the ground staff just off the playing strip, out of the way, and there are 3 members of the ground staff just moving it into position just to protect it. You can see against the backdrop of the black Batman scoreboard, those of you watching the live stream, you can see clearly why we call it the Batman board. The silhouette, the image of the scoreboard looks very much like the silhouette of Batman, but we can see the rain against the backdrop of it, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if the ground staff's next job is to start to unfurl the big tarpaulins, the sheets, the covers, and get plenty of protection out there for the rest of the square. 275 for 5, so we've had 10 wickets go down today. Nottinghamshire beginning the day 87 for 5. By 20 to 12 it was done and dusted. 100 all out. Tom Moore's out for 30, and then crash bang wallop. Hutton 4, James 2, Harrison 0, Petman 1. Notts 100 all out. The last 5 wickets fell for 5 runs, 95 for 5 to 100 all out. And then when Hampshire replied, Dane Paterson with the first 3 wickets, Middleton for 6, Gubbins for 10, Vince for 15, Brett Hutton getting Ben Brown for 16, and then a partnership, a decisive, a match-defining partnership, you'd imagine at this stage, of 150 between Liam Dawson and Ian Holland. Eventually ended when Dawson was dismissed by Toby Petman for 82. That was 239 for 5. Ian Holland, as was beautifully described by Kevin James, went on to reach his 4th first-class 100. And then the rains came at 275 for 5, a lead of 341. We're seconds away from 6 o'clock. We'll now have to do a quick update for Radio Nottingham. Have you got 15 seconds worth of summary, just in case we don't get any more cricket today?
Yeah, very much looking forward to a drink between the 3 of us after the game. How's that?
Well, it's important to rehydrate, Kevin, after sport, as you know. Whilst Izzy and I are just having a little protein shake, and you head off for your ice bath initially, then we'll have a little bit of a catch up, and I shall give you a debrief on both your performances today.
Thank you. You bring your notepad?
Of course. Of course, we still might have an hour's cricket here. What do you think?
Well, it's not very heavy, is it?
What are your spidey instincts telling us?
Well, the clouds are very high, and it's not raining very hard. You just think this could change at any moment, couldn't it?
Yeah, and it does appear to be getting brighter and lighter and a little more positive. Away to our right. 275 for 5. So here is my update for BBC Radio Nottingham. I'll speak to you the other side of this. I'm afraid we're a little bit in limbo. The rain has come down, the players have just left the field. We should have 16 overs left in the day. Hampshire in a strong position here. They're 275 for 5. That's an overall lead of 341. So there we are. I don't think that was anywhere near 30 seconds, or hopefully it wasn't. Don't want to get my knuckles wrapped. Hampshire lead by 341. We'll not go far, I promise you. And as soon as we know something, we'll let you know. Do appreciate not everybody's watching the pictures. Those that are can see the hover cover, can see the ground staff out there with not a single brolly amongst them. There is light rain falling. It's the old Peter Kay rain, isn't it? The light rain that soaks you through, but the ground staff won't be bothered too much. But those of you following on the BBC Sport website and app with audio only, just keep abreast of all the scores and the updates, the text news as it comes in on the BBC Sport website. And the second the players are out there, we'll be bringing you the commentary the remainder of the day, assuming they get back out there. And of course, if they don't, the three of us will be all primed and ready to go just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. We think there'll be more cricket, and if so, we'll speak to you then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where I'm pleased to say it appears as if we may have some more cricket. I am just looking at the two umpires, Paul Pollard and Russell Warren. They're dressed for duty, making their way out to the middle. First thing they'll need to do is to pop the stumps back in the ground. Players are coming out in dribs and drabs. Doesn't seem as if anybody's in a particular hurry to get out into the middle. With Hampshire with an overall lead of 341, 275 for 5. The little break has enabled Asiba Mead to attend to whatever he needed to attend to, because he is back out on the field. He's just chatting to two umpires. Could be about absolutely anything, so no point speculating, but Asiba Mead chatting to umpire Pollard. Here come the two Hampshire unbeaten batters, Ian Holland and James Fuller.
I didn't realise the umpires put the stumps in. I thought the ground staff did that.
Well, the ground staff normally do. They're still dragging ropes and taking the covers off and all the rest of it. I think you're absolutely right. They normally have them in there ready to go. Proving a little more difficult at this end for Russell Warren than it normally should, I guess. You've just got to align them properly, haven't you, and make sure the sponsors' logos are all lined up properly, a little bit like Rafa Nadal lining up his bottles, and everything is in a nice straight line. But we're going to get underway. We've got 16 overs left. I think that's what we had when we went off, isn't it?
Yep.
So we've not missed an awful lot, and looks as if we're going to have Matthew Montgomery to bowl for the first time in the match. So there's only 3 overs to go before the second new ball is available. Outfield will be a little damp. Didn't get as far as covering the entire square, obviously, but a little bit of moisture fell. And interesting to see how that affects anything at all. Do you want to have a little bit of Matthew Montgomery, Kevin?
Yeah. One first-class wicket to his name. Looking for his second. Holland turns it away behind square for a single, 276 for 5. So, oh no, we have lost 4 overs.
It's just changed from 16 to 12.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is a huge relief to those of us that don't want to be here too late tonight.
Still going to be 7 o'clock, isn't it? If we get these 12 in.
I think we were just after 7 last night, were we? Off the back foot, Fuller drives it back to the bowler.
7:23 apparently, officially.
Ground staff, are they sort of hovering around the cover? There's Montgomery bowls. That's turned away on the leg side by Fuller for a single. 18 he moves on to, 277 for 5.
I suspect this is predominantly because Notts over 8 is -1. And with a second new ball just around the corner, they won't speed things up with that, will they?
Holland on the back foot, steers that past extra cover, but there is a man out sweeping behind him. Single takes Holland on to 107, 278 for 5, lead 3-4-4. Now they're away from the cover, that's all right, so we're okay. Ground staff will know if there's rain coming. They're nowhere to be seen, which is good news for those of us that want all those 12 overs to be bowled, as Fuller slaps at that one down the ground towards deep mid-on. He was on to 19, 279 for 5, 345 the lead now. That lead could quite easily be around sort of 380 by the end of tonight. Maybe a few more if Fuller gets hold of 1 or 2, as that's driven to mid-wicket, end of the over. 279 for 5, 11 to do tonight.
Yeah, that didn't take very long at all, which is good news, I think, for everybody concerned. A number of the hardy spectators have decided enough is enough and have left us to it. And I think I estimated about 200 in the ground yesterday for the last knockings. I don't think there's that many left today. 100 at most, you'd imagine. 279 for 5, going to be Calvin Harrison. 9 overs, maidenless and wicketless. Gone for 22 runs. He's going to bowl to James Fuller. Harrison bowls and Fuller on the back foot, drives down the ground for a single. Petman will field. 280 for 5. There's absolutely no value in Hampshire declaring whatsoever. I wouldn't imagine would have crossed anybody's mind, as the next delivery is swept away on the leg side and Brett Hutton will do the fielding. 281 for 5. And the lead is 347. But I would think it would be only a few overs in the morning before they look to hit top gear. Another punch into the leg side for a single. 45 minutes of mayhem in the morning could well take the lead well beyond 400, and I'm sure Hampshire will feel they're very much in clover. Harrison again bowls another slog sweep onto the leg side, in the gap for 4. 2 of them out there, but they're a long way apart, and the ball bisected Lyndon James and Brett Hutton. 286 for 5, beg your pardon, 286 for 5. The lead over 350. This is starting to get pretty messy for Notts. Next delivery on its way now, and cut away by Holland for his 113th run. Well, you didn't realise we were as close to Donington Park as we actually are, did you? Finished for the day at Northampton, where the home side are 151 for 6, trailing Somerset by 20. And Fuller will punch this down the ground for a single. He'll keep strike. 288 for 5. Fuller on 22. The lead is 354, and we've got 1 over left before a second new ball would become due.
Yeah, I was imagining they'll take it, won't they? Straight away. Got to, really, otherwise the lead will be a bit silly. Got to pick up a couple of wickets and just, you know, the way the wicket's playing now, you know, I mean, 354 yesterday and half of today, you would say that's not so bad. Twice and struggle to get that. But it's not out of the question. The way the wicket's starting to behave now, it's more like a Trent Bridge pitch. Down the wicket comes Fuller, slaps it away through extra cover to the short boundary side, 4 runs. Moves on to 26, 292 for 5, the lead 358.
It was almost an apologetic wave of the arms there from Fuller. I don't know quite what it was, whether it was just a loss of balance or something. Seemed like he was apologising for only hitting it for 4.
26 off just 25, and didn't let the ball go there, did
No.
Montgomery? I don't know why. Do that ball again. Here it comes. Bowls to Fuller. Fuller down the wicket, slaps it in the air through the same area. 1 bounce 4. Well, there is a fielder at deep extra cover, fairly.
There's 2 out there
straight.
now.
Yeah, well, that's going to say it. But I mean, believe me, a yard or 2 either side of them, that's 4 runs.
Yeah.
It's got to go straight at them. 296 for 5, 362 the lead now. Fuller signalling his intentions before this second new ball is due.
Montgomery saying, how on earth did I get talked into this?
Comes in again and bowls to Fuller. Fuller cuts that away fine. Chase on for Brett Hutton, who's taking a bit of time to get there. The ball will hold up before it goes to the rope, so they'll pick up 3.
Just what he needs when he might be bowling the next over.
That might just loosen him, perhaps.
Well,
you'd hope.
There is that. There is that. And of course, you know, you put the spinner on, let's rattle through a few overs. Doesn't necessarily work. We had to fetch the ball back from a boundary. We had to fetch the ball back from a second boundary, and now even longer has been used up with them running 3 and the ball fetched back from the third man fence.
299 for 5. Extra cover comes up for Ian Holland. As Holland comes down the wicket and drives that through the covers, but there is a fielder on the rope there. And that'll be a single. There's 300 up for Hampshire in their second innings, having been bowled out for 166 in the first innings. They've lost 5 wickets in doing so. Holland moves on to 114, the lead now 366.
Yeah. There's been a damaging 3 overs here as well.
That's a bit, isn't it? I'm not sure the over rate's going to improve too much in this over, that's for sure, as Fuller easily works it away on the leg side for a single. 301 for 5.
That's 26 runs from 17 balls since we restarted.
Around the wicket here, Montgomery with his off spin. Slog sweep on the leg side. There is a fielder. He dropped it. He's put it down, Patterson. Well, he really did get hold of that, Ian Holland. And that sailed away. And it went straight into the hands of Patterson and straight out again. And it didn't even hit him on the hand. The way he's brushing his hand out, that's probably hit him on the wrist. And that's a big mistake. Big miscalculation from Patterson on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Right, I'm watching what's going on here. Brett Hutton yet is taking his cap off and is going to ask, I'm sure, for the second new ball. He is indeed. Russell Warren, I think, is going to gesture to the scorers. And there it is, the traditional wave of the arm, the ball held aloft by Russell Warren towards the scorers. So Brett Hutton with ball in hand, and that was well, it certainly didn't do Notts any favours, those 3 overs. The over 8 still says -1. They went for 26, 27 runs, a dropped catch as Harrison bowls, and another free flow of the Holland bat into the offside for a single. With 303 for 5. The lead is advancing quite rapidly towards 400, 369. It's a new ball taken, 9 overs at Nottinghamshire's disposal this evening. Or to put it another way, 9 overs for Hampshire to get that lead, well in excess of 400 if they can. 303 for 5. Hutton bowls, and Fuller turns it away, and it's nicely fielded by Lyndon James out on the fence. And there's only a single. It was a nice bit of timing from Fuller, deserved more.
Yeah, the new ball just going off the bat a little harder.
It's raced to 35 from only 29 balls faced, James Fuller. Holland on 116. There's Hutton. In again, and bowls and flicked away, up in the air. In fact, it was meant to be a clip on the leg side, and it ballooned away into the covers, but landed safely off an outside edge. 2 more to Holland, onto 120, 308 for 5. Here on, it's been a chilly old day at Trent Bridge. The weather really hasn't done very much at all. It would have been like this, I guess, at dawn, and as we head towards dusk, it's not got any brighter all day, really. There's Hutton. There's one little spell, wasn't there, this afternoon, where the sun briefly came out. Hutton bowls, and this one slammed away onto the leg side and into the advertising boards for 4. That was a shot of immense power and timing from Holland, and he's on to 122. He looked a little careful and cautious in the 90s, as he had every right to be, but it's gone back to the free-flowing Ian Holland that we've seen at times throughout this innings. This new ball's getting a bit of a pasting. Hutton in again, 2 slips waiting, and Holland defends this time, but will still get a single because the field's set deep. 311 for 5.
So that pull shot wasn't that short, was it? That is a man in form now and seeing the ball big. I'm sort of thinking as well. I mean, I know this probably will be in their calculations, although they've got to be a little careful. But if you take day 4 out of the equation, because unless the forecast has changed, it's not a great Saturday.
There's Hutton in again. Another run here, or runs, worked away on the leg side, stopped by Lyndon James. Notts were bowled out, Kevin, in 37.5 overs in the first innings. Hampshire should have, well, as many overs as they want. It should be a 104 over day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking to give themselves most of tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, my app is still showing not a great Saturday.
No, it's not. It's not going to be a great Saturday, but they'll be okay tomorrow.
Cool.
Somebody with the sneezers down below us. Leicestershire 114 for 7 at the end of day 2 at Oakham School. Require a further 124. Worcestershire, their opponents, require 3 wickets.
Dane Patterson back into the attack, unsurprisingly. 3 for 48 from 18.
Yes, the pace of the day has dropped once again, hasn't it?
Scattered field with a deep square leg, deep fine leg, deep cover. Third man as Fuller pushes that past mid-wicket for a single. Mid-on's fairly deep. 313 for 5. Fuller on to 37 off 31. Positive again as he was in the first innings with 46 from 49.
Yeah, there's a chance here of a couple of things. Dane Patterson's figures to get a bit of a hammer in, or a chance of him being able to get another 5 for here. 3 for 49. You'd imagine they'll go after the shots this evening.
Comes in and bowls to Holland. Gets wrapped on the pad, trying to work that away. Goes down to fine leg anyway. Single, 314 for 5. The lead up to 380 now.
Yeah, and the partnership's 74.
Good partnerships. 150 for the 5th with Dawson. Just shows really, I mean, this pitch has got a lot easier now. From about middle of the afternoon onwards, things have got much easier to bat. You expect Notts to do much better second time round. They will do better second time round. As Patterson comes in and bowls down the leg side, bounces wickedly in front of Moores, but he still takes it. Can stop from him.
There'll be long odds on them chasing down 400, because as you say, might not get an opportunity on Saturday, and 400 in a day tomorrow would be a lot, even if they had somebody going well. But
yeah, only pitch is a lot to chase, isn't it?
Yeah,
a lot. Here's Patterson to Fuller. Fuller gives himself some room, hammers that up towards extra cover, doesn't really get hold of it. Throw comes in from Hamid. Misses the stumps. Fuller home. Just backing up as well.
By Montgomery.
Yeah.
Hamid slipped as he threw it, and Montgomery slipped as he backed up. It is a little greasy out there. Hamid's still down on the ground. I think he's just taking the moment just to have 30 seconds all to himself. Getting up in instalments.
He's lively in the field, but when he's to ground, he looks like an old man getting up. 315 for 5 as Holland faces Patterson this time, and short, and he cuts that away, and that could be 6 over points, is it? Umpire's looking. Paul Parlad signalled 6. Good shot that from Ian Holland. It is the short boundary side, but even so, I think that's the first time that a cut shot at this near end has actually reached that boundary.
Just sat up nicely, didn't it? Enough width for him just to play that shot. Deliberately lifted it up and over.
129 Ian Holland moves on to. 321 for 5. Where's he been, people are saying?
Yeah.
Ian Holland, who opened the batting last year, was discarded at the start of this year. It was Organ and Fletcher Middleton for the first few games, and then Organ was discarded. It was Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton, then Weatherly was discarded, and now Holland is back where he was last year. As that's full, it's driven up to mid-on. There's always a single up there because they're fairly deep. 322 for 5. Holland keeps the strike. He's now on 130, and the Hampshire lead is now up to 388.
Yes, it's been a very impressive innings today from Ian Holland. Or is it the Netherlands? Which should they be called?
I think they're Netherlands, aren't they? Are they?
Oh.
Work's going on your care home day? Still?
They can't still be working this time of day. Here's Hutton to bowl to Ian Holland, and again he's lifted it out on the leg side for yet another boundary. Runs have come thick and fast. I tell you what, we've had 51 runs in 5.1 overs since they returned after that brief shower. Lots would have hoped, I think, that it had turned into something really heavy and kept them off, because the runs that Hampshire might have been thinking we'll get in the first half an hour tomorrow morning, they're getting here, and they're getting them very quickly indeed. The lead is 392. Hutton bowls again, and once more whipped away on the leg side, this time picking out the fielder Lyndon James. The lead 3-9-3.
Well, he's playing very carefree, Ian Holland. Not something you're used to seeing him do up the top of the order. Worked hard. 244 balls now he's faced for 135, and just enjoyed himself out there. It certainly looks as though he is.
Hampshire 4th on the fringes of the top 3 going into this game. Nottinghamshire 7th on the fringes of the bottom 3 going into this game. As Hutton bowls again, cut away for more runs through the offside. That's nicely struck. Will Young is out there and does the fielding. Sliding stop, 2 runs a couple of weeks ago. Said he was sat on his couch, slippers on, cup of coffee, got a phone call. Do you fancy a few weeks in England playing for Nottinghamshire? Apparently he'd got a New Zealand squad camp, fitness training camp. That was the only thing in his diary. Well, do I go and play in England or do I go to a training camp? He said it was no contest as Hutton bowls again wide at the off stump, and again Will Young has to do the fielding. The evergreen Will Young. Don't think we've said that yet today. 329 for 5.
Yeah, he played against Hampshire for Northants last year, and he was on the losing side in those games. He played on the Isle of Wight in the 50 overs, lost that one. Played in the championship game and lost that, and he's probably thinking, I'd rather not be up against Hampshire.
330 for 5. Next ball is again slammed in the offside out to Will Young. Well, funny enough, last year for Northants, he skippered Northants at the Oval, obviously against Surrey, got 2 and 3. Said he'd thought about that a few times and realised that he would make his Notts debut at the Oval, and then responded with 145 and 25 not out last week. So all the runs he didn't get for Northants he saved up for Notts. Might need to have saved up a few for the second innings tomorrow here, as Hutton again bowls, and again it's hit very, very hard to the deep set. Seba Mead, end of another expensive over. 332 for 5. Hutton 19 overs, 1 for 84. Patterson 19 overs, 3 for 57. And not a lot of joy elsewhere. Lyndon James 17 overs, none for 60. Harrison 10 overs, none for 30. And a couple of overs of indifferent and punished off spin from Matthew Montgomery. 332 for 5. 6 overs to go. Just keep doing what you're doing, I guess, would be the message, with the batters wearing earpieces and microphones coming from the dressing room.
He certainly got the momentum.
Ooh.
Oh, Dane Patterson was halfway through his run-up and then decided that that was it.
Well, the good thing is that he's just turned and going back to his mark, because we saw him do that at the Oval and he just carried on running straight back to the dressing room. The old hip, bit of an issue. Yeah. And at that stage, ball was out of the game and Hutton had severe cramps.
Here he is. Down the wicket comes Fuller. Smacks that away to the fielder on the cover boundary. Single to Fuller takes him on to 43. 333 for 5. You have a thing about 333, Dave? Let's hope from a Nottinghamshire point of view that that bears fruit.
Well, I put my feet off the ground when Notts are batting on the Nelson numbers, but they're very firmly on the ground here.
399.
Yes, yes.
Here's Patterson to Holland. Holland swings away, but straight to mid-wicket.
I think your Hampshire group of supporters are still here, but they've obviously rolled the flag up. They didn't want it to get wet.
Yeah, they're still on the bottom part of the stand. Yes. But you're right, yes. But they're still there, supporting their team. 333 for 5, Hampshire. Another big partnership here. 94 so far, these two have put on. Swings away, doesn't really get hold of that, but it goes over Patterson's head, but bounces well short of mid-on. It certainly was not out of the middle of the bat.
And all the applause is coming from the group that Kevin was referring to as the lead hits 400.
Yeah, they've been away from home a lot over the last week and a half or so.
There they are, thanks to Aaron on the camera for picking them out again.
He's good, isn't he?
Huge thanks to Spence and to Jono, our other cameraman today.
It's pulled away but not timed at all as it goes off a bottom edge into the ground and trickles out to mid-wicket.
And to produce a Kirsty, if she's not already in the pub, she'll be there. She'll be there.
Will she?
3, 3, 4 for 5.
Not already in the pub?
Already.
She should be still working.
Already. A reminder, actually, once we're talking about the live stream, those of you that are watching it, always say it if I remember, carry on watching the live stream at the end of the day, and the first reaction from the players will come up on the live stream.
Patterson, Fuller gives himself some room now, skied that pull shot. There are 2 fielders going for it and neither are going for it. One bounced and he's just pulled back inside the rope. But surely one of them could have got a little closer than that. They both looked at each other, weren't exactly committed. And Patterson's looking over there with his hands out saying, well...
To you, to me, to you, to me.
Well, that wasn't great. One of those was...
Will Young and Toby Petman.
Yeah, well, what's I say? There's not a great amount of commitment shown there between the two of them. Although Will Young in the end did well to save it going for 4.
Landed between them to... I thought, to be fair.
There it is. See, look, not really committed at all. Will Young was probably just about the closest. Here's Patterson, bowls, short, that's hammered away by Fuller through mid-wicket. Will Young's not going to get to that. That is a super shot,
yeah.
4 runs Fuller.
Yes, James Alcaraz Fuller. What's he gone to? He's gone to 49. 340 for 5. Crikey, that's the 100 partnership from 83 balls. Ian Holland and James Fuller, and pretty much an even split.
Wow, that's a big hit, that one.
And before our very eyes, the Nottinghamshire over 8 has just moved to 0. That's just in case Hampshire's just suddenly declare, I suppose.
Yes.
Put them out of the misery. It's Hutton then, 5 overs remain. 340 for 5. Brett Hutton bowls, and with plenty of width. Fullish delivery. Holland couldn't do anything but hit it into the offside, and it's fielded by a Seba Mead at mid-off. Hutton's field got 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. And I thought that was sort of the ideal delivery. Ball right up on the crease line, but 18 inches outside the off stump. Pretty hard to drag onto the leg side they are. Holland on 137. He'll be eyeing up 150 here. Can get another single. 138. 341 for 5. Do we know his best, roughly?
Yes, 146 not out.
You were just keeping that for the moment, weren't you? Two hits away, potentially.
The cat's out of the bag.
Seba Mead says, Brett, do we need a slip in there? Skip, I don't think we do. Okay, let's bring Calvin Harrison out, and he's gone to backward point. So that's the only change in the field. The homicidal maniac that is James Fuller on strike gets his 50 with a glorious shot through extra cover. Will Young should cut it off and does, but Fuller will go back to the other end and will then, I'm sure, be congratulated by Ian Holland. Raises his bat to the Hampshire dressing room, and Fuller's gone to his half-century from 41 balls with 4 fours and a 6.
A 10th career half-century for James Fuller.
He's looked good, hasn't he, in this match?
Cool. Hasn't even bowled yet.
343 for 5, he hasn't, no. Hampshire lead by 409. That's Brett Hutton. In again and bowls and wide of the off stump. They'll should get a single. Slater shies at the stumps and narrowly misses. Something I've been meaning to do all day. I did mention it yesterday, but she was on the ground, so I wouldn't have heard. Very nice meeting Karen, who was here yesterday celebrating her birthday. Went over and said hello whilst it was raining in the morning. I guess you're back home in Manchester now listening, and hope the rest of your day went very well indeed. Karen, hope you enjoyed your visit to Trent Bridge, and hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. 344 for 5. Next ball dug out by Ian Holland, and there's no run. And we've got 4 overs and 1 ball left, Kevin.
Fuller's top scorer of the season, 52, beats the 51 he got in Hampshire's only innings against Kent at Canterbury. in the middle of May.
Wise words of wisdom being passed by skipper to bowler, or vice versa. There's Hutton in to try and end Ian Holland's lengthy stay, and he nearly did it with a really good delivery, Yorker length delivery, but nicely played by Holland, as Kevin said earlier. Seen it big as a football.
Oh, hello.
And it could be that they're going to troop off. Now, does this mean that Notts are going to have to bat for an over? Does it mean they're going to bat for 2 overs? I think it does. They're going to have to bat for 2 overs. The declaration has come at 344 for 5, a lead of 410. Ian Holland won't get his career best because he is 138 not out, Kevin, I think it is, and James Fuller 52 not out, and well, drama's not the word, but a little bit more cricket to come that we weren't expecting, with a declaration coming. 4 overs left in the day, 2 will be sliced off, so Hampshire giving themselves just a chance this evening to winkle out a wicket. We saw a Seba Mead hair off and go to the dressing room. I wasn't watching Ben Slater, I'm sure he's done the same. Last year at the Oval, I know he's not at Lords, I know he's not playing here, in a similar scenario, not sent out their number 11 Luke Fletcher to try and see it through to the close. And of course last night not sent out Brett Hutton as a night watchman. What are you doing here, Captain James? Sending a night watchman, or sending your recognised 2 in the gloom with the floodlights on?
Interesting, isn't it? It's like a Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum declaration there, isn't it? Where did that come from? I think the way they were playing, you could definitely tell that Hampshire were getting on with the game and weren't thinking about batting for too much longer. But I have to say, maybe tonight, maybe even a couple of or a few overs in the morning, but Hampshire have just said, you know what, if we can't win with 410 run lead, then it's probably not worth batting for much longer. And as I say, I think Saturday very much, that declaration has Saturday in mind with the weather.
So there will be a little more cricket in just a moment. We'll have a little comfort break, and we'll be I'll leave the effects microphone on so you can hear things, those of you that don't have the pictures, and those of you that do can see the ground staff out there. Play will resume officially at 6:52, and we'll be here to give you the cricket when it does recommence. 2 overs left for Nottinghamshire to begin their response, having been set a victory target of 411. Good luck, boys. turn around, did it? The umpire's on their way out to the middle, so 2 overs left in the day. Just peering towards the far end of the ground to see who Nottinghamshire send out to bat. We can see the Hampshire players making their way out to the middle, led by the skipper James Vince, very much embracing the style and mode of cricket of today. A little bit of a surprise declaration late on in the gloom. I wonder if it might, well, it won't backfire, even if the umpires now say, oh, it's too dark. It is pretty gloomy, it has to be said. Keith Barker's getting himself ready to have a bowl. Who is it on the way out to the middle to have a bat? Let's have a look. So it is Slater and Ameed, so I'm sure they'll have been asked, do you want a night watchman, do you want to go out and do it? It is a curious old thing, isn't it, the night watchman malarkey. Not losing a wicket with 6 overs or so to go last night, and Brett Hutton was sent out as night watchman. There's only 2 overs left to 9, it's even later on in the day. And the 2 recognised openers go out there. Let's hope it's not a decision that they and Nottinghamshire are left to regret.
Can I just mention a couple of stats from a Hampshire point of view?
Please do.
That's the first 100 by a Hampshire opener this season. If you take Fletcher Middleton as basically the Hampshire opener in situ, he had the highest innings until Ian Holland's of 77. But if you take the other openers, so we're talking about Felix Organ, Joe Weatherly before Ian Holland, the highest score by Weatherly or Organ opening the batting was 58. So Ian Holland has made a huge statement there as an opening batter.
There you go then, Keith Barker. See what you can do.
Oh, what I can do?
Yeah.
I'll try my best. Here comes Barker to Slater. Slater just nudges that one away past the diving gully, that is. James Fuller, it was all along the ground, perfectly safe. 2 runs.
Yeah, they're going for it.
Yeah, they're off. Trying to win tonight. Trying to finish it tonight with 2 days to spare. Oh, now Mr. Pollard is now pulling Keith Barker up on his follow-through. He doesn't like anybody encroaching his area. He now has 2 keep-off signs, 1 each side of the wicket. He's been very officious on that, hasn't he? He's very. Like you, I've seen him umpire quite a few games. I've not seen him quite get involved as much as he has in this one. Barker again bowls, and on the line of leg stump past short leg, and that'll be 2 more, I would think. There's Mo Abbas. No, Mo Abbas, through no real effort, keeps them down to 1.
Oh, and it's a no ball.
Oh.
Not so galloping along here. They're 5 without loss, and still 5 balls left in the first over. A no ball.
Well, since that rain break, Dave, the runs have been easy for both sides. So that target is down to 406.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. See, it doesn't seem quite as bad as 411. It's Hameed to face. Barker round the wicket, having caught behind in the first innings on this angle. Hameed, gets one that bounces, whaps him on the gloves. Goes down towards fine leg. Organ coming in, just had a glance back behind him as he ran in, I don't know why. 6 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Another run off the target, and again, umpire Pollard is looking at Keith Barker's follow-through. He's very aware, of course, as we all are, that any rough that's dug up there on the follow-through, of course, will help Felix Organ as we go into day 3. But to be fair, he's looked at all the bowlers and probably just about every bowler he's mentioned. Outside the off-stump, Slater leaves alone. I don't think anybody's escaped the wrath of umpire Pollard.
No.
He's having another look now. Oh, does he know? He's just giving Slater a guard again. Regarding him.
Yeah. Very good.
So 4 slips for Ben Slater. Still got an over and a half to bowl. This over's taken 80s already as Barker bowls. Slater plays inside the lane.
And Knott's finished with an over rate of +1 somehow.
No problems there then.
No.
Oh, and Pollard's having a look again at his follow through.
Get him off. Get him off, Mr. Pollard.
That seemed quite wide to me, actually, compared to what was going on earlier.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barker, you can no longer bowl.
Yeah, he's getting him off, isn't it? Be a long day tomorrow if Keith Barker can't bowl. I'm sure he'll switch to round the wicket more. So he struggles a bit around the wicket against left-handers. In fact, I say struggle. He doesn't really bowl around the wicket to the left-handers. Slater pushes forward into the gap on the offside. Gubbins fields, diving to his right. Sunglasses come off his head as he does so. 7 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Slater has 4.
Yes, if he gets another ticking off in the morning, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they switched him to this end.
Yeah, that often happens,
Yeah.
doesn't it, really? Just get away from a certain umpire and then hopefully the other umpire's not quite so harsh.
7 from this over so far.
Oh, yeah. 7 over will do it. Here comes Barker. Hamid, inside edge onto the pad, I think. As the ball goes to the ground, fielded at short leg. The appeal is in vain. End of the over. 1 over to do. Nottinghamshire 7 without loss.
I think there was actually some good work there from Fletcher Middleton, because everybody was appealing and looking at the umpire and whatever. The ball dropped to Fletcher Middleton, and from short leg he threw down the stump. So it's a good job Asiba Mead didn't go a-wandering. Assume the umpire would have had his eagle eyes on it. So it is going to be Mohammed Abbas. Was it only really this morning that Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott were winkling their way through the Nottinghamshire lower order like a hot knife through butter? Not ending the day with the 2 openers at the crease. They began the day with Tom Moores and Brett Hutton at the crease, but they weren't there for long as Nottinghamshire lost their last 5 wickets for a total of 13 runs added this morning. They went from 87 for 5 to 100 all out, but they were 95 for 5 when Moores got out, and the next 4 followed quickly. Final over of the day then, Mohammed Abbas to bowl to Ben Slater. Round the wicket he bowls and Slater defends, so nobody else will be required to bat this evening. If a wicket does go down, that'll be it. They'll troop off, which is a regulation that sometimes causes a bit of consternation out there, the fielding team and the bowlers. And we'd love it if you could send out somebody in the gloom that we can have a go at them for the remainder of the over, but as with all the different sessions, if a wicket goes down, they'll head off back to the dressing room. 7 without loss. Slater has 4 of them. Abbas bowls to Ben Slater, beaten outside the off stump, or maybe he wasn't. Very close to the outside edge, but he didn't really push at it with any great interest in blocking it. Tick them off. 2 deliveries gone, 4 to go. Ideally, it's all about self-preservation here, isn't it? You want to get a single and get down the other end, but your mate's thinking exactly the same.
Play the last over from the non-striker's end, definitely.
Yeah, it's definitely to the best place. There's Abbas in once more to Ben Slater again. It's a good line, that's a good area that he's bowling. Through to Ben Brown, who took 6 wickets in, who took 6 catches rather in Nottinghamshire's first innings. The last one this morning off Toby Petman, I think, was an absolute blinder. Didn't really dwell on it at the time, as it was we were a little bit gobsmacked by the 5 wickets going down in quick succession, but I think as and when we get the chance to have a bit of a prolonged look at the highlights, it was an absolute scream of a catch. Abbas bowls, and this one's wide enough for Slater to leave with comfort. There's an actual shouldering of the arms as it goes through to Brown. And there's 2 balls left, 7 without loss. So Notts began this morning 87 for 5. They were bowled out for 100, as we say. So Hampshire a first innings lead of 66, and then Middleton for 6, Gubbins 10 and Vince 15 all fell to Dane Patterson. Ben Brown for 16, and Liam Dawson, a terrific knock from him, put on 150 with Holland. Dawson out to Petman for 82. as a Bass bowls to Slater, and that's closer. That's the best ball he's bowled, and Slater looked anxiously behind him. Does survive, 1 ball left. So when Liam Dawson fell, it was 239 for 5, and that was the last success for Nottinghamshire, because out came James Fuller. He smashed his way to 52 not out, and at the other end Ian Holland passed his 100 and then really accelerated. He finished 138 not out. Vince declared 344 for 5, a lead of 410, meaning Notts had to bat for 2 overs this evening, and they've survived 11 of the 12 deliveries. Here's a Bass bowling to Slater and worked away on the leg side, and he'll get boundary, yes, for Ben Slater through mid-wicket. So Notts will close on 11 without loss, Ben Slater 8 of them, and a Seabermead on 1. It does mean that Nottinghamshire require 400 runs to win at the halfway stage of this match, and a look at the watch tells us it is 6:59 p.m. and we're calling it at the end of day 2. Many thanks to Isabel Duncan for being with us today and for accompanying commentary. Anything else to add, Kevin?
No.
No.
Oh, yes, mine's a pint.
Of protein shake, I'm sure. Again, many thanks to our camera crew and production crew. Keep watching the live stream. You'll see the first interviews just as soon as we can get them, and most of all, many thanks to all the listeners and indeed the viewers to the live stream today, and for everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Really appreciated. We do eventually get round to them all. It does seem the old Twittery thing doesn't work very well at the moment, doesn't it? It's a strange old thing. We might have to have a rethink about that towards next season. But the umpires are the last 2 to leave the field, as it should be. Nottinghamshire 11 without loss after 2 overs. All being well, the 3 of us will be back first thing tomorrow morning to bring you day 3. Hope you'll join us then.
point?
Yeah, we plugged away really well. So the first session was really good. We had them 89 for 4, and at that point, applying really good pressure, we were very hopeful that we could bowl them out for anything between 250 and 300 to set up a really good game of cricket. Unfortunately, it just started to get away from us. Let's not take anything away from Holland and Dawson, and then obviously Fuller at the end, who played very well. So it was a really tough day all round for us.
Let's start with, I suppose, last night and a little bit into this morning as well. What do you put the batting performance, I suppose, down to first? Is that a case of Hampshire bowling particularly well on a pitch that helps split seamer, or are there cases where batters look at themselves as well?
Yeah, I think if we're absolutely honest, we haven't had our best first innings there. It's a very honest dressing room. They are a quality bowling attack. They would be one of the best bowling attacks in the First Division. But we would hope to play a little bit better than that normally. And then from a bowling perspective, as I said, we started off well, and then they ended up playing very well. There were plays and misses. Can't fault the lads for their effort, but it didn't go for us today.
What's it like psychologically for a bowler to come out when a lot of wickets have fallen in a short space of time, and there's almost sometimes an expectation that wickets are going to come in that third innings? Yeah, there can be an expectation, but these lads don't think like that. They know their jobs, and we try to sort of pride ourselves on creating as much pressure as we can, which we did at the beginning of the innings. And as I said, as it started to just snowball a little bit away from us, we just couldn't get the control back. And once again, it wasn't through a lack of effort. They played very well, and we mustn't take that away from them. But we'll have a little look at it. We always do, in a lot of detail, and we'll come back stronger. Yeah, effort and success really has been the hallmark of some of this bowling attack throughout the season, and we could almost go one by one, but we'll start with Brett Hutton, who's arguably today having the season of his career. What is it that's bringing him the success that he's got so far this season? Hard work. So Brett, every single winter that I've been here and he's been here, he comes in and he says, right, I just want to get better. What parts of my game can I get better? And he works relentlessly on that. He always books in his one-to-ones. But most importantly, he then goes and delivers out on the pitch. He's got well over 40 wickets at the moment, and there's still plenty of games to go. He's having the best season of his career, and that is purely down to an incredible amount of hard work and skill. How helpful is it for you, I suppose, then, to have a bowler with that sort of attitude who comes in wanting to better himself each and every day? Oh, it's fantastic, but all of the bowlers are like that. Whether it's the youngest in a James Hayes or the oldest in Luke Fletcher, they all want to do that, and we're very lucky to have a group that want to improve all the time. And that's touched on Toby Petman as well, making his debut. You've seen him grow a lot over the last couple of years. A, how good was it to see him making his debut, and B, how much has he gone through in the last couple of years? It's always great to see a debut, and Toby's a very popular member of this playing staff. And watching him yesterday, he was a little bit nervous to start with. We all saw that, but then I think today you saw his quality, and especially in that final spell today with the bounce that he gets. He gets unusual bounce. He's 6'7", he should do, but he's getting more and more accurate. He's worked very hard through second team cricket to actually really understand what he needs to be able to do with regards to getting stronger and bowling lots of overs. This is now another step up. Remember, Toby has played first-class cricket, whether it was for Oxford, Derby or Kent. I think he went on loan too as well. And to see him come and do it now at his home county was really nice. And I think through this game we saw Toby grow. And we've got really high hopes that Toby will just continue to refine and improve his game. And someone else who's really grown in the bowling front is Lyndon James. I suppose the onus was put on him last week due to the injury of Jake, but he came through that unscathed in terms of injury, and I suppose it's starting to really own that fourth seamer role in this side. Yeah, well, I don't think Lyndon's a fourth seamer. He's good enough to be in a group of three now. We're seeing that, and when you add to that his batting as well, it's really exciting to see where he could go in the future. But he's now turning into an incredibly reliable bowler who gets a lot of bounce, a lot of movement, and we are actually asking a lot of him now. Remember, he's had some injuries in the past. Most bowlers do. He's worked incredibly hard to get himself in a position now where he can bowl these overs. He's bowling 40+ overs in games now, which is that's third seamer. That's third seamer or one of three seamers.
and he's really standing up to it well. Couldn't be prouder of how Lyndon's going.
And I suppose it's a good sign that those 3 players we just mentioned, and we could mention more, have come on a lot in the last year, 2, 3 years. And I suppose it shows the way that players can go when they come into the system here.
Yeah, I mean, we always try to give the players every opportunity to work on their game, and I would say everyone, not just the bowlers, it's the batters as well, the spinners, the keepers, they all get that chance to do it, and they do. They take it, you know, through the winters when we're coming in on those sort of dark, cold mornings and they're in the indoor school, they go at it with so much enthusiasm. And then when we actually move on into the season, you know, that's the sharp end where they've actually got to be able to do it where it counts. And when they don't, when we have the tough games, what you will see is they'll go back into practice and they'll try and put it right. They won't just sort of go away and try and hide somewhere. And that's what we know will happen. If we have a tough game, we'll get back in the nets and we'll get and work on it.
And there's still, I suppose, 2 days left ahead of us. Potentially, Rain might have a say in how many of overs are bowled. But how are the batters and the whole team, I suppose, going to break down this chase of 411?
They'll just do it one day at a time. We've got tomorrow to get through, and what you've got is an incredibly determined, skillful group of batters up there. And there's no one sat there with their head in their hands. They're actually looking forward to the challenge tomorrow. You can guarantee probably just before 9 o'clock the boys will start to come in. They'll be having their one-to-ones with Pete and with Ant Boter, and we'll just fight like hell tomorrow to actually try and win this game. I mean, the game's on. It's there to win.
Perfect. Thank you.